considering this is Ecstatic's map. Big makes complete sense, but Mr. Round is already kicking things off, and this is one of the maps on which you could put your money on the Danish team to play a by-the-book T side of Counter-Strike. CT smoke, big flash. Good block here coming out of the bad guys, but they're just going to slow it down, go with a second wave. Flash is Ecstatic trying to dodge them. Joe Beretta turning around, tapping away. Find anything. Actually, he's the kill onto Patty, but it's so quick from those CTs to make their way back to the B bomb site. Turco shrinking. Nixon still able to find a little bit of space and making it work for a double. Or 2K goes down as well. No kit available for Hadji, and he's just tapping the bomb, trying to bait them into fighting, trying to bait them into peeking. There goes the first one, but that was just the low HP player, and the time is going to be against him. Your biggest enemy in a round like this one, and surely this one is already over. Surely there's no way Nixon's going to overpeak, and there's not enough time already. Nixon's played this one to perfection. A double kill, might even get away with a third. It's actually a clean shot coming out of Hadji. He's not going to stay alive. And Ecstatic do pick this one up. Now, one thing that is incredibly interesting that we gotta talk about is the fact that Ecstatic did play their game against Vincilio a couple days ago with Cabby. And this is something that we didn't really have a lot of time to talk about in the pregame, but it's probably something that's going to be on a lot of you guys' minds. Obviously, we're taking a look at the stake calls, and they are going in favor of the Danes, but it makes you wonder what the situation really is there. Obviously, Cabby was probably just standing in for them in that game against Vincilio. Cabby still being part of Sashi. I think so. I think it was just a stand-in situation, and now Nalele is back to the mix, so it should be even more comfortable here for the Danes as they go for back-to-back B hits. Unfortunately, the force buy is not really going to be able to stop them as much this time around. Patty just firing a couple shots. A little bit of damage has been done to both Nalele and Crystal under those circumstances, so I guess you could stay around, try and get a couple kills, but eventually you're going to have to back off. And of course, as we said, you could put your money on a Danish team on the D side of Inferno. There is a Danish IGL on the other side as well. That was one of the more intriguing things, I guess. Looking at that BadGuys team. Oh, okay. We have a little bit of a disconnect situation coming up. Well, you know what? Welcome into 2025, folks. Online Counter-Strike never disappoints. Even in a new year, we're always gonna have to go through those. And hey, early than late, right? Get them done with off the bat. And now we're ready. Now we're done. It's yeah, we can keep it going. I sincerely hope that you're enjoying your morning coffees, folks. It's been a couple sad days, 4 or 5 sad days without any Counter-Strike on HLTV. Now we get to enjoy a little bit of it. This is what it's all about. And the Lele jumping through smokes with a max 10. This is what it's all about, really. It's going to be back-to-back B plays here. Back-to-back B executes coming out of Ecstatic. They do know they're going in against the same buy, and the 5-7 of Ecstatic is going to be good for 1. Where's the top of first? Oranges. Unfortunately, refrag just now. I think Crystal's realizing he's actually the one with the bomb, and he was on low HP holding bananas, so a little bit risky there from the Opera on the AK. A lot of damage inflicted in the meantime. There goes another one onto Nut Nut. In the meantime, though, Nixon is going to be able to pick up 1, so from here on out, it should be pretty comfortable for Ecstatic to close it out. The question here is how many kills can the bad guys find, right? Vladan's in a good position in towards despawn. He could potentially drop Crystal, who's going to be anxious about getting his AK out of harm's way. He is low on HP as well, so falling down here, entirely a possibility for Crystal. This could be some good financial damage. Headshot is good. Hadji, MP9, gonna be brought into the equation. There goes another one, so now it's all down to Vladen and how many could he find on paper? And the answer is none. Low HP, 7 on Lele, 8 on Christo. No further kills going in favor. Of the bad guys, though. In recent history, you're currently looking at back-to-back wins over the Sinners and Fireflux. Both times the enemy team wasn't even able to get double digits against those guys, so you gotta feel like the bad guys are not gonna be in for an easy one. This is a nice way to open things up, though. Sapik ready for the boost, good on the reaction, a lot of damage. Howden, oh, World 2K spotted a gun barrel. He knows the peak is coming. Question is, are you gonna be ready for it? Answer, yes. Bristow walking in before the smoke opens up, actually. Offers his life away for free, and now Nixon pretty much forced to try and go for a play, and he's thinking about going for the swing. Sapik's here on low on HP. This has created a bit of an opening. I'm not sure Sapik's actually spotted out Nixon, and TMP's trying to catch it towards the B-bomb side in the meantime. This is so dangerous right now. Sapik loses that fight, and he's low on HP, playing the headshot angle, though, goes for the swing, and does get the kill. It still does leave Patty all alone and isolated towards the back of the B-bomb side, and they should know there's no quick rotations. The moment that you spot out Sapik, the guy that found that opening kill in towards the B-bomb side, in towards A, you should know, you should realize what the case is. And it's all about Patty finding the right timing to get a single kill. That's what he needs, that's what he's after, and there it goes. TMP goes down. Nut in a 1 versus 4, 28 seconds. Hearing the steps, turning around, trying to do as much damage as possible, but in the end of the day, 1 kill is going to be all that he gets. So we get a first round on the board here for the bad guys. Now is the time to get excited, right? Isn't it? I think this is one of the more entertaining teams to watch right now. As much as a lot of people are going to be looking at them and they're going to be saying, "Hey, aren't those War 2K and Hadji from the Drillers?" It's a much more bigger picture, I guess, with a lot of those players. It is really exciting, even though Stake are still favoring Ecstatic, and understandably so. The thing with the bad guys is that all that is required of a team like that to succeed is 2 of the players to have a good game, right? It's pretty much what we saw against Gen 1 in their opening as well. They lose that new 7-13, but then they win the as of right now. This one has been one of the swiftest rounds that we've seen when it comes down to the buy rounds coming out of Ecstatic. Out A they go, Vlad and Hadji isolated, and this one honestly looks over here for the bad guys. You've been smoked off in towards long, World still close, and Personal in towards short, and he was hoping to get an early pick. Patty's still closing out the distance. I'm not sure how big of a fan I am of the bad guys actually going for this, especially if World goes down here and he's gonna miss out another shot. A comfortable position, he's already out of there. Some of his teammates still gonna go down though. Sapik, gun drop, AVP not gonna be saved up, and TMB might be able to get that AK out of the hands of Patty as well. Jiggling away, tapping away. Patty's trying his absolute damnedest to make his way out of there. and he might be able to do so. TMB will respect his efforts. Lets him hold on. Of course, everyone, we do apologize once again for some of the technical misfortunes at the start of this one, but you know what they say, you can't get only the good things in life. You gotta get through the difficult ones as well, and that's one of them. We get to enjoy some early morning Friday Counter-Strike here on the 3rd of January at the very start of the year. Gotta be able to deal with some of the technical issues that come along. The good news is we've got each other. That sounded really bleak, didn't it? But hey, yeah, cheers to that. Cheers to that with some good old morning coffee. But yeah, going back to the point, as Ecstatic get their fourth on the board, things have not been going badly for the Ecstatic lineup. I mean, if you're looking only at the Infernos that they've played, it's actually only 2 Inferno maps that we're looking at. I'm gonna... I'll let you know. I was given some really interesting stats and details and history for storylines for both those teams. But hey, I guess I'm just gonna say them out again in a little while. But yeah, we do apologize for all the inconveniences. Hopefully, until the end of it, we're gonna be able to stay in tune. And TMP is in tune. He really is right now. Climbing on top, looking for a second. This is lovely coming out of TMB. We go back into the server right off a technical timeout, and TMB just hits him with that type of a double coming towards the B bomb side. Make it a triple. What a way to kick things off coming out of the IGL. But yeah, we were having that conversation about TMB actually, and the history between him and Warrior 2K, right? And the fact that as much as there's gonna be some, I guess, stylistic knowledge coming out of Patty towards the type of Counter-Strike that Ecstatic might want to be playing, coming out of from the Ecstatic boys, is towards the stylistic type of Counter-Strike that Patty would want to be playing. Then you're looking at TMB and Warrior 2K, and a lot of people tend to forget they actually know each other really well. Two of them used to play together on Mad Lions, the ex-Mad Lions after the fact. Of course, if you want to go back to 2021, that was when the original international iteration of the Mad Lions got formed up. It was a 6-man roster. Of course, Warrior 2K and TMB were part of it. You're looking at other names like Tutson, Zasso, Spellin, and JL that were on that team. It was a double IGL type of project with Spellin and TMB. Quite an interesting one. And the last time those two played together was back in 2022, which at this point is 3 years ago. Yeah, makes you feel old, doesn't it? That was on the ex-Mad Lions team with JL, Red Star, and Buzz. So far, though, it hasn't really been going great. Oh my god, I was gonna say it hasn't been going great. It has been going fantastic for Ecstatic, not great for Warrior 2K, though. This is back-to-back rounds. You just send one player OB and he gets a triple like that. Last time it was TMB, this time it's on the Lele. Ecstatic are just running circles around the bad guys. And you're gonna ask them, and you have to ask them, what are you gonna do, bad guys, when Ecstatic come for you? Because they are coming for you right now, and they have been coming for you in the last couple of rounds. Not even letting you hold on to some of those guns. Or is UK, this is just a game of survival right now. And I don't think it's going to be a pleasant one. Nut already up close and personal takes that AK out of his hands. Yeah, this one is looking really, really painful here for the bad guys. But I guess this one was to be expected, right? This is something, especially on map number 1, that we could foreshadow. I guess going into Mirage is going to be the big questions, or at least where they start coming in, popping out potentially, if there is going to be any in a series like this one. But as I was saying right before we got cut off because of the technical issues, obviously Ecstatic's Inferno on the T sides has been incredibly efficient so far. And if you're looking at both Fireflux and the Sinners, and I think the Sinners is even the more impressive one out of the two, but Fireflux was still a really good one. You're looking at a 9-1 T side that they had against Fireflux, and then you're looking at a 7-1 T side that they had against the Sinners. So on paper, since the start of December, if you're looking at Ecstatic's T sides, you're looking at 16-2 in terms of the rounds. 16 rounds they've won out of the 18 rounds that they've played on the T sides before the start of this one in their last 2 games. And now if you add those to the equation, you're looking at 22-3 for their last 25 T side rounds on Inferno. It is without a doubt one of the most impressive streaks on a single side of a single map from a team right now in the tier 2, tier 3 space. And you can see why, right? There's a lot of dynamics coming out to it, a lot of utility being involved, a lot of tempo changes. As I think this time it's actually one of the players that was going through a bit of a technical maintenance. I think this time it was Haji. I was experiencing some difficulties. Hopefully everything's gonna be alright, and I think everything is alright. And you know what they say, New Year, same old technical difficulties, same old technical issues. But that's why we love Counter-Strike. It's part of the game, right? It goes hand in hand with CS and the love that we have for it. Thankfully, Haji's back. By the little wiggle of the mouse, we can tell that he's feeling it. He's happy about it. Time to shoot some heads. His team definitely needs him to shoot some heads. They definitely need him to lock in. One hero M4, that's on War 2K. Unfortunately, he is in towards that B-bomb side, and the A-Rap is already coming in. Triple nade pit, gonna clear it out. Cristo already in position, shuts down Vladen towards the back of the bomb side, and considering they will probably clear out Haji as well, this round should be as good as over. Cristo still nailing them down. Actually, they overlook Haji completely. There goes one, tapping away, making a double. AK picked up, and now this one is looking a lot more interesting. Ecstatic dropping the ball against the pistols over one uncleared angle in towards the back of the bomb side. There goes the Yuto now. Sapic's rotated in. Headshot onto Analele. And it's stood in the 1 versus 3 clutch. It has to try and save them. Flash in hand. Try and open up a little bit of space for himself. Set up for some of those. Flight spray transfer is perfect for the first 2. Is he ready for the 30? Yes, he is. But Haji's a little bit quicker. And that would have been a spectacular one to kick things off. What an attempt from Nut, but what a play from Haji, and damn right he was ready for this round. Damn right he was ready for some crazy CS on that A-bomb side. And honestly, I'm surprised they didn't clear him out there. They find the first kill. They just didn't spot him. They just overlook him completely. Thought it was a 4-man B stack. The bad guys still do get their second on the board. Cristo opening kill. Fired in towards the apartments. Nice to see Diop take the initiative. Refrag coming out of Haji though, as now he's starting to get fired up. And as we said, it was him and Warrior 2K that were carrying the carriage a couple days ago in their opening game against Gen 1. So we're going to be looking at them potentially and expecting those two to be the individuals to help them out of a tough time. Nixon walking through the smoke through the right hand side. I guess you're looking for the element of surprise, and Zapic was surprised, not enough to miss out on a free kill though, and they're gonna have to focus on the B-bomb side, and Lele's open things up. AVP of Waro hits the ground running. Patty towards the top of the bomb side, needs to find at least one. There it goes, holding mouse one, but now he's gonna get a little bit of support coming out of a teammate, and with a USB in hand, he's gonna be able to get the second kill. So with 35 seconds is again Nut in a clutch. First kill goes his way, but with the bomb being dropped, he knows that both those CTs are towards the B-bomb side, and you can never count this one out of a clutch. Shown some great intelligence over the last couple of months. Shown that he's always capable of navigating his way through a round like this one. This one is not really gonna go his way this time around. If he gets that insta headshot onto the first player, you can feel that he's in the zone for a potential spray transfer, but needed it to be instant. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Oh, okay. That's a big name right on top of Analele. I guess this is one for before. A couple rounds ago, that's how they did get their opening kill. And eyes on the apartments. Vladen playing that deeper angle with the M4X ammo. Close and personal. Vladen gets that first kill. There goes Haji. It's a perfect bait and switch. A 1-2 punch coming out. And now all they need is to honestly just let the T's have the bomb site, right? Even if they get away with a bomb plant, you want to be playing this one in a 5v2. You want to Make sure that you enforce your advantage into a round like this. Take advantage of it. That's exactly what they're doing with this one. TMB, Cristo, pit side, Crossfire. Could be able to get away with a couple kills. Shouldn't really have a chance to get the round though. There goes the smoke towards the back of the side. Cristo's picked up another one, turning around, tapping away. There's no way. There's no way they steal it away at 2 versus 5 like this one. They know exactly where Cristo is, but he's just playing his life. He's just hiding inside of the smoke, and they need to find him. They need to get on the defuse. Time is running out. He's body blocking. The Morals now on the defuse, and Cristo's tried to knife him, and I think he's done enough. There is no bloody way in hell Ecstatic have just won this round. That is insane. Just reload that. Take a look at that once again. Cristo, some of those kills were great. Don't get me wrong. This 2 versus 1 in the end. He's body blocking Vladen, knifing Waro. Vladen's chasing him. Waro needs to get off of the bomb to get the kill and not get knifed. Magical. Absolutely magical scenes there on the A-bomb side. Well, I guess now you go for the swing on a 1-2-3 count. You get absolutely mauled down. There was even a team kill coming out of Hatchy there to help them out with taking down Sapik. So this half is pretty much over here for the bad guys. The question is whether you're going to be able to get a 4th round out of it. Fun thing is, you still are the team to get the most rounds on the CT side against Ecstatic in the last 3 Infernos that they've played, but you might be left with just the 3 in the end of the day, and Cristo's going to keep it going. He's been incredibly sharp, and I guess this is one of the bigger questions when we're going into the first official for any team after the player break, right? I mean, we say after the player break. If you're looking at Ecstatic, they haven't really had too big of a player break. For them, it's been 4 days. Same for the bad guys. But for a lot of those teams, the question is going to be how sharp you're feeling going into the new year. And I think what we're seeing right now is not great for the bad guys, but pretty good for Ecstatic. It doesn't really feel like they've had any time off, and that probably is because they haven't, right? And those are the expectations that you're going to have of a lot of those teams, and I think that's why the start of the year is always exciting for some underdog stories. Because if you're looking at teams like Ecstatic, if you're looking at even teams like the bad guys, as much as they are more of a mix, but you're looking at some of the teams like Ecstatic that could be going up against higher echelon and bigger names in the tier 2 space. This is where you could probably be anticipating some upsets, right? Because those guys have not really stopped playing. Those guys have been practicing, they've been playing officials, they've had 4 days off, which is not really an off season, is it? And they are going to be looking sharp, they are going to be looking locked in comparison to some of the top dogs. So this is where, if you're Ecstatic, you want to be winning those games, you want to be clearing out the group stages to make sure you go into the playoffs, and then into the playoffs you could be able to handle a couple of upsets, and that's exactly what they're after right now. TMB with another double in towards B. They go in War 2Ks here, surely. They don't overlook a bomb site for the 2nd time in the same half of Counter-Strike, and they won't do it this time around. Waro just gets the first given to the low HP of TMB, but the refrag is instant. Because now you're just looking at one single Haji in a 1 versus 3 clutch, and that wouldn't be the craziest thing that we've seen all day long. I say all day long, we've been live for 35 minutes, but it's already been a bit of a fiesta here on the first half of Inferno. Good moments coming out of the bad guys, a couple resurgence opportunities, and you know what's the biggest issue with this one, or the biggest issue I have with this one for the bad guys? I think it would have been a much more exciting map of Counter-Strike if it wasn't for that 2 versus 5. It's a round that they played perfectly. They had a great setup. You convert this one, you could have been looking at 4, potentially even 5 rounds in that first half, and that could have really meant a much closer game, much closer map of Counter-Strike. Unfortunately, now it just feels like one pistol round and it's gonna be a set sail map for Ecstatic. And Crystal's already on the prowl. Hard clear. Necessary. Gets another one. You can count on Crystal to win a fight right now. And looking sharp, but Vladen in the meantime gets the kill on Nutnut, and they seem to realize that Lele is going to be all alone. He's still tapping away though. USP in hand, gets the first one. Looking for a second. Make sure to make it a third, and Lele is going absolutely nuclear. And he's even going to get the fourth one, and it's the skill points turning around, jumping, and getting the kills on the USP as this map is over. Take a look at that once again. Absolutely beautiful. Even as he was running out of ammo, and yeah, that there the fourth one is him just showing that he's having a lot of fun right now. That's the type of fun you want to be having while playing CS on a morning. He's having a great time. And I think this is the way to summarize that entire first map here for the Ecstatic boys. Honestly, great I guess discipline on the bad guys side, not to go for the instant force buy. Feels like they haven't given up yet. They do realize that there was a lot of rounds that, well, I say a lot of, there was a couple rounds that they could have picked up that could have made the game a little bit closer. You've lost both pistol rounds. You've lost a 5 versus 2 and an MR12. 3 rounds like those are enough to make the difference. And of course, this is not to take anything away from Ecstatic, right? They have been a better team, but it's just the potential being a little bit wasted here for a closer map of Counter-Strike. And I want to say, I'm emphasizing on that a lot right now, because this doesn't feel like the bad guys are in no position to deal a little bit more damage on Mirage. Mirage could be a lot closer than this, definitely. As we said, all that you need is for Hadji, Waro to have a bit of a better performance, and you never know what could happen. Or maybe Paddy, you never know. On a Deagle, not meant to be unfortunately, but still gets the one. 11 rounds on the CT side. Well, we do get to see at least one investment coming out of the bad guys here. Let's see what we have going on here. A couple AKs, a Galil for War 2K, a Galil for Sapik as well. Utility is not really plentiful, but Sapik's gonna take a bit of a cut to go for the Galil to make sure that he's got it. And yeah, the stay calls, you can guess, I guess, how one-sided those were gonna be. Even before seeing them. Still, as we said, the question here is, can bad guys win a couple rounds to get their mental a little bit in check before the start of map 2? Make it slightly closer. Answer from Hadji, absolutely yes. Crystal loses the fight, something that we haven't seen quite a lot of so far on this map. The refract is absolutely executed out of the MP9. Vladen spotted, but Vladen locked in towards that A bomb site. A great 1-2 punch, and that's exactly what you need out of some of those individuals. Some clean headshots. A lot of pressure individually to be put on those Ecstatic players. EMB and Nixon have realized that a save might be their better option, and it definitely is. Now, this was a bit of a bonus buy coming out of Ecstatic, right? You can see it even on the buy. I think Crystal was the only one on the rifle. I'm not even sure if an Alien towards long had one. He might have actually, but best case scenario, you're looking at 2 rifles here. So 3 SMGs into the mix. This was always going to be a better investment coming out of the bad guys. It is still giving you a little bit of hope to see them pick up a round like this one. Nice to see for a player like Vladen to step it up as well. Goes the replay, gets the kill onto Nutnut, instant lock in onto Analele, who did in fact have an M4 there. So yeah, that's 2 rifles that were present for Ecstatic. This one is gonna be one better. This time you're gonna have Nut on a FAMAS, Nixon on an M4, Crystal once again, but this time on a Lele and TMB are gonna be rocking the MP9s to make sure that they have that bonus util. Look at the pace, look at the speed coming out of the bad guy. Sapik gonna get boosted in towards the half wall straight away. Even decided to stick around for a second. Wishful thinking there for Sapik. Nixon will capitalize on it. A refrag that honestly puts Ecstatic in a much improved position than the one they would have been in. Had Ecstatic, or had Sapik just fallen off after the opening kill. That's a good nade. Doesn't do severe damage, but still a decent amount of it. Ecstatic have rotated 3 people here. They're just stacking the B-bomb side. They're reading into this, and they're reading into this one perfectly. The bad guys are blindly walking into a bomb side right now on the back of an early opening kill, but Ecstatic have so many players here. You're surely not ready. Even with Hatchy getting the first kill, there goes another one, but there's one more player. Are you going to be ready for an Lele? That's the big question. He's one of the A players as well. Now with the flashbang, he should be ready for it. You spot him out. Actually spotted on the flash. You don't really know where Lele is, but the reaction from Vladan is quick enough. And the MP9 didn't feel secure enough. That sets up Nut for yet another 1 versus 3 clutch. This is the 3rd attempt of one. This feels like the most doable one out of the lot. Smoke in hand, M4, low HP on Vlad and low HP on Paddy. Smoking towards dark, not really gonna do too much though. Trying to isolate some of those angles, trying to force them into going for peeks. He spotted the triple player. Question is, where's the other one? Vladens walked away from the bomb side. Nut might not be ready for this one. There goes the peek. Vladens played this one to perfection. And the bad guys get a 5th round on the board. I'm not sure what happened with Lele did towards the back of the bomb side, by the way. I think he got a little bit nervous. I'm not sure if he made noise beforehand and they already knew he was towards the back of the side, because take a look at that. Hatchy gets a kill. Crystal on a refrag. Paddy with 1 more. I'm not sure if Lele throwing that flash was him trying to delay or him having given away his position prior to it, just trying to set himself up for a kill there, I guess. We're not getting eco'd, are we, boys? Okay, everything's fine. You feel like this one is slowly starting to get a lot closer, and now you're starting to see what I was talking about at the end of the first half, right? Now you think about the fact that Ecstatic won both pistol rounds, and you're thinking about the 5v2 that bad guys weren't able to convert in the first half. You're looking at the 11-6, and you're thinking, well, that could have been a leveled up game. That could have been a lot closer of a map of Counter-Strike. Oh, okay. That's a good opening. HE on top, AK through the smoke, Ope spotted, and even though Paddy does go down, that's a lot of information. You can see the reaction instantly. Hadji trying to scale up middle. Just a good block coming out of Ecstatic. This one, pretty much a competitive map, unless they just walk out like that, and Hadji didn't seem to realize where the spam was coming from initially. Just walks into Nut. Unable to get anything done, and the worst part is didn't even see how many players there were. It's for sure. Nut towards the back of the pit. There goes the first one. Vladen goes down, and now you're just buying time for the rotations. Now you're trying to play your life, set up your teammate for a refrag. There goes Woro. A quick 1-2. Bomb plant acquired, and now you know you're up against Crystal on the AVP, and he's been able to dodge that first player. Crystal just running through the smoke, pistol out. It's so messy, but you can also look at Waro and say you can always count on him for a clutch. A 1 versus 3 coming out of nowhere to keep the bad guys in this one. And take a look at that once again. Instant headshot onto the first one. This is the one that they needed to get. And Cristo, a bit of a play of desperation. You can't really blame him, can you? He knows if he loses track of Waro 2K, if he lets them cross towards a more comfortable angle in towards the bomb side, if he lets them walk away, then the round is over. Now this one is suddenly becoming a much more competitive Inferno. There is something to be played for here for the bad guys. It's not a done and dusted map by any means here. If you're Ecstatic, you're starting to feel some of that pressure. Remember all of those easy rounds when you were just running a banana in the first half, getting triple openings and everything felt perfect? All of that is gone now. That's why you gotta be, I guess you gotta stay focused when you're, even when you're winning a game that convincingly. You always gotta be aware of the variables, right? You gotta be aware of the rounds, of the key rounds that you were able to win that could have made the game a lot closer, and still stay focused at all times. You can never underestimate a team with that much firepower, with that much potential, because the bad guys, this is what they're gonna be doing, right? That's how they're gonna be winning the majority of their games. You overlook a clutch, you overlook a close situation, you underestimate them, and then you get punished. Your money's in the doldrums. Unless Lele saves you up. He's picked up an AK-47. Not on a Digo. Oh no. This one is falling apart once again. And Waro needs to clutch up. Back-to-back 1v3 clutches required. There goes the first one. Tap on the bomb. He's gonna go for it a second time. Time is running out. He's just lost it by time. They've been pistol ecoed, and yeah, this has been a crazy game of Counter-Strike, to put it lightly. Just when you think that the bad guys have got this, just when you think that 1 versus 3 clutch out of Waro 2K is going to give them a lifeline, well, they just walk into the A bomb site, and Lele picks up an AK. Nut gets a double on a Digo. And again, it feels done. 5 rounds the distance, I guess. At this point, you can't really write them off. And this is such a quick, such a fast-paced game of Counter-Strike. Nut gets a double jumping AK spray down. That's insane. That is abhorrent. What in God's name is going on, man? That is the first official map of Counter-Strike that you are watching in 2025. Welcome to madness. This is going to be the most stacked up year of Counter-Strike you've ever seen, and that's how you kick it off. I was here when that game happened. And the crazy part about it, this round is still going. Ecstatic can still win this. If they get an early kill here, they will realize the bomb's been planted in towards the A bomb side, but you better believe they're going to be giving this one a go. Or, they are thinking about it. They're actually calling this one off. You're looking at the money. You know how aggressive bad guys could be in some of those post-plant positions. Still feels like they're going to try and explore their options for a couple exit kills, though, and Nut seems to realize a couple kills here could make a world of difference, especially considering bad guys actually have 2 ops in the equation. Waro 2K goes down on the first one. Laden up close and personal, misses a shot. Nut might get an opportunity, and he's lightning quick to make sure that both those Ds go down. And yeah, bad guys, they do stay alive on the map, but look at the money. It doesn't look like the economy of a team that's just picked up around on the T side. Absolutely doesn't. Vladen 3650. Sapik 3850. Patty 3800 as well. if you want to go with the AKs, you're gonna be sacrificing so much in the utility department, and that's exactly what they go for. Ecstatic on the smoke flash Molotov. I think Vladan was the only one that actually did make the sacrifice to go for a glow. And yeah, that is the case. 3 smokes, 2 flashes. That's all you're left with on minute 40. Obviously, you did use some early utility, but at this point, you're already out of utility and the round just started. You gotta go for something really quick towards A. You have to walk out. That's exactly what they're going for. Scaling up short, scaling up long, even through the smoke here for Patty, trying to create a lot of that space. Steps probably will be heard. Patty still gets the first one. Refract comes out of the MP9. Player towards the back of the side though. Pretty trapped with the AVP and Chris though. There's nowhere to go out of here. The bad guys might be able to make this one work in the end of the day. And if you're Ecstatic, you're already thinking about calling this one off, especially if the util doesn't get you an early kill here. And they are calling this one off. TMB, Nixon, walking away, but look at the shark in the water. War 2K is already looking for the hunt. You know how valuable those guns are. You get the rifles out of the hands of Ecstatic, you're putting them in a really difficult situation. The thing is, the T's themselves don't really have a lot of finances. So if you're Warrior 2K, you want to make sure you get a kill. But if you go down, then it's a bit problematic. TMB was just looking at the wall. That's unfortunate. Or wasn't even looking. I suppose some comms may be going on. You're just talking to your teammates about the next round, and then you get completely... You get caught off guard completely, but yeah, an unfortunate way to go down. And an unfortunate way, yeah, there is a tactical timeout. That was definitely TMB just calling for the attack and talking to his teammates already before the round was over. Ended up costing him an M4. Which I think at this point is going to make them think about a half-buy. Maybe if you had 2 rifles saved up, you could have explored the possibility of a full investment. Now though, with just 1 rifle, you're going to bring TMB onto another one, but it's going to be an MP9 257s. Let's look at the util though. There's 3 HEs in the mix. A couple smokes, so potentially trying to block them off and buy a little bit of time. You need an early opening kill though. And there goes the flash in towards second middle. TMB unable to get the kill. Was a good idea, but not able to execute it to perfection. And with that rifle being lost already, I guess the T's will know it. Nutnut is gonna try and get close, but that tick on the Molotov is gonna give away his position. They're gonna be on high alert. Nutnut's picked up the rifle, but they know he could be a closer person. No, Haji. He comes in. Doesn't want to overextend into this one. The one thing is they don't know if Nutnut is all alone here, so it still could feel a little bit tricky to go out for the play straight away. Want to take your time. Get the most out of your utility as well. And make sure you're not just rushing your way in towards the apartments where it could have been MP9s, 5.7s potentially. Thankfully for them, Nutnut is all alone towards the pit, and he's required a heroic play, and they've just heard him as well. Made a step climbing on top of the barrel. Vladan's communicated that with his teammates, so now they know. Pit player's there. Is there someone else towards the back of the bomb side? This is the question, and at this point I think they're realizing there isn't. Hachi's just gonna get this kill for free. And this is it. 10 rounds on the board. The bad guys are gonna get double digits. Ecstatic. Hold on to the M4, maybe set up the 5.7 and the MP9 for a couple exit kills if you can, but that's going to be the brunt of it. Malele will be able to get himself onto a nice little cheeky upgrade. Not quite a second though, maybe overstepping the mark, and that's gonna mean you're not getting away with 2 rifles, just the 1 out of this one. And it won't even be that. Warrior 2K will make sure of it. Nixon goes down. Nothing saved up here. for the Ecstatic boys. At least they're working with a decent amount of loss bonus, so you are gonna have a good investment. Crystal on an AVP, everybody else on the Rifles bar TMB who's gonna be on the MP9, supposedly just storming his way down banana. What do you want to go for? Instant ramp smoke slash bottom banana. 3-man starting towards the B bomb side. Ecstatic potentially expecting a bit of a harder presence rounding towards B coming out of the T's, but it's not really the case, is it? Hachi's taking all that space, and this is really well communicated. Not done. Gonna go for the peek, and this is so risky. This is his life. That's going to compromise the A bomb side, and you can already see it in the reactions, right? And Lele's sure that nothing is going on. He can clearly tell that there's no movement, but even the utility in towards brackets is going to make them slightly nervous. And the bad guys are really taking their time with this one. You realize this is overtime on the line here. Win this round. Ecstatic once again might be able to, or might be forced to go for a save. Nixon still towards the back of the bomb side though. Gets the first one, and Lele with another. Nixon with one more, and one after the other. They just walk into the bomb side. Spacing is not perfect. Refrag's not going their way, and the bad guys in a 5v2 on that A bomb side might be dropping the ball in the end of the day. TMB from the back lines, and we've seen so many crazy attempts. And even one crazy 1 versus 3 that worked out from Oro 2K so far. But this one surely is going to be a little bit too much to ask even of him. Missed shot out of the Oper, but with 20 seconds on the clock, surely ceiling of this team, and this is the map on which you're probably gonna see this team perform if they were to perform on any map, right? We're talking about a Mirage, we're talking about Haji, Waro 2K, Vladen, Sapik. We're talking about a lot of firepower on that BadGuys team, and it's no surprise that Stake are favoring them. If you want to go back to the last time that Ecstatic were able to win a Mirage map, that would be on the 4th of October, so it's been quite a while. A pistol round would be a good place to start though. Crystal with a nice opening, make that a double opening, but Haji's already going in nuclear. He's gonna get a little bit of support coming out of Paddy. And Alele's doing towards back of Ticket though, and this is a really doable one if he is to get that second kill on Warrior 2K. Unfortunately, tapping away with the USP won't be good enough. So the pistol round goes in favor of the BadGuys, something that was evading them on map number 1 of Inferno. And as we pointed out, considering for those of you that are just joining in, how close that map number 1 was, right? We were looking at a 13-10 win for Ecstatic on Inferno, considering they had a 9-3 T side. They won both pistol rounds, they won a 2v5 as well, and a round with the pistols in the second half. That could have easily been an Inferno going in favor of the BadGuys, right? So you gotta think, if the BadGuys are able to get a couple pistol rounds, if they're able to get a couple cleaner conversions, this would actually have the potential not only to be a Mirage that they win, but a Mirage that they win cleanly as well. And as I already said, the 4th of October. This is how long ago Ecstatic won a Mirage last time. Since then, 5 losses in a row. Medisport, Aurora, Youngblood, Eclod, Spirit Academy, and Cilio. Only twice were they able to actually get up to double digits as well. So you're looking at an 8-13 to Medisport, 6-13 to Spirit Academy, and a 6-13 to Incilio. The 6-13 against Incilio was in the Frost and Fire, their opening game. Of course, a series that they were eventually able to win in the 2-1 fashion after picking up both Nuke and Dust 2 in the 13-5 and 13-9 fashions respectively. But the Mirage was the clear blowout, the clear mismatch. And it's probably something similar that you're expecting to see here today, unless we see a great performance coming out of some of those players. And I say some of them. Crystal and Alele are probably the 2 that you're expecting to pick up the slack if someone was to do it. Not still able to fire back with 1 on the pistol. Nixon with another one. This is not looking too bad, but it's still going to be really difficult to think about winning the round here if you're Ecstatic, especially with the amount of players around that A bomb side from the BadGuys. Zappa gets a double. That's going to leave TMB in a 1 versus 3 clutch. AK picked up, so even if he's just walking back right now, and he's not walking back after getting that first kill, spam is good enough. Not for the kill, but for the damage that is. Tags down Sapik. TMB might be able to get that kill in the end of the day. Sapik's playing this one to perfection. Shadow gives it away. TMB running out of ammo. Taps on the bomb. Doesn't have a kit though, and he knows it. He needs to get the kill so quickly, and he doesn't have enough time, actually. He was starting to run away towards the back of CT. Does he have it? This is going to be really close. There's no way it's going to go down to the wire, and he's got it. There's no way. He was starting to run away. He was convinced. He was 100% sure this one was too far gone. And someone called it to him. Someone called him back. Look at that here. He gets the last kill into the connector player. Just check this out. He starts running, and then someone tells him, hey, you know what? You can actually still defuse it. Oh, BadGuys. What you're gonna do when you lose a round like that? Well, I guess the definition of this one is, it hurt. It hurt quite a lot. And folks, I do apologize again, and we all do, for some of the technical difficulties. It's been internet issues galore today. for the players, for production, for myself. 2025 might be the year of a lot of things, but stable internet isn't one of them. Yet. But you know what? It could be the year of Ecstatic. Maybe getting a little bit ahead of myself. It could be the day of Ecstatic. The match of Ecstatic. The round? Not again? Okay, that's clean. Crystal, nice 1, 2, and 3 on the Opera on the rifle. One thing that has always been a big interest for me, by the way, when I've been watching Crystal, because I'm gonna say something that's gonna put a bit of a cheeky smile on some of your faces, and maybe some of you are gonna feel sad for me. But I used to be a Nord fan when I was a young teenager getting into Counter-Strike. I loved Nord. And for those of you that have been following Counter-Strike for long enough, you know Nord doesn't exist anymore. Crystal used to play on Nord for a little while though, back in 2018. And this was back when he was an 18-year-old talent, you know, just getting into Counter-Strike. The interesting part about it was, well, it was a little bit later than 2018 actually, a bit after that. But the interesting part about it, he's always been really good with the rifle. I think I've even liked him more on the rifle than I've liked him on the AVP throughout his entire career. He's one of those opers that you can imagine as a rifler. You can even make a case that he could even be a little bit more solid with the AK, the M4. Always been really consistent in the clutch though, and he does have that X factor. Consistency has been an issue when it comes down to overall performance, but when he's on, he really is on. And so far, he's been on today. That's a lovely headshot to find on an AVP. Agi out of the equation early on. And look at that damage done onto both Sapik and Paddy as well. This round is already looking pretty lackluster here for the T side, especially with Sapik going down in towards middle. That's the bomb drop in no man's land. You can't even start thinking about, dreaming about recovering this one. Feels like a mission impossible at this point. And this one is already looking like a 4-1 start here. Yeah, BadGuys are calling it off. Vlad and Paddy thinking about a save already. This is the conversation I wanted to have before the start of this map. Going into Mirage, I still don't want to say that this map is looking like it's going to be a 2-0 for Ecstatic. I still don't want to call it over. But it's just the fact that the BadGuys have not been able to convert some of the rounds that they need to be, right? You win the pistol, you gotta get that 2-0, 3-0 lead, just feel a little bit more comfortable. Momentum is gonna be a big thing when it comes down to those guys. As much as I want to say individually they should be the far better team, Ecstatic are no slouches. If you let them feel comfortable, if you let Ecstatic feel like everything makes sense and Crystal's just able to run around the map and pick you apart, he's gonna do that. And if you're the BadGuys, momentum's gonna be a big thing. You gotta have fun. You need guys like Worrell, like Haji to feel like they can just do anything. Feel like Crystal's feeling right now. This is the conversation we were probably having at the start of the day, right? It's Crystal versus Worrell 2K. It shouldn't even be a competition. As much as I'm a Crystal fan, a lot of people would say, well, Worrell 2K could be running circles around him if he's having a good day. Well, Crystal's been saying no so far. It's been a big and loud and painful no. Right in the faces of BadGuys. And that's the reason I started that talk about Crystal as well. It just feels like he has been getting progressively better over time. And he still is pretty young. Still nowhere near the age in which we could say that he's quote-unquote wasted a lot of his talent. He's still 22 years of age and he is becoming a lot better with time. This one though, not as clean for the CT side, is it? Hachi, Sapik, pick up a quick double. Sapik's running out of ammo. Could have been able to get another one, but Vladan's creeping his way closer to the V-bombs like Crystal's just not ready. Blindsided. There goes the AK of Vladan. You're going to be ready for the second player in towards short answers. Yes, Vladan with a lovely double, and that's exactly what the BadGuys needed. Round into the system. Vladan with a big double kill coming out of the apartments. And there's so many similar conversations to be had, by the way. I think this is the type of matchup that you can pretty much turn into a podcast if you wanted to talk about the careers on some of those players, right? We're having the conversation about Crystal, someone that got his shot at big Counter-Strike when he joined North, fairly early. And the reason I say fairly early, I think it is a safe statement to make that it could have been a little bit too soon for him to get into the big Counter-Strike, because it was 2020 actually, on the second note, when he joined Nord. But he was only 18 years of age, and Nord was not in a great position when he came in back then. Used to play with AZ, Cajun, BMSO, and Gate, if I'm not mistaken. And it simply felt like he wasn't ready, but in the last couple of months, he's been able to show that he still deserves an opportunity to play bigger Counter-Strike. Had to go through some pretty odd projects to get here. Went through AGF again, Astralis, Talon, Granny's Dockers with TMB as well. Similar story, I guess. Well, not really a similar story, but another story of misfortunes has been the one of Vladen, who's been, I want to say, nearly perfect on the majority of the teams that he's played on, but every single time the projects seem to be falling apart around him. And it doesn't feel like it's him to be blamed for it, right? It feels like it's just been one of the most unfortunate careers that we've seen in the tier 2 space in the last couple of months. And Lele, that is absolutely wild. He just jumped through the smoke. I mean, it's organized chaos. He had teammates storming with him in towards that middle position, but Ecstatic, they feel like they're in a disadvantage. They just group up, they jump out middle, they get 4 kills in a matter of mere seconds. And if you're Paddy, you're left scratching your head thinking, I thought we were supposed to be the big team. I thought we were supposed to be the crazy ones, but they are out crazying our craziness right now. And out crazying is not a word. I know that. I'm pretty aware. And what do you call that, though? That is out crazying. We've just created that one. Waro gets the opening kill. You're feeling so comfortable with this one. And Ecstatic just group up with 4 people in towards middle. When Lele jumps through the window smoke. And you just get a double swing out short, 1 out connector, and 1 jumping through window. An absolute masterclass. Welcome to Mirage, folks. In 2025. We love you as you are. Never change. TMB on a secondary op. Players spotted. Oh, he's standing around, and it's actually the AVP of Waro to walk in. What up? Wait. No scope through the. He didn't unscope, did he? Tell me that's a glitch. Tell me he didn't non-scope and just not. But please tell me he didn't unzoom. Please. We gotta see a replay. There's no way. There is no way he unscoped. There's no way he unscoped and non-scoped him. There is no way. I refuse to believe. Oh, and that's the bomb. Please, someone make it make sense. Yep, Bristol gets a headshot. Haji. Let's get a kill. Vladen gets another. Crystal's already up close and personal with his AVP, and he's somehow able to run away. Vladen already making his way towards window, though, and Vladen's not missing right now, but neither's TMB on the AVP. What started with an all-scope in towards the B apartments is going to finish off with a triple. Might even be a 4-piece here. 20 seconds. Vladen needs to pick that bomb up and jump through, and he's going to jump through and make TMB miss. Make a man miss. Sprint your way into the bomb site, and now it's a 1v1 clutch. Nut up against Vladen, and Vladen is walking back into towards short right now. He's gonna go down to a fight. Nut, are you gonna be ready? Not in a million years. Vladen with a lovely 4-piece, and he's single-handedly keeping the bad guys on this T site right now, but I am begging for a replay of that. There is no way he unscoped and non-scoped. Look at that. Oh my god, he did it. No! What is that? There's no way. Please let me leave. That is insane. That is out. What is that? What do you call that? Poor Waro 2K, man. What back-to-back rounds as well. How can you? What in God's name is that? How can you blame him? You know what? Now you can turn on War 2K's camera, and if he's punching his desk, all of us are going to understand why, and all of us are gonna feel for him. Now they have a stack. Guess what, bad guys? Might get even worse in just a couple moments. Nut is holding the line with the M4. Gets the first one. Vladden's walked out. They somehow missed that. I have no idea what's going on. There still are getting some kills on the CT side somehow. There still is a player alive in towards Antares. Finally goes down, but the Ob's rotated in. Alele's gonna drop the bomb. It's pure massacre in towards that A bomb side, and Alele's decided to double back and play this one alongside TMB. Agi, 1 versus 2 clutch, but Analele is repositioned to perfection. Back spotted. You know exactly where Haji is, and even if he picks up that bomb, the moment that he walks back in towards the bomb side, actually, he spots out the AVP, and now he knows that both of them are playing in towards that connector jungle area. Spotted both those players. 9 HP though, and he's getting chased by the pistol of TMB. Look at that, the amount of disrespect right now. They know he's low, and Analele is just gonna lock him down. There's no way they're gonna let him cross in towards that B-bomb side. Smoke actually comes in. The TMB is just gonna chase him down. Rifle picked up. Kill acquired. 6 on the board. TMB gets another one. Yeah. In case you're wondering what I am doing right now, guys, there is a delay on the stream, and this is one of those moments. I've just turned on the stream on my second monitor just to look at your reaction in the chat the moment that you realize what type of a kill TMB just got. And Ecstatic are still somehow in the lead. Stake, 145, of course. Wanna make sure you go and take advantage of those odds. Look at the banner below the stream. Head over to stake.com. Gotta be of legal age, of course. 18, that is. As long as you are and you're having fun and you're staying responsible, make sure you go and have a good time. You're not going to be able to have as good of a time as Christo is right now in the server, but TMB dropped down. This one, Vladden, he's been the one savior so far for the bad guys here on Mirage. Does he have another miraculous round in there? He's been the X factor without a doubt. They have lost track of him. They're not really sure if he's crossed towards the back of the Rockets, if he's towards the back of the bench, if he's doing towards the car. And he's bought enough time for his teammates to rotate in, and there it goes. Vladden with another one. War with the Deagle. This one is starting to look so damn close, but the bomb is yet to cross. Christo could drop this one in the apartment, switches to the Deagle, just tap it away. This is the kill that's going to decide it all. Waro doesn't feel safe enough. And the MP9 is already rotated in, but Waro gets another one. Bomb drop. Vladden can plant that, but he's gonna go for the reface. He's playing with so much confidence right now, and it's another triple kill out of Vladden to secure a round. It's insane how impactful Vladden has been in towards the B-bomb side, and the fact that they're still losing by 2 rounds, but he's on 12 and 6 right now. What a masterful performance that has been from the Serbian. Player that always has been flying under the radar, always picked up by a project that, again, going back to what we were saying on the previous map, he performs on, but the project itself just doesn't hold on. And if you're looking at the history of some of the teams that Vladden has played on, you are going to be willing to agree, right? You're looking at Unpaid and Bleed. We all know what happened there. The fact that he got removed from Bleed didn't feel like it was really the right way to go, right? It was more of him just being caught in the crossfire when he freed up his spot for Jacob. But while he was on Bleed, it was the best performing Bleed. Then on Unpaid, he played well again. Before that, you're looking at 0-0 Nation, the team that he joins, and the organization just decides to drop the roster in a couple weeks. Even if you want to start it off with his international debut when he was playing on ENCE at the CS Asia Championship back in 2023, and he still had a good performance. Vladden's always been an incredibly solid, I think, and intelligent player. Of course, we jinxed the hell out of him this time around, and as he gets run down by a 5-7, but bad guys are still going to be able to win the round. And the one thing I think that has been the most impressive with Vladen, because a lot of people are going to look at that bad guys team and they're going to say, well, Warrow's definitely the main character of the team alongside Haji. A lot of people are going to be having the conversation regarding the drillers and the fact that, you know, they were able to get a map of the Mongols, map of FlyQuest in the Asian Armor, put up a good fight, entertained a lot of people. And Warrow himself has had a really interesting to follow career, but I honestly think the most exciting player to watch is Vladen on that team, because it feels like he's one of those guys that you're just going to put in any team. You could put them in any team out there and he's still going to be playing the same level of solid Counter-Strike, still making smart decisions about the game, still being responsible, still being solid, still being a guy you can count on. And he's not going to be the guy to drop you 30 kills on the server, right? But he's going to be the one to lift everyone else up with consistency. He's going to be the perfect guy to be your, let's say, third best player on the team, maybe. And he's probably going to be amongst the two smartest ones as well, even if statistically he's not the third, he's not in the top two. Definitely feels like one of those guys that could get a shot at tier 1 and still do a really good job. Honestly, one of the players that is probably still a big question mark why he hasn't been picked up by a bigger organization that's going through a bit of a rebuild. Feels like a player that can contribute with a lot more than just pure firepower. And for him, for Haji, for Sapek, for Patty, for Warrow, playing together on a mixed team like the bad guys is a great opportunity to show their value still. But enough of that. They're still dreaming about this 6th round, or at least hoping to get it on the board. Ecstatic are not going to make it an easy task though. Not good opening kill on the boost into a short A reaction coming out, and Lele tried to get on top of the ladder. Missed the timing though, unfortunately. And with a missed shot from the AVP of Crystal, with Vladen once again to come out on top of this fight. Not actually has rotated in, and they're not ready for it. He's going to be able to stop the bomb from going down, but the refract is really good from Patty. Still should be enough to secure the bomb site. TMB gets another one, but the low HP on the 5-7 should not be enough to steal away another round here for TMB. 23 HP, and he's been playing a great game of Counter-Strike as well, but this one should be a little bit too much to ask of him as well. Oh, posted. You gotta be careful. Nate might be able to put it into it. Still alive. 13 HP, but Patty posted on the angle. Not usually the one to spot out on an AVP, but not one to miss in a situation like this one. Headshot goes his way, and it's a triple kill coming out of the in-game leader. As the bad guys get 6 in the end of that first half, they tie things up. And we might get a third map in the end of the day. We might get a third map after all. At least they're keeping it close. The thing is, with how big of a carnage this has been so far, you can never know. Anything could happen. This has been one of the most unpredictable games of Counter-Strike I've seen in quite a while. Definitely the most unpredictable I've seen all year long. And yeah, I know you're disappointed to hear that joke. There was no way I wasn't making it though. It is the first official game of the year after all, so you can let me have my 3 minutes of glory with a dad joke. With a really bad one, they had to get out of the system though. Ecstatic, pissed around, could be a nice addition to the system here, especially if it's Nixon opening things up. That was a lovely route to get that first kill, or with a nice refrag. Hachi actually able to drop TMB. He was trying to cross in towards empty pillar there, completely oblivious to kitchen. A bit of a odd one from the IGL. Thankfully, he's got a lot of teammates nearby, and unless Sapek clutches up in a 1 versus 3, this is going to be the second pistol round going in favor of Ecstatic. Nixon's got the cross. He comes in. It's a little bit scrappy, and then the Lele, thankfully, is there to get that kill. Sapek was able to drop the first one, but still is the T-side pistol round going in favor of Ecstatic. This is the one thing that I guess conceives their opportunities of a win here. Especially with how good of a form we've been seeing from Vladen, with supposedly the crazy things that we could see from Oro 2K once he gets his hands on an AVP. On the CT side of Mirage, Hadji as well. What you want to do if you're Ecstatic is keep them on those limited purchases for as long as possible, and that's exactly what you're doing by picking up those pistol rounds. Especially with the reset being a possibility right now. Forest by coming in from the BadGuys. Double MP9 boosted in towards the ladder. I actually like that, especially if they want to go for a B split here on the T side. And if you want to get inside of window, you're not going to be ready for this. Hadji, Vladen, the first two. Bristol winning the lady with a double refrag, but Hadji still in towards the ladder. Still a threat. Still bomb dropped. Refrag comes in finally. But this is such a chaotic one. It's so difficult to make a decision right now. You know Warrow's alive with the scout. You haven't spotted him out. Vladen's picked up a kill in towards the palace area, but you really favor your chances to just sprint towards the back of the B bomb side. I don't think so. You don't want to get lost in the sauce. You'd rather take your foot off the gas pedal. Slow things down a little bit. Try and look for an opening. Try and look for an overstep coming out of a CT. But do they overstep? They don't really need to, right? Warrow's got the cross in towards short. He's got Vladen making sure that no one's going to get boosted in towards the window and come in towards the back lines for Kitchen. Warrow's just going to keep posted, stay posted, and gets a headshot. That's exactly what you needed. Attack would have been good, but a kill and a tag on top of it. Make that a double tag. Warrow's just going to run him down. This is perfectly done. And even if you keep him away from the AVP, he can find that impact on Mirage, even with the scout. I was just gonna say, if Warrow gets a tag and stays alive there, he's done enough to make this round doable. Well, guess what? He can go even further. And that's why we said it's such a cool call to go for the double boost in towards ladder, right? Because a lot of teams are gonna do that in the second round. Even if they realize, especially when they realize you forced up, they're gonna try and get up short, prioritize the long range fight. And then suddenly, if you're trying to boost window to deal with the scout, you know, make sure you make Warrow uncomfortable. There is one MP9 in towards ladder recovering from that, and if you're trying to scale up short and compensate for potentially the lost player in towards window because of that ladder MP9, there's another MP9 waiting for you in towards the ladder position. Again, second one. So, yeah, those are the good ideas. Hold on a second. There's no way, right? I was just gonna say that's not even a full investment coming out of Ecstatic. It's just a couple upgraded pistols with a little bit of armor. Nixon doesn't even have armor going into this one. They've still been able to bring it down to a 2v2. Pick up 2 rifles. Vladen's hearing all the steps. They should know he could have aggressed in towards the B apartments, though, and they have an idea. The bomb will go down. This is no question, unless Yimby's actually taking his time right now. They should know Vladen could have just been behind the Molotov. Ignoring it for now. There goes the kill. Vladen strikes. The Nixon in the 1 versus 2 clutch. There goes the first one. Turns around for a second. Ecstatic. We've picked up another one. There's no end to the chaos. There's no end to the craziness. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 2025 Counter-Strike. That is why we call it the Frost and Fire, because you never know what you're getting, and the changes are so rapid. It's always changing, it's always shifting. And it's exponential changes as well. You think you know what's coming? Guess again. You think it's gonna be fire, it's frostbite. We're anticipating the ice. And it's Inferno. Well, it's not Inferno anymore, but you get the idea. So, 9 rounds. I don't mind the call from the BadGuys, though. You go for the forest buy. You fully stack the A bomb site. He hopes to replay that force into the next one. If you're Ecstatic, you don't really want to throw your lives away. I get that getting the kills would really make a world of a difference. It would make it a lot easier for you to pick up the next round, but then in the meantime, you don't want to throw yourselves out there, especially with the rifles. And that's why you see them just send it in with the SMGs, but the moment that the SMGs got dealt with, now the rifles are going to be a little bit more passive, and actually Haji losing his life there is going to make a bit of a difference going into the next one. That means that you're going to have only a 5-7 and a FAMAS to work with on the side of the bad guys. And yeah, again, as we said, the idea is not bad. You go for a forest buy, you stack up a bomb site. If they go in towards A, you probably have an above 50% chance to pick up the round. If they go B, you just hold on to it. But Ecstatic are still able to, with minimal sacrifices, get 4 or 3, actually, sorry, of the guns and hold on to all their rifles. Now going for an A execution. The bad guys do have a bit of a stack going on, though. Thing is, majority are pistols, so as long as you use your utility properly, as long as you don't overlook any angles, you should be good. Even against the stacked bomb site, or 2K through the smoke, actually able to get one. Sapik with another one onto the 5-7. This one is already looking fairly scrappy. Sapik gets up a double. Whirl with another one, pushing through the smoke, and this one is just falling apart on the scenes. What a blunder, Ecstatic. This is going to leave a mark. Oh no. And just when it felt like it was starting to get a bit more solid. Just when it felt like we were reaching the point of logic. There is no logic here. There's only flamboyance. There's only fire. And fireworks. That's been the name of the game here on Mirage. Round for round, play for play. I don't even feel like the players needed a morning coffee to get a shock into the system. This map of Mirage is hit harder than a triple espresso. And I stand by that statement. What a fast-paced game it has been. There's been so many shifts, and Haji's looking to finally put an end to it. Elevated angle on top of the smoke. Are they going to be ready for something like that, though? The moment that the smoke fades, he decides to stay in. That's such a big risk coming out of Haji. Now they've spotted out Vladen. They know they've lost all their presence in towards the B-bomb side, so they should be aware of the possibility of a TV push. Never mind. Waro up close and personal. No one's looking. It's the first one. Bristow has to get a refract, and the no-scope won't connect. They still know where Vladen is, though. Flash comes in. Vladen's looking for more. Looking to be the hero once again. Looking to be the one to keep them alive, but not is there with a refract. And if you rotate down in towards that B-bomb side right now, you might not be ready for an Alele. He's going to be so quick in here. Not going to be called by Sapik. This is safely towards the back of the bomb side. Bomb plant acquired. At least you get the money for the next one. Full reset. Not really a possibility anymore. Oh my god! What a one-tap! Where does that one come from? And now they know exactly where Sapik is coming from as well. You're not getting consecutive rounds, bad guys. You're not getting any financial security. All that you're getting is an Alele, Christo, and Nut right up in your faces. 10 rounds, Ecstatic. Bad guys, go back to your caves and start counting money, because you're gonna need it for the next round. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. And once again, by the way, look at how reliable Christo is. You need him to hit one no-scope in the round, and he does it. If he doesn't get that kill, and we're not even talking about how nasty of a one-tap that was from Nut. This is insane. Bad guys at least have been able to build up a stable enough economy, and Haji solid for the first pickup. A three-man setup in towards the B-bomb side, but TNB is the one they might not be ready for. All of them have their backs turned. TNB gets one more. Needs a double, though. Flashes are absolutely perfect. Hachi goes down. Oh, still towards the back of the bomb side. Needs to hit the shot. Warrel's not ready for Crystal jumping up. And this one is falling apart once again. Crystal's picked up the AVP, and he's posted on the Ango smoke. Going to isolate it for a little while, but they know where Sapik is because of the spam. Need to be careful. They've been able to get that bomb side. A 3 versus 2 pulse plan. This is the one that could make the difference right now, Ecstatic, and they know it. And they're gonna let the bad guys save. They're gonna let them call this one off. You don't feel like risking. You don't feel like playing in a round like that. Money is out. You've drained the savings accounts. It's just Sapik and Patty left. 2 M4, smoke, flash, diffuse kit. This is everything. And the loss bonus is not really there, is it? It's not gonna be a minimum 1, sure. But it's not the 3400 either. It's been such a narrow exchange of rounds so far in that second half, and you already know it, folks. When you see a roller coaster of a force by war, round for round for round for round, in repetitive succession, the one on the receiving end is oftentimes the CT team. The moment that you lose 2 in a row, the moment that you drop the ball financially, everything goes downhill. And at least they're able to hold on to 2 of the rifles. At least you're gonna have those 2 premium M4s, the FAMAs, the MP9s, a little bit of util. But they're reading into it again, and this time it's not the right one. They had a 3-man setup in towards the B bomb side last time around, couldn't hold on, and they have it again, but this time it's gonna be an A-Rap. Sapik and Patty is the 2 M4's position here, and they need to go absolutely nuclear. Sapik needs more than 1. 1 and done is not gonna cut it. Simply not good enough. They're starting to woke up. Sapik, gotta be careful. Flash, absolutely perfect. They don't get the kill though, and Sapik's gonna get 1. Make that a double, nearly a triple, and Warrel's gonna rotate in. This one might hold on in the end of the day, but Nut hasn't said his final word. Fristo still in towards the jungle. Nut ready to support. Bomb gonna make its way back to the bomb site safely. Another smoke to secure it for now. They're gonna double up, play this one together, try and stay close to one another, close to each other. As the bad guys approach that retake, 2 players coming out of jungle, 1 coming out of stairs. No kid. Actually, War2K's picked up 1, so they do have the time on their side. 3 smokes as well. You can smoke off Palace, you can smoke off ramp, you can smoke the bomb. You have so much utility to work with, and that Molotov on Crystal, that's gonna get neutralized. It's all about getting the kills now if you're Ecstatic. You gotta go for the beam. Flash goes high, it's perfectly timed. There goes the first one. Nut just holding mouse 1, able to straight out a second one, and a tap on the bomb. He's gonna try and stick it, but Crystal says no more play. Ecstatic get 12, and the bad guys get only to spare. And financial chains. Those clutches, you're gonna come back to. You're going to remember all of them. And how impactful Nut and Cristo have been in those 2vx situations. Every single time their team is in a disadvantage, they're able to come in with the goods. And come in big. Cristo, another opening kill. Sapik with the refrag, but you shut down Patty. And now you know that's the A anchor out of the equation. You can just storm, scale up. You know exactly where Sapik is, and look at Crystal. He's playing with so much confidence right now. Nothing can stop him, even with a rifle in hands. 20 kills under his name. But look at that from the bad guys. Double pushing towards the ramp right now. Vlad and Haji coming out of the back lines. This is something you might not be ready for. And you're going to be ready for the play. Are you going to be ready for 2 of them? Even if you get that first kill. Even if Vlad goes down and he won't. DMB gets bested. Vladen with a double. And now you need Cristo and Nut once again. You need that explosive duo in the clutch. Nate right on top. Vladen's the dead man walking. And it's just Hachi left. And there's no more play. You gotta feel like they were thinking about it. They were considering it. And Cristo's just gonna walk away. Hachi knows where both those T's are. But they're just not giving him anything. They're not giving him any fights. They're not giving him an inch to work with. Spray transfer in desperation, but the time is not on his side. He doesn't have a kid. He doesn't have a chance, even if he gets the kill, and he won't even do that. Nut with another. this game and going into the season, I would say for the eyeballers, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. It's a marathon. You're looking at the long-term success potentially, but for now, you don't really mind a good start to it against the 9 team that has been looking fairly impressive. And talking about impressive, Fabian has been one of the more impressive elements, and he's already picked up his first kill of the map and of the series. Boy, quick to respond to that, but Refresh already rotated in, and look at that from BobXD coming in from the back lines. That bomb is not going down, and now you realize it. BobXD gets another one, Refresh with one more. That just keep on 7 HP left, and he's gonna get dealt with fairly quickly by Refresh as well. So Nine pick up their first round on the CT side of Anubis, and as we said, this is a team that we're expecting to see a lot of proactive Counter-Strike out of, right? Especially now with Barry being added, but even if you want to have it as a given that he's going to need a little bit of time before showing his real influence to the team, Rouse as an in-game leader has always been an IGL that's able to put the pieces around him really nicely and initiate a lot of those proactive plays on the CT side. And his CT side teams have never been, his CT sides, whenever he's IGL the team, have never been stagnated. They've never been too stationary. They've always been really proactive, always really aggressive, always really assertive in the way that they play. That's something that obviously helps you out big time when you're talking about Anubis and how much of a T-sided map it is, but you know what they say, Anubis is, it's kind of like back in the day looking at a team on Nuke, right? Even nowadays, but back in the day when Nuke was even more CT-sided than it is nowadays, when you would see a team get 4 or 5 rounds on the T side of Nuke, you'd say, yeah, this is a good Nuke team. This is a team that knows ball. And that's exactly the feeling that you're getting out of 9 with their Anubis games most of the time. And exactly the feeling you're getting out of a team that's able to consistently put on good CT sides on Anubis, something that 9 have been doing. You're looking at 5 out of their last 6 Anubises they've been able to win. You're looking at games and wins against Apogee, Unity, The Alliance, Koi, Aurora, Youngblood, the last team that was able to take them down being Into the Breach. And as we said, it's been quite a while since 9 have actually lost the map even. We're not even talking about a series. They've won 9 maps in a row as of right now. 4 of those in best of 3s, 1 of them in a BO1. And the eyeballers are gonna be trying to break that streak. Dex has got a good idea on this one. Dealing with Rosin towards middle is going to be a key part of the success here potentially for the side of the eyeballers on the T side. As we said, the moment that you get Rouse comfortable in towards middle on the CT side, the moment that you let him go for plays, the moment that you let him take all that space and hold on to that piece of the map by himself, then you know that there's going to be a lot more going on in towards A and towards B. They're going to be a lot heavily guarded. Dealing with him early on, definitely gonna help weaken those bomb sites. But look at that from 9. Group up, you re-clear middle, BobXD pushes A main and gets a kill. And it feels like you're one step ahead, but the T's still making up their mind. The bomb is in front of that A bomb site, but Eyeballer is still pretty separated, and there's only 30 seconds. They need to make up their minds, and they are making up their minds. It's going to be a B play, but 9 are already here. Already one step ahead. Poi with a big pick up onto Mantu. That's going to open up a lot of space for them. Still, the rotations are going to be fairly quick. Bomb will go down this time around. And the question here is, do 9 really want to play for that retake? Probably if they find a free kill or an early kill, they might want to refresh. Just spamming through the smoke. This is a big pick up onto JW. Fuse kits available, 2 flashes, no smoke, no molotov. They would have loved that extra piece of Yuto, and Poi is on an absolute rampage so far this round. Another kill found out from Connector, and he's only the ruse from Connector, by the way. He's just one of 2 players there, so at this point I feel like 9 have realized this round is pretty much unwinnable. Might be better off by just backing off. And there goes the first one. Okay, so the key part here is whether the eyeballers are going to be able to keep up that pace, right? What we've seen so far, we've seen 1 early opening kill, courtesy of Dexon towards middle. That dealt with Rouse, and even though 9 felt like they had the right read to the situation, Poi was still able to open up some good space in towards B. So we're seeing a nice early opening from Dex to create space in towards middle, and then we're seeing Poi bring in the goods in the mid round. This is something that they will need throughout their entire T side though, and throughout that entire matchup. So now they slow down the pace a little bit. Default being brought in. The thing is, the previous round was just a bonus for 9, so now you get Manto on an AVP, you get everyone else on the M4s as well. This is going to be the real test to see if the Eyeballers can really pick up the slack here on the T side. And as of right now, they are allowing their individuals to have a little bit of space to work with, but not ready for the AVP. Manto picks up Dex. That's another player spotted in towards the tempo right now. So you could make an educated guess. There was only 2 defenders in towards the B-bomb side. Thing is, Rouse is going to make his way back really quickly. Faven forced into a fight here by the Molotov, and it's a fight that he doesn't win. On the other side of the map, there goes another one. Open position. Manto can't afford to miss a shot, and that flick is lightning quick. Refresh with another one onto point. They're just being picked apart right now, the Eyeballers. Going for a lot of individual fights around the map, and just now they're going to start scaling up the B-bomb side. They don't seem to realize Refresh is still towards the back of the bomb side. No, actually, Deli clears him out. This is a big one. Rouse gives away his position with the Molotov. They already knew the rotation was in there, and Deli's so low on HP, but he will get aggressive, and Rouse taking the steps going back towards CT. This is going to bait JW into pushing, though, and he's going to be fading the smoke. Is Rouse going to be ready for this? That's the only question. Does he realize he's walking right past him? He seems to read into it, but JW is still a little bit quicker on the trigger, and now locked in towards connector. Manto coming out in a 1v2. He's got a smoke, he's got a flash, and an HE. He spotted both those players now. He knows exactly what he's working with and what he's working against. There goes the first one, and Deli's low on HP. There goes the top, and Manto's just gonna stick it off the bomb. No scope connects into the headshot, and this one has just started off with a nuclear 1v2 from Manto. You can always count on the pole for a 1v2 clutch like that. That is honestly heartbreaking for the Eyeballers to start it off. How well they played that post plan as well, right? Deli, even though he was so low on HP, takes the initiative, wins another fight onto the side player, pushes in towards CT. JW gets the kill onto Rouse. The bomb was just not planted for them, though. And Manto deploys the smoke, gets the kill onto JW, taps the bomb a second time, needed that non-scope to work out, and he lands the headshot. It's the big money play from Manto early on in the game, and they know the money is going to be really low now on the 9 side, the Eyeballers. The buy is going to come, and obviously the plant was secured, so you have enough finances to go for another one if you're on the Swedish side of things. But it's definitely not encouraging seeing that Manto's going to be pulling off rounds like those early stages. Or in the early stages, do I say? Talking about him. He's thinking about getting ahead of the smoke to go for a bit of a peek. Hearing the Mac 10 on the other side, though, definitely doesn't really motivate you to keep on going forward. Still gonna hold on to that aggressive fan, go towards the back, headshot, player jumping, walking on ice. Manto's still posted on the other side, still looking to challenge. He's got the support of a rifle there, still gotta be careful, able to get the first one. Refract needs to come in, there goes Rouse. A quick 1-2 punch, they get a 2 for 1. You know there was at least one more in towards middle, that is Poi. Isolated, gotta be careful. There goes the reaggression once again. Bob XD's just gonna walk down. Big kill, Bob finds it. He's gonna keep pushing forward. Pressing, getting more space. Deli does get the refrag, but he might not be ready for Rouse to have repositioned in towards that camera position. Never mind, Deli with a double, but there's even more. Every single time it feels like the Eyeballers go for a fight, there's one more player of 9 ready to welcome them. One more player they're not ready for. And Fab is already rotated in as well. This is so difficult to keep track of if you're the Eyeballers. Fight after fight after fight. This is the proactiveness that we were talking about coming out of 9. And this is honestly early on a worrying sign here for the Eyeballers. It's the level of comfortability. Even if a missed shot comes in from Manto, he's able to fight back. And there's so many of his teammates around the corner ready to compensate for it. It feels like even if they're taking chances right now, they're all calculated risks for 9. That is the most important thing. If you want to play proactive Counter-Strike, up in your face Counter-Strike, or up in the faces of your opponents, you gotta know what you're sacrificing, and you gotta know how to, I guess, play the game of probabilities, right? You're not gonna be able to pull off those plays with no risk, but at least make sure that you're taking the necessary precautions that you can, and right now that's exactly what they're doing. This is an insane hold coming out of Refresh. Nice find by Dex's Tico, make it a double. Dex, this was looking really spicy there for a second. If he gets the third one onto Bob XD, there might have been something for him in this round. So far, 9 have started this year with a really solid CT side here on Anubis. And as we said, for both those teams, I mean, especially for a team like 9, we did say that the Eyeballers could be looking at 2025 as an opportunity for kind of like a new beginning, right? For 9, this is an opportunity to, I guess, hit a home run straight away, right? Just put their foot in the door early on in 2025. Show that they're coming in to play. Show that they're coming in to win. Show that they're here to make that project finally work. As much as for the Eyeballers, I feel like it's going to need a couple weeks, maybe a couple months before Pizza's impact will be felt in the server. Another round and another buy coming in for the Eyeballers, obviously. The previous one was just a half buy with the pistols, the armor. Now you're testing them with the guns once again, but you're already looking at 5 rounds on the CT side, and every single other one that you let them get into the first half is going to feel like a massive mental reset and a massive reset for your chances, a stoppage for your chances here on the T side of Anubis. That's a great lead coming out of Void. Lovely jiggle, baits Bob XD into a fight that he didn't really want to get into. Still, you have the right read. Fab and Rouse, 2 more players towards the back of that A-bomb side. It's really heavily guarded. There goes Rouse, ready to welcome them as they make their way through the smokes, but he's not ready for the second one. Oh, misses the shot. JW gets a double out of it, but a refract through the smoke is going to set up Refresh for a potential 1 versus 1 clutch against Boy. 2 kills already under the young Swede's name, and he needs to hold on against one of the most clutch players in the server right now, if not the most clutch player in the server. All the experience in the world, and Refresh has spot him out. Molotov available as well, but he's staying with his gun out, waiting for Boy to crack, waiting for him to give him a fight, and that's exactly what Boy does, but he gives him a headshot with it. Another clutch, and this time is played to perfection by the Eyeballers representative, and it's Boy to come in clutch with the goods. 18-year-old Boy to step it up for the second round here. It is the double from JW as well. It required a lot of heroics this one. It wasn't an easy one to convert, but they're damn sure going to be feeling good about it. And as we said, at this point, beggars can't be choosers, right? You feel like you've already allowed 9 to get away with way too much on that CT side and way too quickly, but you can still give it a fight. You can still put up a pretty respectful showing here on the T side, unless you drop it against the force buy here. It's an opportunity to reset the CT side economy, and exactly what you need is a clean entry. He make it a double with the help of Boy. They lose 1 in the process, but still puts them in a really good position, especially with the M4 being dropped in towards A main right now. Mantu might try and drop his FAMAS back and get his hands on an M4, but it feels a little bit too risky. Faven is not close enough to actually get his hands on that rifle. Mantu will try and recover it alongside some pieces of utility. There goes the smoke. Thing is, you might need to, or you might want to re-aggress into this one. Even with the smoke, you don't want to block them off. You don't want to guard them or force them to go for that B bomb site. You don't want to navigate them back. You want to push forward and potentially clear out Heap and get that kill. But if you overlook him, Heap might be able to get away with both those kills. Actually, it's just a 1 and done, but the Ope is nearby. JW with a kill and even spots out the last and remaining player. Deli in a good position for the final piece of the puzzle when the Eyeballers get a 3rd on the board. It's good for a bit of a hat trick. Potentially a 4th round here on the T side as well as we approach financial deterioration for 9. I say we approach it, we're already here. There's no money left for the CT side. Now it feels like the eyeballers are starting to get cooking here on the offense. The big issue is, once again, as we said, that 9, even if they end up losing all the rounds until the end, they're still probably going to be fairly content with what they've been able to achieve. Nine rounds in, and you're already looking at 5 CT side with a little bit of room for improvement, of course. This one, if you're the eyeballers, you just want to let Dex and Heap have a little bit of fun with the Mac 10s potentially. Farm up that nice cash. They have the right idea. Heap is just gonna run into 4 USPs any moment now. Well, 3 USPs and a P250 to be precise, and I'm not sure if he's gonna like the surprise. Really depends. Dex spots out another one. They will try their best to hunt them down. Running out of ammo. This is tricky. It's scrappy. And they get 3 kills. Both of them go down though, so I'm not really sure if you've won too much. It's not too big of a waste though. I mean, it was just the SMGs and they're going to be able to upgrade themselves onto rifles, so it's alright. This one here is the money round though. And what we saw from 9, I mean, 9 is a team that now has established that level of comfortability with Faven and BobXD on the team to be able to dominate others. We talked about a streak of consecutive wins, thus the stake odds being heavily in favor of the 9 team, but there's been some decent teams they've been able to best in there. Looking at Anonymo, Apogee, Unity, 500. All of those without dropping the map, but this round is looking really good out of JW and the eyeballers. You put JW in the pocket, he's going to be able to make it worth your while. Boosted on the opening, runs down a second one in the meantime. Dex finds another. This is already looking like a decent D-side out of the eyeballers, right? It makes you wonder what could have happened had they been able to get their foot in the door a little bit earlier before 9 getting a 5-1 lead, but it is still looking respectful, right? They go off of spawn, not really spreading around. They probably found out that the defaults were not really cutting it for them. And right now, what the eyeballers are doing is actually fairly smart, right? You're, as we said, you're just playing as a unit. You're keeping it simple. When you spread out and play the default, you're allowing 9 to explore the map a little bit more. Go for their aggressive plays. Go for the mid-round pushes that they might want to and they feel comfortable with, but just like that, you group up, you go for off of spawn calls, you deal with them with a couple nice clean openings. The spacing is good for refrags, if any are needed. They were needed in this round. You leave 9 down to just 1 M4 in the hands of Refresh. It is looking solid. And the longer you're going to be able to keep some of those individuals of 9 at bay, the better for you. I mean, I know Refresh is onto a banger of a start here with a 15-4, but you're looking at, let's say, Faven, who hasn't been able to get too much action. Mantu had a couple big rounds, but not too much from him either. And individually speaking, Faven, Mantu, and BobXD have been the best performing players of 9 in the last 1 month. Pretty much since Faven and BobXD joined the project. Yeah, Refresh has been really stepping it up in towards the B-bomb side, and again, he felt like he had to take the initiative, but this time he's going to get quickly ejected. Courtesy of JW's AVP. Another opener. That's twice now JW has been able to win a fight against the rifle to get his team into a 5v4, and I guess this is another example of the impact that JW is able to bring to the table. Not only being the in-game leader and the oper, but being a really aggressive T-side oper as well. Let's see though, this one still going. Heap. Clean shot onto BobXD. Make sure he gets bodied, and the same thing happens to Mantu as Faven's gonna be the 1 man left. Has to ace clutch this one if he wants to pick it up. At this point though, holding on to the AVP is definitely one to consider. Unless he gets given a free kill in the next couple of seconds, but that's simply not going to happen. They know exactly where he was. Deli safely crossing in towards that A-bomb site from the carpets area. And with Faven being isolated, this is the Eyeballers now getting another one on that T side. It's been a great streak. It's been a really high-tempo game of Counter-Strike. And I think this is a great example of the discrepancy and I guess the amplitude of styles between the previous game and this one. You're looking at the opening series of the day. I guess Ecstatic known to be a lot more of a structured, slower team, and then you're looking at both 9 and the Eyeballers, traditionally a lot quicker, traditionally a lot more aggressive, a lot more explosive. Obviously, we can't say a lot about the bad guys as they were more of a mixed team, and it kind of felt like they were forced to play the game of Ecstatic in that previous series. But even though there was a lot of chaos in that game as well, I gotta say, but this one has been fairly rapid. You're looking at only 24 minutes and we're already halfway there. And if you're an Eyeballers fan, you can definitely see a world where they get 7 rounds here on the T side and then a pistol round. You can start dreaming. This time though, JW gonna get denied getting that early opening in towards middle. It was Mantle with the AVP posted, but they're playing to double up with Refresh in towards the B-bomb side, and that's something that the T's were not ready for. Keep Deli trying to fight their way back into it, and they might as well be given an opportunity here. Especially if you get that kill onto the connector player, and that's exactly what they do. Deli. Double again, looking for a third. Flash actually does catch Bob XD, but the smoke didn't let Deli go deep enough and actually catch that CT. Another flash and another one. That is going to hit the mark perfectly. That was a 2v5, and this is now Mantu trying to deny in a 1v2 clutch. First kill is his. Ball planter on the second, spots him out, misses with the ult. Tag back. It was the thing through the wall, so not a lot of damage, but it's the one-tap coming out of the Tech 9 from Deli. And it's a 4-piece from the young Swede. Eyeballers. 7 on that T side, 6 in a row. What a miraculous comeback into that first half. Opening, refresh through the smoke. That's a 3 versus 5. That's a 2v5 after Rouse gets the kill on 2 decks. And Heap and Deli are able to bring that one back. The flash play in towards connector to deal with Bob XD as well twice to that. The first time the smoke didn't let him get the kill. They went for it again. Now it's 9 on the T side. A lot to play for. Quicker round and towards the B-bomb side they go, but boy, close and personal. There goes one, make it a second. B presence dealt with, Dex through the smoke, finds another one, and this one is quickly falling apart on the scenes. Refresh with a double to try and bring it back, but Dex is just tapping away, and he's still hitting some insane shots going into the second half of Counter-Strike. Eyeballers, they are for real right now. This one it's suddenly looking a lot more competitive than it probably was supposed to, and it suddenly feels like that 5-1 lead for 9 at the start has just gone down the drain. Because it has. 7 rounds in a row. For the Eyeballers. And we keep counting. And we were praising JW for the amount of times that he was able to find an opening kill for his players, but we gotta say, kill distribution wise, that has been an incredible performance from the Eyeballers so far. JW is the bottom fragger with 7 kills, even though he was able to find all that impact. Top frag Dex on 11, everyone else is in between. That's the definition of a functional team right there. Everyone is pulling their weight here for the Eyeballers. Everyone's bringing in the goods in the firepower department. And Deli's there to make sure that this anti-eco conversion is going to be as clean as it gets. Boy, the only one to go down, but they don't lose the premium rifle in the meantime, so it's all good. 9-5, and I could understand why we haven't seen a tactical timeout out of 9 so far, right? The first half, you were still able to get 5 rounds on the CT side. Feels good enough, even though you probably feel like you should have gotten more. But now you just lose a pistol round and an anti-eco. No panic stations yet, but you need to make that first 5 round work on the T side. Stakeouts now. Siding with eyeballers a little bit. You can understand why. Look at the double pushing towards B main. This is something that Refresh hasn't spotted yet. Needs to get both those kills, but it's just the one and done. Nice refract coming out of Dex. And even though Refresh gets that information, even though he gets the kill, look at the blocking towards that A bomb site right now from Point. Deploys the smoke instantly. He knows that it's really likely for reactions. Just a couple flashes and HE. You have a kid, but you don't have a smoke, and they don't give you an early opening. You're already calling this one off. This was one that was much needed from 9. And I think they realized that their reaction was good. But the eyeballers still had it figured out, right? The double pushing towards main, you get a 1-for-1, this is the fight. If Boy wins that one, then they probably don't even push through the smoke there. They probably just stay locked out of the A-bomb site. It's just a singular fight. And you could probably say that Boy had to stay a bit more passive. Maybe didn't realize that was a possibility. It is unfortunate because you know what he's going for, right? He's trying to reposition in towards heaven, make sure he plays it even safer, but in the moment of transitioning to try and play it safer, he actually offers himself up and opens up an avenue into the bomb site. And still, it all comes down to a couple narrow fights, right? JW was close to getting a double kill. Boy was close to winning that fight. So you can't say that the eyeballers played a bad round of Counter-Strike. Quite the opposite. You could say they didn't win some of the key fights, though. And they're not out of the defense just yet, though. Refresh on 20 kills and no one else even on double digits. We're talking about BobXD, the inspiring Counter-Strike he's been playing since joining that 9 team, and how solid he was on Joni Speeds as well. We're talking about Faven. He's been the highest rated player of the team since joining. Both of them have been struggling to bring up that same level. JW one step ahead. Oh, moving closer. Gotta be quick enough. And is quick enough. First kill going his way. Now you know where JW is. The thing is, you might spot him in towards tempo and assume there's gonna be only one rifle in towards the A-bomb side. That could be the big undoing. Deli actually walking through the smoke here. This is really invested. There's no way they're expecting 2 more players in towards A right now. Even if they find Heat, he just needs to make sure he's the first one to go in line, and they're not gonna be ready for the rifle of Dex. This is such a difficult one to read into if you're 9 right now. You realize you're just walking into a stack. You're walking into so many bodies on the A-bomb side. And Dex is gonna get the necessary support. Another headshot, jump shot. Wishful thinking, still staying alive, man, to finally to break that A defense down. The bomb will go down in the 2 versus 2. JW finally wayward with a shot. That is going to win a lot of time for Point to get up close and personal. JW just needs to make sure he doesn't go down here, and he's not ready for refresh. It's a perfect kill. Timing caught, and Refresh is ready for the camera play. Point gonna try and isolate the fights. There goes the first one. Is he ready for another? He's not looking towards the bomb side. He thinks that Matt's pushed into War CT as well, but he's gonna get given an opportunity here. Thinking about the bomb side being a possibility, looking for him, and Mantu goes for the peak. Boy, there was an opportunity. There was a moment there. But Mantu's able to stand tall in the clutch. Denies the youngster. But look at that defense from Dex. That headshot onto the main player was absolutely filthy. The Eyeballers really want an upset win here on Anubis. You can tell they really do. All of them individually as well were stepping it up. Dex has been playing a great game. Poi has had a lot of good moments. Deli as well. The youngsters are looking sharp right now. And that was one of the, I think, bigger expectations out of the Eyeballers team once you saw those roster changes as well, right? You're like, okay, they're freshening up. But the main thing is, it probably started feeling a little bit stagnant towards the end of the previous iteration. So when you see all of those 20-ish year old guys join the team, you're thinking, okay, there's going to be a lot of firepower. There's going to be a lot of fresh air coming into the team now, right? Should be feeling a lot more rejuvenated. That's what we've been seeing so far on Anubis. Being able to keep it really close. And the reason we're not probably getting too overhyped about that T side of 9, which, to be fair, has been looking strong in terms of the rounds picked up, is the fact that there's been a lot of rounds going down to the wire. The Eyeballers are still doing damage. They're still bringing it close. The question here is whether the Eyeballers are going to be able to finally take it over the finishing line, or the fact that they haven't been able to convert on any of those clutches will come back to bite them. Oftentimes, all it takes is one comfortable round for the T side. One round in which 9 just walk into a bomb site and delete the Eyeballers, force them into a save. For the energy in this one to shift completely. It starts to feel a little bit uncomfortable for Deli towards the B bomb side. That's why he's starting to press forward, but he's spotting out the nades being thrown in by Refresh. Gotta be careful not to offer your life away for free. Deli get a little bit of support as well. Hope misses the first one. Counterport to miss the second, and Mantu won't miss it. Deli gets the kill. That's gonna leave Poi into a 1v2, and it's not one he's gonna be able to make work. And I say Deli gets the kill. It was actually Dex in towards that B bomb side. Unfortunately for him, it was just the one and done. And that's when you start feeling a little bit more comfortable now if you're a 9 fan, right? Even with the missed shot from Mantu, he's able to recover, hit that first one. You spot out the molly, you know there was a second player coming in. Mantu gets a double. Dex gets run down towards the back of the bomb side. You get this one, you keep 4 alive. You feel like you've started building somewhat of a foundation. Keep is a lucky man they didn't decide to exit T-spawn a little bit deeper, by the way. I know the money on the T side wasn't fantastic before the end of this one, but had they decided to turn the corner, he would have been a dead man for sure, even if he gets 1 or 2 kills. Still, the safe will put the Eyeballers in a good enough situation in terms of a potential half-buy with hero rifles. Still a winnable round. You just need to get an early opening. You need to find a way to put those M4s into good use. The stake calls again have shifted, this time back in towards the logical favorite, I guess, of 9. Look at that for Mantu. Realizing there's not enough money for an AVP on the CT side, he just feels like he can challenge everything. That's a really aggressive play coming out of the rifle. Refresh. Opening kill acquired. But that feels like it's just going to be another one going in favor of 9 here. You get the early 1-for-1, but it's still so much pressure being put onto the B-bomb side, and they were ready for the reaction of the Eyeballers. The CT is just forced to go for plays elsewhere on the map, and 9 just felt like they were ready for all of them. You shut down the mid push. Shut down the B rotation, and suddenly you're good. Keep index. Would have loved to get involved with those M4s a little bit more, but unfortunately we'll have to call it a day. Not for Dex, he's gonna get a little bit of action in the end of it. Still gotta be careful. You want to hold on to those. Close bonus is the maximum one at this point, so you're looking at 3,400. Will be enough to get you on a good buy JW on an AVP, but it's still a lot better if you're able to hold on to a couple of rifles, and that's a lovely spray down coming out of Faven. Flash going high. Didn't really blind both of them fully, but they line up and it makes life a lot easier for Faven to get that double, and he's been able to pick up the numbers a little bit. Obviously, you can't look past the main man of Refresh, who's on a 24 and 11 right now. But it's still nice to see some of the other individuals of 9 getting a little bit of action. Man 2 Faven. Especially with Inferno coming up. Although historically Inferno's always been a really good map for Refresh, so there's no signs of him slowing down, I'm afraid, for the eyeballers. There won't be any signs of anything optimistic left for that Anubis unless you win this one. JW not ready for the white sway. It's Refresh once again to get a kill, but Faven with a team kill and another one coming out of Dex. This one is suddenly down to a 3 versus 3 here. I've got no clue how. Yay, bomb site is still under a lock and key for the T's though, it feels like. Dex is low on HP. He's been forced to give this one away. At least he's secured a bit of a chance. Thing is, Refresh has been so patient in towards middle. He hasn't moved the muscle. The moment that the bomb goes down, actually, he's decided to give up on this one. The one thing he knows for sure, there's no one coming in from the flank, right? So both his teammates can just focus entirely on CT and on camera for the time being. And the U2 is going to slow down the CTs for a little bit longer. HE on Refresh. Still not in a position to actually be used in support as the retake starts coming in. Rouse, first line of contact, head spotted for Dex. Should be a free kill. Does he get a second? Not quite for now, but there goes the AVP of Mantu. And now with the 1-2, it's just a bait and switch, but Mantu doesn't even need the switch of Refresh. He's going to make sure to put an end to this with the AVP in hand. It's a double coming out of him once again. And this one is slowly but surely starting to fall apart here for the eyeballers. It was a great effort on the CT side, and it still is, right? They're still able to bring a lot of those rounds close. Still giving it a really good fight. But they are running out of steam. And can you really fault them? Refresh has been having an absolute blinder of a performance than everyone else. Starting to get rolling right now. Quick pace in towards middle. Defrag acquired, and Refresh is just not losing fights right now. He is the final boss of this. You want to win a round, you gotta take Refresh down, and unfortunately that's not been an easy task so far. He's got 27 kills. You could be going for 30 bomb here. In regulation. Just for reference, Refresh is on 27. The two top frags on the side of the eyeballers are Deli and Dex. No, it's Dex and Poise, sorry. And they're combining for 32. 32 kills across your two best performing players. And a single player on the enemy team has 27. That is the definition of a hyper carry performance. And what can you really do about it? I mean, you just lay back and enjoy the show as well, even though the jokes are on you, I guess. The one thing you're hoping for right now is not to see the eyeballers get discouraged out after that Anubis if they end up falling down, of course. As we said, there's been a lot of close rounds, so you're not completely overlooking the possibility of an overtime here, but that ends up being the final round of competition. You hopefully are expecting a good performance on Inferno as well. It's been a much closer game than a lot might have been expecting here on Anubis, and if it wasn't for Refresh's performance, you never know how close that one could have been. Swing through the smoke. Oh no, Refresh has got a bit of a timing and is just falling apart once again. They know exactly what's going on. Refresh, Fab, and Mantu strike in unison. As this map looks done and dusted. Bombing, these are the steps as well. There goes the first one. Headshot connects. Second one is just the one tap. to go all the way. Pistol round in towards B they go, and the counter flashes is absolutely perfect. BadGuys is just mowing them down with the Julies. Actually mows down only 2 of them, but that should be good enough. Rouse goes down in the meantime. Casualties for the CT side, quite minimum, but the eyeballers lose 2, they get 1, redirecting towards the A-bomb side, where Faven hasn't really moved from the long copy, and he's been, as we said, the highest rated player on that 9 team since joining, especially on Inferno. 128 over the couple maps that he's played, and he's already opened up kill count for himself. There goes the first one. Refract coming out of Delhi. Rotation though. Mansu towards the back of the bomb site. Still all alone. Needs to try and fight his time for as long as possible. But Delhi's picked up a double in the meantime. Long smoke. On the top of the bomb. They're trying to force them to go for the fight here. And that's exactly what is happening. And Boy and Delhi tapping away to get that by the finishing line. Missed round going in favor of the eyeballers, exactly what you needed, and it's a triple kill coming out of Delhi. And you know what, at the start of this is something that I was doing before the end of the season with the South American Frost and Fire. We were having some caster chat interactions here, so we're gonna run a bit of a survey for all of you guys. Type 1 in the chat if you think 9 have got this one in 2-0 fashion, and type 2 in the chat if you think the eyeballers are gonna level things up and take us to a 3rd. Let's see how many of you are supporting the eyeballers and how many think that 9 have it in the bag. Of course, here at the Frost and Fire, we like having fun, and we want to get you guys included to the fun, right? We want to make you feel engaged with the games. We want to make you feel like you're part of it, because you are part of it. You're the most important part of it. Maybe after the players, but yeah, you're up there. It's you and them. And then it's us. Then it's the production side of things. Bomb has been planted. As of right now, a 2-0 lead. Exactly what you wanted to see, probably, if you're supporting the eyeballers, is them just smash it out the bat, you know, get that pistol round, get that anti-force buy. Get the confidence up. Nice little lead to start it off. Of course, as we said, Inferno's been the comfortable ground for the eyeballers in the last while, but there still has been a couple closer games in the mix, I guess you could say. Hold on a second, see if Delhi gets that final kill, and he will get that final kill, but yeah, 13-9 win against Walpa in their opening game here at the Frost and Fire Europe, right before the... I guess it actually feels silly saying right before the player break, because it was on the 28th of December and now it's the 3rd of January, so just 5-6 days the difference, but still. Before that, they were on back-to-back losing streaks to the Alliance and DMS, both really close games, 11-13 and 10-13 respectively. Then for the side of 9, we've seen some really good performances. And as we said, Faven, even though he hasn't really played too many maps with 9 on Inferno, he's still their highest rated player, sitting on 128 when it comes down to this. And BadGuys' been having some good performances as well. There goes the first one, Deke and Faven. Oh no. This one is falling apart already. Gotta be careful, boys. At least the B bomb side is pretty free. Especially after you get that kill onto Rouse, you can scale up. But the bomb yet to make its way back there. And the kill onto Bob through the smoke is definitely gonna make you breathe a little bit easier. So, eyeballers, you get a 3-0 lead. Things are looking good. Things are looking solid. Man to refresh and Faven. Gonna be quite happy with holding on to those 2 rifles though. So I feel like this is a handshake, a win-win for both those teams. The eyeballers get their perfect run at the start of the offensive side. And then 9 get those rifle upgrades unless Dex is able to get all of them out of the hands of the CTs. He still wants to make sure he doesn't go down though, right? I mean, even if you go down, considering the fact that you're losing only Mac 10, I guess you can make a point that it's not that big of a deal, but you still have lost 3 players against an eco round. The money on the T side is not bad, but you're still giving them a lot here. Okay, there's a lot of 1s and 2s in chat. There's a bit of a delay, so now I'm looking at it. And you know what? We're gonna run another survey, because we on the side of production, so that's myself being the commentator and the guys over at the production. We are the ones saying who's the MVP of the game. But I'm gonna ask you another question, guys, and we're gonna keep you involved in the conversation. Who's the best player in the survey? This is open to interpretation. You could understand it as in who's the most achieved, then it's probably JW. You could think of it as who's the one with the highest potential, who's your favorite player as well. Who's the heaviest hitter right now? Send it my way. Put it down. So far, definitely has been refreshed in the context of the entire series. Not on this map though. He has to register his first kill, but might get an opportunity to do so any moment now. Especially if they decide to redirect back in towards that A bomb side where himself and Faven are going to be left all alone on that pit up balcony setup. Now, the tricky part about this, Faven could get involved in a really odd fight in towards balcony. And that smoke that Poi threw, that went into, well, no man's land. Still, the bomb showing a little bit of presence in towards the B bomb side. It's just a fake though, and they double smoke CT. I think this is going to give it away. 2 smokes in towards CT spawn. Definitely the CTs are going to start realizing what's going on, but the eyeballers actually second guessing themselves. They're running this one back. They're going B. They just faked it, and now they're going to start, but they're going to be really vocal about it. There's only 15 seconds. They're going to start making their way in. Bombing's got a Molotov. He deploys this one. They're going to have to run through the flames. And this is not going to be an easy one to convert. Bob is still on the boost. Bob's going to get dropped by the over. Bob gets one. Make that a double spray transfer. It's perfect. And there's simply too many players. There's not enough time. And they're going to go down, not after time. But JW needs to make sure he doesn't. He's going to suffer a lot if he does. Still able to hold on to the AVP, but the eyeballer is just not decisive enough. It didn't feel like they got the reaction out of 9 that they were supposed to and they were expecting to. Second guessing themselves a little bit there. Leaving it for, I was going to say the last seconds, for after the last seconds to get into the bomb site. 7 seconds as the bomb carrier is crossing and the smoke is fading. And they didn't have another one. JW actually did. But he didn't realize this one was fading. That must have been so chaotic in the team speak there for the eyeballers. And sure as hell, if you're 9, you're going to go for a tactical timeout. This was a really difficult one to read, but you realize the financial damage you've been able to deal to the eyeballers has been really severe. And now we are going back to this round where the eyeballers dropped 3 players to the pistols. And you know what we meant when we were talking about it back then. It's all good as long as you keep on winning them. But the moment that you've dropped 3 against the pistols and then you lose the round after, in the subsequent, you're gonna have no money whatsoever. That's the case here. If JW wasn't able to stay alive and hold on to the AVP, they wouldn't have even had that. But now you're looking at a nope, 2 AKs and 2 pistols. Utility is not terrible, but it's not perfect either. It's more of a mid-ground. Oh, they're just gonna walk through the smoke. It's a left-right hand side walk as well, and Mantu was just not ready. A little bit too tricky staying near a smoke with an AVP, and that's why. Refresh though. Close and personal, and there goes one. He's been Mr. Multifrac so far. Poi's gonna make sure it doesn't happen here, but Faven, good position. There goes one, make it a double. Sprayed out is absolutely perfect, but he's gonna lose the fight against Poi as well. Thing is, look at how quick the rotations are gonna be. Rouse is gonna be up close and personal. Poi's just not ready for it, simply unaware of the possibility and too low on HP to do anything about it. So stage is set. Eep with the mic in hand, and he needs a masterclass of a performance here. 1 versus 2 clutch has been spotted out. Feels like he has. There goes the first one. Needs to get a second. Really snappy, but unable to connect onto the headshot. And Rouse able to stand his ground. Ope recovered. Defuse will come in. 9 get a second. Look at that again. Walk through the smoke. That's a big one. That's why I guess on a lot of occasions you're going to see an Oper holding a line like that against or up next to a smoke. You're going to say, well, he's running a bit of a gamble himself. If they want to walk through, the only way that he gets a kill and gets away is if there's just one player walking without a flash from the side that he's holding. So this is already a lot of variables. If you're playing the game of probabilities, Mantu's probably not really favored to get a kill percentage-wise. If there's two of them swinging, he best case scenario gets one. If there's one swinging with a flash, again, a big chance he goes down. So a bit of a chance being taken there, but still doesn't get punished. And now the T's pick up the pace in towards middle, but thankfully this time CTs were much more prepared for a round like this. We still gotta be careful. JW has won a couple of those rounds in his career. Raul still has a good off angle to work with though, and JW would have had to be lightning quick on this one to make it work. So the half buy does a lot of damage, doesn't find the round in itself, but it's the same conversation we were having at the start of this when 9 were able to get a lot of kills with the pistols. It's all about the damage right now if you're the eyeballers. You get 3 kills. That was a mere half buy investment pistol utility, so you're going to be fairly happy with keeping the CT side economy low. Back to Banana we go, and it's just utility galore. Actually, able to get a kill into BobXD. That nade might drop Rouse. Never mind. Decides to actually stick around for a little bit longer, and now he's going to be out of there. And it's back to the high tempo game, by the way. That's been such an entertaining series of Counter-Strike. I guess you don't really get a quicker series than this one, right? Both teams incredibly aggressive. Both teams really trying to insert their level of domination and their own play style, their own pace into the game. And they're just clashing. It's not the frost and fire right now, it's the fire and fire. It's the double flames. Fortunately though, one of them has to burn down. And so far, the eyeballers have been burning, especially in this one. You do the damage in the previous, that's good. But they haven't really been able to capitalize on it, have they? Get shut down by the Yuta when the MP9 in towards B early on. Then you try to go for a couple more solo peaks. Pool player gets left all alone and gets re-cleared. Mid-walk, shut down from Boiler. Now Mantu's posted with the AVP in towards the apartments. JW's never going to be ready for this. Up on the angle. Mantu gets a nice clean double out of this one. Doesn't take a single point of damage. With 4 rounds on the board already, 9 is looking solid. And as we said, this is the tricky part if you're the eyeballers. Obviously, if you're looking at the win rates, they're not really going to be too vocal about the success or the lack thereof. Well, they will be vocal of the lack thereof for the eyeballers in recent times. But it's really difficult to tell which are the more comfortable maps for the team, right? Because you're looking at really low win rates across the board. You probably are expecting them to be good on Inferno and Engine, right? And Inferno has been one of the few saving graces for this eyeballers team. And then what makes it worse is the fact that Inferno's been really solid for 9 as well, right? If you're looking at it from a purely statistical point of view, 9 have been winning a lot, so a lot of the win percentages are going to be high, but 9 has been doing a really good job at having a really deep map pool. On a good day, 9 could win on 6 out of the 7 maps in the pool. Obviously, Mirage is the permaban, so we're not going to see them on there, but everything else is fairly dangerous and fairly well drilled. Anubis, Inferno, Dust2, Nuke, Vertigo, Enshin. If they're feeling it, 9 could be really dangerous on every single one of those maps on a good day. That's exactly what we're witnessing right now. This one a lot more comfortable, a lot cleaner of a conversion, although he definitely still give it a good go. It's a nice little 1D gun to the first one, but Refresh is just coming in with so much confidence into that fight. Was not going to let him run away with anything. And you know what? As we said, we're having a bit more of a caster chat discussion with this one. And I just saw a comment of someone saying that they believe in Bob and they are alright with being called crazy for it. You know what? On the topic of Bob XD, I'm gonna say I really believe that Bob XD is an incredibly high caliber player. Well, I'm gonna rephrase that. Refresh is an incredibly high caliber player because you're looking at experience, you're looking at a lot of playing time in tier 1. He's a lot more complete of a player. BobXD is a guy with insane potential. And the one thing that is really, I think, impressive and I guess a bit of a head scratcher for me why he's not getting appreciated for that. BobXD used to be a massive support player when he was playing on the prospects back in the day. He used to be the guy to get all the janitor roles, as I like calling it, all the labor roles on CT side, on T side, everything that no one else wanted to play pretty much. And he was still solid. He's always been a really smart player moving around the map. He's always been a menace. Always been able to put himself into the best position possible and make it as uncomfortable as possible for the enemies. And now he's growing a little bit more into being that player that gets a little bit more space, that opens up a little bit more space as well on the T sides. I honestly think he's a really exciting prospect to grow under Rouse and Barry now on 9. And with really experienced guys like Refresh, like Mantu, like Faven. He's the youngster of the team. And all I'm gonna say is, if those experienced guys decided that they wanted to play with Bob, there was a reason for it. Look at Faven. Again, Eyeballer's taking a little bit too long to play. 25 seconds. Faven just pushes down middle and there's a second towards the B-bomb side. They're just walking into a trap right now. It's Meat Grinder, and unfortunately for the Eyeballers, on the menu today is some minced Swedish meatballs. And unfortunately, it is the Eyeballers walking into it. 6 rounds on the CT side already. It's already looking like a bit of a bloodbath, isn't it? Faven's having a much more improved performance. BobXD's been playing good. Rawls, Mantu. Refresh hasn't really had to do that much. But as we said, you're looking at the Inferno of 9. Only in the last month they've played it 5 times and they've been able to win 4 of them, being bested only by Gun 5, but taking down the Alliance, TSM, Alternate Attacks, Unity. And if you're looking at the individual performance, well, Mantu's on a 138 rating, Faven's on a 128. I guess the logical deduction is they like the map. They really do. It's back to the pistols again for the Eyeballers. You gotta be aiming to at least get 4 rounds here on the T side. I mean, especially with a map like Inferno, you'd be hoping to even win the first half, but I guess beggars can't be choosers. At this point, 4 or 5 rounds would feel like a blessing, considering how comfortable a lot of those rounds have been. But look at that again from 9. They've just pushed in Banana. BobXD's been left to just jump spot with a couple nades in hand, and they're gonna have a 4-man stack in towards the A-bomb side. Flashes come in, but CT should be ready for a play like this one. There goes Pop Boy with a really nice 1 deke, but there's just so many bodies on the setups. Backside hit, under balcony. Long side. No chance, no room to work with. And this is why 9 could be one of the more exciting teams in online Counter-Strike going into 2025. And honestly, if they're able to get Faven back into that big shape, back into being a potentially star player of the team, playing with confidence, this could be an incredibly dangerous lineup. That's what we're seeing right now. And yeah, truthfully, the Eyeballers might not be in the best place right now as a team, but it doesn't take away from the solid Counter-Strike that we're seeing right now from 9, both individually and team-wise. This time, though, Rouse will have to be really solid. He is all alone and towards that B-bomb side. Needs at least 1 more. And what about 1.5? That's a lovely dig onto Dex. Second kill would have been perfect, but still. Job well done by the captain. Faven still seems to be ready for another player towards Banana. And that's a great timing called by Faven. An awful one for Deli. He was the high HP player as well on the side of the Eyeballers. And he's been taken down, meaning now you're just forced to go for the B play. But Mansu's already posted on the angle, gets another one onto JW. And they know Dex was somewhere here. He was the one to get that refrag onto Rouse. He is the one that got dinked as well. So unless Rouse has got damage prediction on, they know he's low. Refresh now confirms it. I'm not gonna lie to you folks, I've really enjoyed how quick this game has been, and it's been delivering in the entertainment department, but it's gonna be a real shame if this map is over in just 5 to 10 minutes from now. And it feels like a possibility. The eyeballers need to get everything together, and they need to do it quickly. Otherwise, this could be yet another 0-2, and this could be yet another 2-0 for 9. That would be 5 in a row. They B-pop through the smoke. They go. Rouse just holds mouse one and claims a double. And BobXD's gonna try and do one better. The spam through the smoke is perfect. It's just a complete meltdown. And JW, you'd have to roll the years fairly strongly if you want to pull off a 1 versus 5 clutch like that. I'm not sure even if a major MVP performance would be enough right now. And I don't think it will. Favin's gonna make sure of it. Even a headshot for good measure. This is 9 rounds on the CT side of Inferno, and the eyeballers picked up the first 3. 9 in a row. For 9. Excuse the pun. But this is terrifying. And it all started here. It all started with a really disjointed, chaotic last-second decision to go for that B play here in the first buy round. And from that point on, it felt like they just never recovered. You gotta wonder, is this just eyeballers playing out the rest of that Inferno? Have they already given up? You'd hope not. You'd hope they still have a little bit of fight left in them. Of course, especially when you're talking about all those young players. That's the thing with the eyeballers. You're not gonna get instant results after adding an experienced coach like Peter just, what, 1 day ago, today. It is a foundation they're trying to build with all those young guys like Poi, like Dex, like Deli. Potentially get Heap to his best shape if possible. JW's been playing outstandingly well for the longevity of his career, right? It's probably him and Oscar, the only 2 Opers that have been able to stay around for such a long time and still put on star numbers every now and then. So this is pretty much a project that's a lot closer to their goals compared to one that is probably a couple months away from being where they want to be. We're seeing the results. Pissed around, might as well go in favor of 9 at this point. Roush just jumping through the smoke with a flash, able to get that kill onto the fully blinded Dex. And in towards Banana, we're gonna shift our focus. Refresh, how many do you get out of this? It will spam him down. There goes 1, tapping away for a second, dancing around, looking for a 3rd. Refresh is just pulling them right now, finally taken down by Heap, who's really giving this one a good crack, but there's just too many players fighting him at the same time. And unfortunately, the bad day in the office keeps on getting worse and worse here for the eyeballers. It's not them bowling, it's their heads rolling on the ground. And Refresh is just having a field day. Obviously nowhere near the level of craziness of what we saw on Anubis, but still having a little bit of fun. This map is all about Favin and BobXD and Rouse as well. Getting towards B they go. Of course, the force fight coming in from the eyeballers at this point is it's a no contest. So might as well give it a go. It doesn't feel like if you call in an eco and you just go for a buy with the M4s, potentially MP9s and Famouses if you want to have utility is really gonna do the job for you, right? You might as well hope for a miracle with the 5.7s, the Eagles, and the Scout of JW. Again, 9. Just slow things down. Group up. BXZ coming in. CT, Rune smokes, Molotov swirls, second oranges, and triple. Nothing spotted. Just a bit of a gamble coming out of the eyeballers at this point, and you might as well save from here on out. Replay that force buy in the next one. And potentially have one full buy round for that entire second half here. On Inferno. Sad to say, but this one has GG's written all over it already. As much as it's a sad one for the eyeballers, I guess it's really exciting for 9 though, right? You get your opening series with, in your debut series with Barry in the coaching slot. He hasn't really had to do that much. I feel like that's one of those games after which, if you're the coach, you're just applauding your teammates and you're laying back in your chair. You're like, well, they don't really have to do that much today. What a good day in the office that was. Joined the team 1 day ago. We were already winning. What more could you wish for? And if you're Barry, I think you're joining this project. You do understand that this is probably what you were trying to make out of Sprout for a long time. And it's, of course, no pun intended, because there's a couple of players that used to be on Sprout with Barry, right? there is Rouse, there is Refresh. Obviously, it's a bit different for Mantu, Bob XD, and Faven, but I think at some point there was even rumors that Sprout had interest in potentially signing Bob XD back in the day, so it kind of feels like you're just gathering up a team that Barry himself would handpick for a project, which is always a fun one, because Barry's always been a coach too, and obviously Faven played on Sprout for 3 years, but that was back when Sprout was still a fully German team, or a majority German team, still international, with Rouse as well, with K, with Speedy, with Slacks. We're talking back in 2021, and before that when it was fully German, of course. But it feels like a good old Sprout reunion here for Barry, with 3 of those guys. And as I was saying, it feels like it's a bit of a different project than what he so far has been going into. Obviously, Saul was, again, a team that you're joining in. It's already a dumb project, and you're going into help them develop even further and go past that point. 9 is a lot of a younger project in comparison to Saul, but it's still pretty similar in terms of the fact that you have complete players. You have guys that have played big Counter-Strike as well in Refresh, Mantu, and Faven. Rouse with not any tier 1 experience, but still, I mean, I say not any. Rouse did play tier 1 Counter-Strike in CSGO in 2013, 2014, but you know what I mean. We're talking about guys with a lot of experience and guys that are really well drilled and know exactly how they should be playing, how they should be acting, and the focus is not to pick up a couple youngsters and teach them how to be professionals and shape them into players. It's more of a, how do we keep elevating those guys' performances? Obviously with Bob XD it might be, but again, he's not the youngster with the least amount of experience out there in the world of Counter-Strike. It's more of a, can I help those guys to get to the next level? Can we get to the next level again, or together, and fight for a spot at the next major? Because I'm not sure if 9 have said that publicly, but I think when you're looking at a team that has Faven, Refresh, and Mantu, and then an aspiring talent in Bob XD, Rouse is one of the most solid Danish IGLs that hasn't had a shot to play big Counter-Strike in the last years, and Barry is a coach. The coach should be making the major. Those are the types of performances that make you convinced that 9 realize that they have the skill to potentially go all the way. Of course, it is too early to speak. It's just one game that they played in 2025, but you can definitely see that the pieces have the potential to do something like that, and this one is already looking done. It's a little bit chaotic in towards the top of Banana, and JW is already rotated in with a scout, but he's been hurt. Faven already pushing in towards CT. He can hear the steps of the remaining players rotating as well, so they know exactly what's going on, and JW even gets baited into taking that shot. They're just jumping into them. playing with so much confidence right now, and they have no clue. Favin has been waiting in that smoke for this entire time. It's just the 1.5 that he gets, but low HP could be enough, actually. Mantu, 19 HP, might have to clutch up, and JW will deny him. So we get one more round of action here. This one is not done. Just for a little bit. But yeah, as I was saying, I think this 9 project is definitely one that will be a lot more exciting than a lot of people realize in the next couple of months. And definitely, if they keep playing like that, one of the big favorites in the Frost and Fire. Of course, this is going to mean them moving into the 2-0 where they're going to be playing against Ecstatic, or the winner of the Fluffy Gangsters and Los Kogutos, or the winner of Kono and RHYNO. So I guess there is a pretty big chance that 9 make it into the playoffs, and at that point on, we're gonna see what they can actually bring to the table. Eyeballers, though, refusing to give this one up, and this is commendable. They will give their best to at least make this one somewhat respectful, which is, of course, a really good thing. You want to give them as much of a fight or as much of a run for their money as possible. But yeah, as we said, it's a younger project in the rebuild, and we spent a little bit of time talking about Barry and obviously how he was on Saw, helped him out to make the semifinals in Cologne, and what was one of the probably biggest Cinderella runs in 2024, and his time on Sprout as well, building a foundation, building so many players from ground up. There is a legend of the game on the side of the Eyeballers now as well, and Pita. Of course, most recently coached the 0-0 Nation team, but ever since they dropped their lineup in February 2024, he's been a free agent. Was on Dignitas before that, so he's quite familiar with Heap as well, worked with him back then. Before that, coached the Copenhagen Flames, and of course, if you want to go back even before that, obviously a lot of people are going to be associating Peter with his time on NIP between 2018 and 2020, and then between 2014 and 2015. Of course, spent a little bit of time on COG as well. That COG team was an interesting one, of course, for those of you that are fans of North American Counter-Strike. You do remember the lineup with Hayes, JDM, Tarek, and Cutler that Peter was on. And yeah, he was playing. He was playing in some of those games as well. As a player, of course, he did officially step down after, I think, his time on SK in 2013, 2014. That was the Swedish SK with Michaelele, with Emilio, with Rogue, with Delpan. And as we said, we're talking about someone that has played 2 majors, that has coached on 8 different majors, 6 times, made playoffs. Of course, the most recent one was the IM Katowice 2019 with NIP. But he's been around and about. Definitely an exciting name to see back in action. Especially the poetic aspect of it. Working with JW, the man that he actually, well, I say he had to beat. He was on the team that beat JW. He was the coach of NIP when they won their major at ESL Cologne in 2014. Took down Fnatic in the grand final. Obviously, JW wasn't that Fnatic back in the day. So they do have a lot of history there. And as we said, a lot of history with Heap. He is the one to pick up the double kill here. JW with 2 more. The Eyeballers get 6. Now, It's really difficult to actually get really excited about a comeback like this one up until they get up to 8 or 9 rounds. Then we can start having that conversation. Still feels a little bit too early for party, but at this point, you're just fighting for dignity. You're fighting for a little bit of respect. There goes the tactical timeout. First time so far in the series where Barry has really had to come in and probably look for some solutions. Although at this point, I wouldn't say that this is panic stations just yet. For that, it's more of a wake-up call for everyone. You know, make sure that everyone's in check. Everyone's on the same page and make sure that you're going to be able to close this one out fairly early. As you should be. On 19. 12-6 lead. Another bite coming in. 9. Have had a couple rounds to rethink things. A couple rounds with lackluster economy where they weren't really able to bring up all that competitiveness that you're hoping for. Now they're back to the guns, back to the banana control. Not too invested early on though. At this point, it feels like they just want to keep the eyeballers back of it, but not invest all of their utility. And Favin has been able to really dodge the utility for the most part. Heap not able to dodge the bullets. Spam through the smoke. Early opening kill. Going in favor of 9. And this one is for absolute damn free. Nothing in exchange. Not even the damage onto Favin. He's on 97 HP. He's still spamming. He's still looking for more. Because his teammates are already pushing the CTs out of the brackets. And if you're the eyeballers, you feel like you need to react here, right? Either push in towards B and look for a fight, or go back in. Favin spotted another one. That's another headshot looking for more. And he spotted boy. Surely this is going to be the alarm. That's going to be the signal. You spot one more player in towards that B bomb site. Surely you can scale up A. And that's exactly what they're going for. JW is all alone, unable to get a kill. And this should be the final nail in the coffin. Bob XD with an instant headshot onto JW. A free haircut with a bonus fade. As the bullet goes right between the eyes of the Oper. Deli and Poi left, scratching their heads. Probably crumbling in just a couple of seconds. How do you make this one work? Short answer, you just do not. This is going to be a 2-0 win. A 13-6 on Inferno was 9. Make their way into the 2-0 bracket as one of the most dangerous
out of this best of 3. Zoe started. 2-man A setup. You've got a smoke from Icarus being held. Gets contact, drops the smoke, a Molotov that goes behind it as well. Makes things heated for the CT side, at least keeps the 2 players' attention on that A side, while Kono, all in all, start to focus on A. Oh, B side, excuse me, but close enough. One of the bomb sides at least. Crazy does get him one, and with a good flashbang, somehow does manage to survive enough as well to walk away. Well, a couple more fights coming out, and Ify will take one more for the Glock 18 and starts to chase it along. Control is what they want, and that's what they'll get, but not for long, because Captain Kurtka, while he puts down the bomb. Spam from cave, Icarus walks in behind. 1 and 2. A third on Tiberiu, and that is a round done. Fairly clean for RHYNO. Sure, there's a bomb plant, but there's only 1 to casualty. And very quickly handled as well. There was no real chance for Kono there. He needed to start from something coming out of that first engagement here as well, where Crazy just gets in and out. A perfect flashbang, everyone affected by it. But he bought a lot of time as well. And it does 1-0. CT side on Ancient, off to a decent start now. Despite a bomb plant, we're not seeing anything crazy. No frostbite, nothing of the sort for Kono. Such rotations now being made, but second round, there's not anything really for Kono to work with. I like this play. It's just an A contact they're going for. If you manage to get this first kill, there is a high likelihood of getting that bomb plant down. Holding the bomb site, different story altogether, but Captain Kurtka, first one found. Second one also delivered by the Desert Eagle. There now goes that bomb. Like said, bomb plant, high likelihood. But there's no real post-plant position here for that T side besides what they have from Donut. Virgo in sight as well. It's at least managed to find one. They have forced off his teammate as well from main to start swinging. While now Nifi, 1 versus 2. Bomb gets defused. He can't do anything about it. Doesn't want to start spamming through the smoke until round is over, when he almost does take down Icarus, but that's still a good round. 3 kills, a bomb plant. I think Kono's gonna be very happy with it. They went into the round with nothing but a couple of pistols and hopes. It'll be better tomorrow, and that's what they get. Immediately into a mid-play. Captain Kurtka leads the charge here. In a red room, Z-Breeze. Down he goes. Not even a sweat. A couple of bullets, 3 in total, and 1 finds the head. Oh no. All the control in the world right now when it comes to mid and both B. RHYNO playing a very reserved setup at the moment. Not really going for information. And even Kono's gone quiet here. Icarus has advanced position toward that A site as well, so they know if something is happening towards A, it should have been already telegraphed. Unless they go through mid, and if not, it's that util on B that will let them know. Change is coming. The CT side, however, they will be staying in this one. And Captain Kurtka, they know he found a kill in mid earlier, might still be lingering, they get contact. And forced into the fight versus 4. Simply impossible. An advantage found, go quiet. Try to execute then on toward that B side, but I don't know how I feel about it. Going quiet for that long, then throwing that util still to telegraph the play. I don't think it would have really made a difference, but just feels like there's something about the approach. Could have been different, but when you are, again, executing on that B side, it does feel like you need some sort of util, especially for those rotations. Make it a little bit more difficult, but nonetheless. Round done. This one just starting and might also be ending very quickly, but Pereira only good for 2 for now. Video doesn't see the AK, it's at the edge of the smoke there, but eventually gets it. HE almost 0 HP as well, but he's still living. Enjoying his life while the rest of Kono for the moment trying to figure out if there's any way to win this round. Hamster might have found the answer. On the A side, a Molotov as well to lock out the rotation for now. Not take a duel or 2, but there's that first one and there's that second. Bomb plan for video, but there's not going to be a whole lot more. $600 with a Mac 10. But it's still a RHYNO 4-0 start. A really good one at that. Sure. 3 out of 4 rounds. A bomb plan has come through, but beyond that, right, they've been pretty much in control for Kono. They haven't let them get too out of hand in any case. And all has been good. Even when there has been slightly more weaponry to deal with, even when Kono now have gotten an entry or 2 as well in these rounds. Hasn't been a lot of issues. Time might as well now call for Kono. Gotta make sure everything's good. So we go into round of 5. CT side looking to keep this clean streak alive, and I like this change as well. More attention when it comes to mid control now, with Kono having found some sort of success there already when it comes to the pistol round in terms of that control. Round of 3, Captain Kurtka finding a headshot as well, but those go both ways apparently this time, with Crazy finding one as Zeltovsky just enough to stop Aragorn as well dead in his tracks. Advantage very quickly quelled and removed from that CT side's hands. Nefe now into mid. RHYNO's making rotations. Kono deciding where to go. That's still that lurk toward the A side. Either turns to be a play where he says, calls out to his teammates, come back to A. Or with this kill, might just tempt him to stick around on that B side for a bit longer as well. There you go. Second one, not finding it, however. But Niffy, flank is here, finds the first, a second up close, still gets it. There's one more to go. Kono seems like they've finally figured it out. Seabreeze, the last man to survive. But at this spot as well, right? I said these rounds have not been really too crazy, right? RHYNO in control of pretty much every single one of them. There's been a couple where the kills have gotten maybe out of hand or somewhat closer, but it's still not felt like Kono have had it until now. But you do see again that impact on economy when it comes to these rounds that we've seen now from Kono. A couple of kills around absolutely will make things expensive. Will make the save very worthwhile as well now for Seabreeze. The financials ain't all that pretty. That one single weapon might be all they need, although I wouldn't really bet on it, because it doesn't seem like that's really what this following around is gonna do. It doesn't seem like there's gonna be a buy no matter how you really spin this tail. Been crazy, had like 6,500 a saved AK, drops an M4, 2 MP9s, and apparently there is a buy. Fair enough. Bowling with the MP9s and an AWP, let's go. Taking fights. If he blinded, goes both ways apparently, but Pereira comes out for seconds. This time removed. Advantage very quickly and continued by this T side of Kono. Captain Ghost Cup does not want that to end, however, just yet, but will lose his life. For his kill number 6, rotation back toward that A side. Twice now, Kono have decided to make a lurk on A. Again, more and more information given toward that B side. Yet again, frees up all of A, which RHYNO seem to have not realized this yet. But you can't really blame him in a situation like this. 2 versus 4, you stick together, you hope they walk into, you had information on that bomb. And if it doesn't work out, you go for the save very quickly as well. So, not just one of them, make it now 2 in a row for Kono. A very good start when it comes to what RHYNO were showing us now, but give it a couple of rounds. An entry or 2 will go your way. And that's what the mid plays for Kono are now going to be bringing you as well. To which, again, I want to see if RHYNO are going to keep reinforcing that red room. If they want to keep blowing up that smoke, trying their luck. Or is there going to be a different approach, right? It's not like we haven't already seen them jump for the shelf control, fight for it once or twice. But we haven't seen that all-out brawl out of Ancient Mid, where a lot of rounds really do start as well, sometimes even end. Haven't seen that collision of CT and T side of forces there just yet in full force. Crazy. All posted. Falls back very quickly as mid control is going to be sought after by the T's now. There's a lot of noise being made. But no actual play has decided to take the fights just yet. Goes for both sides. Saltovsky thinking about this while Crazy playing whack-a-mole. Losing his life. The CT op has now been recovered immediately as well. Makes life a little bit more difficult now as well on the CT side. And again, there's another flank from the T side. This time it's Captain Kurtka. Finds one, confirms the op is on the B side. That, I think, is going to be a very quick signal as well. Just go A again. And that is exactly what they're going to be getting up to. There you go. Cleanup crew arrives. Mag 10 only for Pereira. Doesn't seem like there really is anything to do. Right, the most you can really hope for is to pick up that op in CT. To which I and Kono probably will say no, I don't think that's gonna happen. They should be guarding it. As well, on the mini-map, you'll see video is moving slightly. Thinking about it, but there you go. Collected the AWP on toward the site, and all is good. A Mag-10 is the only thing that will be saved from this round. If even. Hold on. Hold. Make that an AK. Mission successful. And so we move on. Round number 8, we'll see what is happening this time. And finally we're seeing some sort of collision here in mid. CT's gone aggressive, Captain Kurtka spotted just barely. And with how aggressive, how successful he has been when it comes to mid control so far, that is going to be a big find immediately to stop Konos' default. We'll have to see them divert very, very quickly as well to come or to get out of this, but damage taken. Niffy still finds a very quick headshot. Like in and out of the fight, will look for a second one as well, timing, but does not get it, spamming the smoke. Back to a 4-on-4, where RHYNO again, they're going to be staying dynamic, moving around. Playing for this information, trying to figure out where Kono are going. This round is unknown territory. This is where mid control has been challenged by the CT side. They successfully took it, or stopped Kono from taking it. And now they're looking for a different sort of solution. Turning to an A play, RHYNO, all 4 pretty much on B. And very slow to actually make any sort of rotation out of this as well for the CT side, interestingly enough. And I'm just wondering if they're gonna stick to the save. And apparently the answer is yes. Economy at an all-time low here for the CT side. They decide it's not worth it to try and attempt a round like this. And there we go, moving on. From a pretty good 4-0 start to a 4-4 all tied up scoreline now. We'll see what the T side want to get up to now to continue. Right, obviously RHYNO, their economy is now an issue, but with that 4-man saving the last round, I think all actually is pretty damn good. Loss bonus has hit max, so as long as one person, if this round ends up being a loss for them, ends up surviving, they can still buy. And they get a fair shot even in this round as well, so let's see. Oh, no immediate change up from last round. They're not going to be challenging for mid control, instead of focusing more on B. Saltovsky again nails it. Same jump, same victim. And the same head that flies yet again. Reran Cave needs to stand his ground with the first one found. Molotovs to block him out as well, but not that easy. There's more every single place you look. The CTs and Ts alike. You're putting pressure on the side. Saltovsky is not missing now. One more to go with Seabreeze, 12 HP. An HE, a Glock, anything will do, but it's running in and out of the fight. Saltovsky runs away, Captain Kurtka goes in. Almost a disaster. But Kono taking the 5th in a row now. And it was their timeout that started things off as well. They were down 4-0, take a timeout, 5 in a row now. As RHYNO this time, it's them to call for a timeout to figure out what the hell is happening. What can they do? Bring it back. Kurtka, very quick pace here. Avoided detection of the CTs, though. Crazy's still thinking about it. Still not ready. Smoke deployed, and another one as well. Seabreeze, no excuses. 180 by Captain Kurtka as the A site falls. Going over, they've picked up pace here now. It seems like that's not gonna slow down anytime soon. And 6 picked up for Kono. Looking really damn good now. Alright, my question. CT side, if they decided to challenge mid, if it's successful, what happens? If it wasn't going to be successful, what was going to happen? Apparently a change-up was very much in mind for Kono as well. One, if they get shot down in mid, they still win the rounds. Again, it's mid where RHYNO look to make their stand. Then almost, oh god, almost caught, I was gonna say, but give it a moment, Captain Kurtka will still take down one. May not have been the intended target initially, but it doesn't matter, Sea Breeze has been caught. Captain Kurtka, well, he found an opening, RHYNO this time will find one back. Wallbanged and headshotted once or twice already by Zoltovsky, decides to take at least some of that pain back. Deal it onto Pirio instead. It's mid. I was gonna say there was a Molotov. They are gonna be deploying it and in the corner as well. There's one stuck, but Icarus defends while crazy maneuvers around it. Will still go for the duel and Amster to take him down. Push things back at a 3-on-3 here. With information for Kono that mid was a focal point right now for the defense. But a guess can't be made. A B-side attack is coming through. It's not that crazy to say. And Amster is the one who looks to open up the defense here. Expecting one at the corner. Isolating the duel here. RHYNO takes her one by one. Now for the T side, however, then one remains. And very quickly stopping Kono in their tracks. Icarus steps up, 3k needed for him. That's round 11 in the bag. Finally managing to stop this T side. Like this. We've already seen RHYNO as well once, anticipating it. This time, a change. As soon as they find it, any sort of success in mid, RHYNO decided it's time to stop that. Right, they've done it 3, I think 4 times now already where they've pushed it. Kono's gonna expect the change, so why not be the ones to do it as well? This goes the first one. Second headshot quickly delivered. Amster's HK. Yet again to find some sort of relief in the rounds. But Video, hello. He's already on A. Another look again that works out. Well, in mid, you've got Amster. Him finding one more with information on Pereira. Here's the CT side out of the bombs at the moment. But one thing they have going for them. Bomb currently not on the side, had to run over. That smoke will start to fade soon as well. Just in time. Plenty of it as soon as that does it fade. The first kill from Biryu's AK. And one more to go. Wouldn't be too much of a question. It was Pereira that they knew was in red room, but they're still thinking about it, and in the end, walks in. Captain Kurt got to take him down, and that is a 7-5 T half. By no means a bad round for Kono. Not a bad half for Kono either. It's their map pick. Sure, started off down 0-4, but last 7 out of the 8. Pretty damn good. And it was that A site where they found a lot of success. It was those lurks through Donut or A main where they managed to find a free bomb site over and over again. Oh, Captain Kurt got hello. Double to open it up here, double to bring it back. Finally to make it triple, not trouble just yet, but able to get out of there. Still toying with the fight, still thinking about it. Okay, chasing. Pereira down and Icarus the last man. All of B to himself, bomb goes down and an open bomb plant as well. Smoke is there for him as well to deploy it if he wants to. But the CTs have gone quiet. A smoke and a kit makes this very difficult as well for Icarus. Forget about it. Smoke goes down. Video takes an angle. Walking out. There goes the first. Glock spamming and out of ammunition. So damn close. Couple of shots hitting him in the smoke, but Nife survives and even finds him immediately as he's fallen back. What, however, is this opening? CTs appearing in and out of the smokes. Captain Kurtka not even looking the right way, still finds 2. God damn. Quick time might as well. Some issues with apparently Counter-Strike on RHYNO's side. CS just some issues, but all is good apparently. We should be getting right back into it any moment now. So, Kono, second pistol round in the bag. It's 8-5. They've now got a little bit of momentum as well. But that's not secured just yet, because RHYNO, they are going to try to force by here. They are going to try to win this round and stop that momentum. Dead in its tracks. Fast speed play. Alright. If on long, an M4 by his sides, but way too exposed in the open. Taken down by Icarus. Well, the second man, who is Captain Kogutos, to walk on in. Icarus is still on the site. Doesn't let him advance too much further than a 3-on-3 for the retake here. Crazy. Keep on long, Galil by his side, and a 1-2 spray down is easy. Just the last man. Video. No shot. Smokes the block is away. And one man right behind him. An execution. Delivered by Crazy by RHYNO. Just running on into the site. And this as well, right? That's how it starts. It's Icarus who finds Nife walking a little bit too far. It's not crazy to assume you want those individual duels. You want to isolate as much as you can, but you step into the open, you will be punished. Video. Eagle trying to cook up something. into a round perhaps, but it's Nife, second one. An AK picked up, but pretty much the exact same problem, if you want to call it, as RHYNO had at the first half. An A site that's been lost as all of this has happened. As all of this has unfolded, so we continue. A save should be all there is right now for Kono. A bomb plant, now the explosion is all we're waiting for. And round number 7 picked up. RHYNO officially now to try to bring it back. Talk about that momentum as well, right? That Kono might have picked up. Officially now dead. RHYNO. Triple nades, I like it. Some damage, 66 HP remains in Saltovsky. Had he been any more aggressive in the fight, probably not gonna be, or would not have been alive to tell the tale. RHYNO, this round it comes from mid alone. The form of Icarus. You have a Sea Breeze as well in a main. This seems like, again, very similar to what we've seen so far. A default on B, some utility thrown to keep that CT attention there. Make it into a lurk toward the A side, and again, that's where that success will be found. The order is now to see as well. Pereira, he's leaning them more towards mid. All they need, some sort of entryway toward that A site that's been granted in that utility. They feel safe. And this round, delivered any moment now. As all of RHYNO's decided to walk toward that A site instead. If he waits, holds, bomb makes it across, and all is good. Won't gonna be anyone close enough to challenge for any of this, though one has been lost. Could still be a second casualty in Donut. That would be another weapon picked up for the T side. Or CT, excuse me. But damage seems to be what they're looking for right now on this Kono side. Deal tag. Bomb explosion as well on this map is not nice. So, you get stuck or tagged up even a bit more down in CT. It might be major casualties here, and we'll see. I don't even know if both will survive. And Sea Breeze indeed does get taken down. And so there we go. With things now tied up 8-8. Yet again, 4 in a row for RHYNO to start off this journey on the half. Same as the first. Amster here as well now. Saltovsky joins. It's a fast play for RHYNO and a fast Pickens for the CT side. As everyone's getting shot down here. Pereira, last man stands. Barely survives for the moment, but has picked up 2. Not far off from a third, though ammunition is running out and needs to be very sharp and accurate with his shots. Not hitting, neither was Saltovsky. And now it turns out it has to be a pistol duel while Captain Earthguy just walks in behind. The same start as last half. 4 in a row for RHYNO. 4 yet again, and stopped by Kono. So let's continue. CT side. Easy dealing when it comes to the first kill in mid, a carpet of flames beneath them as they try to walk out. HE as well, the whole barrage goes. Mid control, slowed, stopped, and completely denied. I'm still making a preemptive rotation right on time, actually, toward that A site. One for the boost. Has to be checked here, but I'm just not really all that hungry for this information. Maybe should have been. Saltovsky wasn't expecting it. Now let's that A site be taken over. AWP as well. Has been picked up here. That's an issue. Now dealt with. And the C side. They're gonna need something here, but Captain Kurtka, my god. That is nasty. 3 headshots. God damn. Even the AWP as well. Everything dealt with beautifully. There's a reason I wanted to talk about this guy. He's really damn good. During the summertime, early fall, when bait were looking really damn good. A lot of it was obviously thanks to the team, but a big part was still played by him stepping up individually in some of those events. Playing a really damn good game, but right now, for round of 19, we started off with mid control for the T side, and they managed to find 2 victims. Okay, gotta be very cautious about his own back as well. Well, Video will be the one to find the information and the execution. One found, I'm not sure actually if the backs were seen, but nonetheless, it's RHYNO stepping him very much now onto what that B side. Making no attempt to hide their positioning. There goes one, and if he down. Is that the same man who found the initial flank kill? Because I don't think so. That's crazy. The man is set up in cave, and they'll still have to be cautious about this ramp push as well, but a video is coming in from. No noise being made. There's the first one. Saltovsky walking in from CT, smoke down. There's a second, and a quick shot into the smoke. Signals the end of the round. 11 being picked up now for Kono. And it really is looking like a repeat of that first half. Nothing but pistols right now for RHYNO. This is a decent change-up as well from those last few rounds where that A side, and or not just the last few rounds, but every single round we've seen so far from both teams included, where A main has been the focal point and A side in itself. Saltovsky a missed shot here, not many of those we've seen. This one costing him his life and the site itself. While fighting for his life, Captain Kogutos collects his 20th kill in the game. Bomb goes down, but down, 6 feet under. There's a second. Good flashbang assistance as well. If he waits, as Kono collected themselves 12. And looking good here. Some arguments for sure can be made in the sense that Kono had those rough starts. RHYNO had it maybe not as well gotten any of those pistol rounds. Well, things might look more like a bloodbath, as it has when we have really gotten started here as well, the gun rounds. Kono in control, and this time again it seems like that's going to be the case unless something crazy does happen. In which, first one is delivered. There he is stuck in the corner. Captain Kogutos got rotated in as well. What about this retake? There's a man disadvantage right now for that T side. Have to figure it out right here, right now. If not, it's bye-bye to ancient time is ticking low. However, CT side has got to start to move it quickly, and in the corner, Crazy finds the first, the second as well delivered. And this round, it has come to an end. Amster can't find this. No time for the defuse. Last as well, taken down, collecting a couple hundred extra bucks in the bank for him. But RHYNO, very much similar to the first half again. Seeing some parallels here, absolutely, but are they going to bring it over the line here? Are they going to try to get it to overtime? First one. Great opening. Molotov to force out Captain Kogutos. Utility usage is good. More is needed. Aragorn to deliver a second one potentially, but that's the bomb dropped instead. I'll take it about 5, Spiriu. We'll spot more and more of that T side, trying to reclaim control of the round here. And more importantly, that bomb. Hot shots into the smoke. The bomb gets collected. Spiriu has to fall back here. Limited in his ammunition capacity, can't continue to watch the smoke with 7 in the magazine. But yet again, by the way, I didn't even notice. Seabreeze, he's walked through A. I mean, sure, this is ancient. You do leave that A site unattended half the time. But when both teams are using it this much, I feel like something really needs to change when it comes to the way they handle this. But nonetheless, this round is locked in. No kit on Amster. Maybe he could have tried a ninja defuse if he's feeling real sneaky, but nothing. Does not have it. Does not have a chance. This one returns to 10 here. Round of 23 on the CT side. 3 saved weapons. Absolutely means this round can still be a win in their books. Especially if they decided to walk into a couple of these weapons. But pretty much spread around the map. You've got one toward that a main position now tucked in deep. Saltovsky making a rotation with Birgio into mid. So this is where they're gonna try to find a RHYNO. Caught in a rotation, perhaps. Find information. The Ops moved away. This is finally when RHYNO decided to make a play in mid. The Desert Eagle, though, Nifi needs to be sharp with the Deagle. Finds one. And only the one as he's been shot down. Second one as well removed in Amster. That was one of the weapons they had. Captain Kogutos, the next victim to fall. Well, now, deciding which side you want to go to, and another missed shot now for Saltovsky. Should be turning this to 12-11. Not a whole lot of reasons for Birgio to go for this. At least an AK. Upgrade for Birgio if he finds it. Like a lil, but no. Okay. Single M4 saved. It's 12-11. CT side, obviously, we're treating this just as a eco round anyways. But overtime is 1 round away. 5 kills. For Kono to close out their map pick of Ancient. 13-11, always into overtime we go, and we're gonna find out which it's going to be. RHYNO, they started off their E side, forced by into the B side. Lost the pistol. Fast B worked out. This time it's not gonna be fast play, but it's still gonna be B-centric, B-focused. Pereira looks for the first one, an opening potentially, but Amsterdam drays it. Captain Kogutos has been lost, but more is needed here for both sides, and this is where the bloodbath begins, down toward the ramp position. Plenty of CTs throwing their lives at it. Seeing what sticks, and the 2 that remain on the T side. Nifi avoiding making sounds with the first one spotted, second man walking through the smoke! And it's overtime we're going to. RHYNO bring it back. An all. Go to 12. 3 chances to close things out, but RHYNO said no. And this one. Going to more than just the distance. Going the old global offensive route of you need 16 to win. Intimated. Aragon. Great opening. Captain Kogutos found. A second man spotted as well. But they just gotta look at Amster. Not gonna give him a chance, apparently, even in the fight. 1 and 2 at least found for CT side in return. Saltovsky found his blowing up the smoke. Birgio found his fully blinded. A little bit of luck goes a long way here, but again, an A side that has been left unattended. From CT, if he walks in, Saltovsky's been taken down while Birgio decides to walk in the smoke. Wait as it fades, Pereira is on the other side. Aragon is even closer as well. There's the first one, a second spotted as well. Nifi. Who knows? Pereira just making noise, just jumping around, but there's no chance. Not in this round for the CT side of the corner to continue. There's RHYNO. Just like the animal, they're stomping about this one. Can't be stopped at this moment. They got to overtime, they're not gonna stop winning these rounds just because they got here. The job's not done. There's still more needed. So, now we're going. In mid, a duel against Captain Kurt got one this time yet again. And it was in round number 20 where he said Captain Kurt got his 20th kill. 6 rounds later, still stuck, has not been able to advance any further. Nor has Kono, for that matter. Hamster finds one back, a second one that they're looking for as well here. Would have been the player on big box potentially, but that's not going to be happening until they decided to go out. Into the bloodbath that awaits them. Icarus keeps waiting, he's going to be baited in here. Position is great. 1 for free pretty much. But there's the one, make it a double as well, beautifully done. A round decided just like that. With Saltovsky, an impossible situation. Cannot be dealt with. The Portuguese taking on to 14. There is not a lot that Kono can do right now. They've lost all the answers. At least you have fast util. Control of mid is what Kono is looking for, but again, it's that ace side. Left weak and a vulnerable Saltovsky. Goes against it, doesn't want to go A. And I really am wondering why is this not being recognized throughout this game. It's only until that util goes out that they decided, okay, maybe we should be playing here now. Full retakes is what they're looking for, while spamming the smokes. There's Captain Kurt at least into position, finally finding one back into this game. But boys needed a CT side to keep on feeding through the smoke. And into Pereira, he's collected himself 3 for this one. Shot down everyone that attempted to get close. Even as well now making a play into the smoke. If he's gonna know this, gonna recognize it at least, but they've managed to already get away with the first one, a second leg spotted. And now is nothing but phantom footsteps he's chasing. A's been abandoned, RHYNO made the right call here. And they've got Pereira watching for this flank as well. Flashbanging hand. Sees him, and that's all the information you need. Second flash to go out. Niffy has a kit, no smoke. But does have individual duels headed his way, but as he takes them, Pereira, the 4K goes his way instead. And goddamn! RHYNO, what, 6 rounds in a row now, from 12-9. Actually, 12-8. So, make that 7 rounds in a row. Not 3, but 4 chances that Kono had to avoid overtime. And here we are. And yet to find a single round. And now headed toward that T-side at least. Well, sure, they did have a good half. 7-5. But have they lost their mojo? Because RHYNO individually, they've woken up here now. Pereira, I get it, that's what I said. with him stepping up with the 4K last round. Icarus been performing throughout. Crazy as well has been picking up some good kills, and now we're going. Despite what was a rough beginning for him and Saltovsky sniping his head through a concrete block, he's bounced back very admirably as well. But apparently, we're continuing with the theme of A lurking. Here he is on site. Seabreeze not fully ready, losing control of the bomb site now, and Saltovsky holding for CT. The rotation's cut off. And I think we're finally back on Kono getting around, unless Pereira decides to step up here as well. Create a chance for his teammates. And him, or his teammate. And himself. Even Temple is crazy. Hoping for any avenue in. No being granted. Even worse, Shadow spotted. And the round about done. Unless, hold on, did you see? Molotov to lock them out. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Tries to bait him in, but that's it. That was all the only chance that was gonna be presented. House says, well, we'll fight him. No AK to be saved. But I don't think that matters too much. Pereira, so far, he's shown that he really has that dog in him. He's willing to take these fights and he's willing to win them. This time, again, it's that A play that yet again works out so many times. And I think only once we've really seen a duel when it comes to A main control. A couple times in the first half we saw, I think, Icarus tucked himself into A main, going for that flank and lurk. But a couple times we haven't. Way more times we haven't. It's been that A play that's been made for free for both T sides, which is an issue. Here, Captain Kurtka finally picks up more pace and wants to get the second one as well. A site opened up yet again. And this time it's by sheer force that they get control. Bomb down at a 2 versus 4. I don't think this is gonna be a round in the attempt. Money is at least pretty damn decent when it comes to overtime, but it's not bottomless, it's not unlimited. (14-15) the scoreline. Double overtime potentially here. RHYNO, timeout. Last one that they have remaining. Well, for Kono, they've actually only called one. And that was to get themselves started in the game. They were down 0-4, called for a timeout. Fast forward, things are suddenly looking more like their way, 7-5 to half time. I haven't called one since. Oh. Tactical timeout apparently now. Or technical, excuse me, for RHYNO. Something needed to be fixed. Build up anticipation for this 30th round of the game. And apparently, yeah, okay. Getting hit with a CS2. Alt-tabbing back into the game and out of the game is not working. Icarus had to restart his game. Don't know why that happens, right? I really don't. It's an issue. You all tab the wrong way somehow, and suddenly you can't click back into the game. It doesn't work. Wonderful Counter-Strike, but all is good. It's just gonna be a restart, I think, and all is good afterward. We can get this 30th round underway momentarily, so don't stray too far, but if you want to get some water, coffee, whatever else drinks you might need, now is your chance, unless you want to wait for that break. Icarus, he is back, and I think we should be a round restart away from getting things going. It seems like that is exactly the case. So, good to go with round number 30. Is it gonna be the end or not, however? That's the question. Those just tuning in, this is Kono's map pick. They were up 12-8. Yet here we are in overtime where RHYNO had a 15-12. Chance to close it out 3 times as well. Now, the one final one that they're gonna get. Well, let's go. Let's see it. How is this ending gonna be looking like here for round number 30? Or is it not to the ending? These are the questions, and we have the answers as well. Headed your way right here, right and now. Seabreeze into mid. Trying to dodge flashbangs, taking a fight as well, potentially, but double HGs are going to be dealing major damage against them. Cautious start for Kono. Not going to throw any of their players in for these fights. I'm sure I like that pre-fire as well. Just in case one is hiding in the corners. Test your luck with that smoke starter. Fate is not going to give away any real information anyways. The default is what Kono have gone for. Kotovsky. Shoulder spotted. Made down to usual while Icarus takes a quick gander as well into mid to see if maybe a bullet or two could have hit its target. Not the case. I finally like this as well. We are now seeing one of the rare rounds where the CT side has not completely abandoned the A site. There is a defense set up here. It's going to be crazy. AWP ready to watch main. Seabreeze back into Donut, and he's going to look to exchange positions with Captain Kurtka. The question is, who walks further? Who does not see the other? And there's going to be Nifi as well joining. Smoke fades. Captain Kurtka, AK, has been good here in Donut, but there's that trade instead. And the action starts. Deep in CT. A tag. A shot coming in, but Saltovsky to find the opposing hopper instead. Deep flash, deep control. This is the round coming to an end here. Man disadvantage for the CT side, and now make it 2, make it 3, and all 4. Lost mojo in this second half of the overtime. And it really looked like RHYNO were just gonna steal this one away. 15-12, all they needed was that one round, the momentum was there, but the half switch. Captain Kurtka as well brought them back into it. Right, that one round he walks into Donut, double headshots. There's been a couple of those, but the one in overtime as well, at least. Finds him the mojo. And this time, an immediate change. CT side. Complete 180, the approach from how we've seen it so far. Aragorn, however, yet again meets the sharp end of the AWP. Saltovsky hasn't been too kind to Aragorn. Crazy lost. Or, excuse me, Saltovsky lost Crazy in the duel instead. Once more, taking fight, and his shot is gonna cost him as well. Important kill for Biryu. Well, Icarus is taking plenty of util down at his feet. A smoke as well, then if he threw down, allows him to walk out. Get this control for him and his team. With the second Molotov down at deep toward long, that's the control now completely cemented for the side of Kono. As more and more is being granted to them. Second matter they know is deep in mid. And that's all they have to worry about now. Seabreeze, who's not hiding his footsteps at all. Into Niffy. 16 on the board for Kono. 3 more to go. I do like that we're seeing a couple of different changes when it comes to Kono and their default. Just slight changes when it comes to this T side. Hold on. Icarus. Yeah. Shot in the back, but Aragon has got it away with a revenge kill finally on the Zalatovsky. And into the position. This is gonna make Nithy's job that much more difficult, and now even more so as he's completely deceased. Hamster at least gets himself tucked into red room. Not gonna be a completely unexpected play. This has been happening once or twice already. The CT side will keep eyes on it. While Seabreeze lets this go, you're gonna instead see Aragon to take his place, holding this red room. And Captain Kurt goes, well, spotted already on A. They know they're gonna make that rotation. But Amster just plays a waiting game. Flashbangs, utility, and all that jazz out toward the side. There's Captain Kurt got down immediately while Bidio's on site, wondering which way to look. Duels to CT, a smoked out as well. A second, Amster finally shows himself. The bomb is not planted for the Molotov. Can't do much about this one. It's gonna be defused. Just in time. To get 16 while Amster, he'll get both the kills. It's unfortunately not good enough. A second makes the difference. The bomb plan, had it been different, Molotov would have blocked it as well, but not this time. Not this time. It's 16 to all instead. We're not gonna see a sweep this time. Not a 3-0 sweep, we know that much for this first half of overtime. What's next? RHYNO again. Once or twice we've seen this now. Escorting a man into a main, then leaving Seabreeze now alone. Again, though. Alert through mid. A dead Captain Kurt guy expected. Sometimes that's all you need. How many times it's been done here as well? You start to expect it soon enough. You find a decent answer. Here's utility, however. Plenty of it now toward that B site. And it all depends on the entries, which Aragon will deny the first. Second one from Crazy, Diop edging the smoke. Something crazy needed. There goes 1 and 2 now. However, hold on. Let the CT side cook here for a bit as well. But now let the T side cook, but burnt instead. 17-16. This is going to be RHYNO. Lead at halftime. Game's still far away from ending with how things have gone so far, but this is the first time we're not seeing that sort of clean sweep. We're not seeing plenty of advantages to close things out. From 12-8 into overtime, RHYNO taking 15-12, 3 chances to close things out, and here finally the back and forth begins in round number, what is this? 33, 34? A lot of rounds have gone. But nonetheless, 33-34. How's it taken us here? Fast B though! RHYNO, hello! This is how their T-side started. Lost the pistol, forced by right into a B play. Here, however, Video has decided to take down a 2 of his own as well. Gotta make it a 3rd as well. Okay, fighting another one, 4K for Video, and shot down to push all by himself. Damn. I'm still the only survivor, but that's one of the rounds of all time. One of the faster ones as well we've seen. Oh my days. Lining up for Video. I'm not sure about that second. I'm not sure what Aragon was doing with the Molotov, but nonetheless. Round done. Decided 17-17. Who gets the chance to close things out? Who gets the map point? Because remember, this is still the first map of the series. We've got Vertigo to go, potentially Dust 2 as well. Already having spent an hour and 15 minutes almost on this first map alone. Going the distance. Pereira. With a bit of a monster here, 28 kills. Use the charge. Ooh. Crazy's ready. And another one. Smoke spam and HE combination. Wombo combo. Icarus joins, a 3rd coming out. And now this round is turning out to be an A fake. I haven't seen a lot of those, which might make Bittiger think about something. But at the same time, Icarus is not really showing too much skin here either, so Ldovsky didn't feel the need to call his teammate over that quickly, and thus 18 picked up. It's RHYNO who get it. Yet again, out of the question, is this gonna be the end or not? We're gonna find out. So don't go too far again. Triple overtime surely wouldn't be too crazy to ask for, but we'll see. We shall see. Also as well, when you look at the side of Kono, we had an incredible start from Captain Kurtka. But right now, the one to lead the charge is Video with 30 kills. First to breach it. Or second, him and Pereira. Speaking of, collecting another one. Icarus, however, down in mid. It's Amster that shut him down. Kono offering challenges and difficulties upon this RHYNO's path. Will the RHYNO be stopped is a different question. Looks smoke on to B. A push from Niffy is going for as well. Video deep in mid. Because if this turns out to be an A play, there is a fast flank now then available if they want to. And Amster, the fact that somebody's here defending, one of the, you can probably count on your fingers how many rounds we've had these. Chances now for Kono. And yep, not expecting it at all. There's the first one. A second not found. Struggling too much, and now is it gotta be 18-18? Yes, it is. With another one. Another overtime. And the magic number was 19, now it's 22. Back from the break, and Counter-Strike will not stop. So let's get it. Let's see what RHYNO wants to get up to. Icarus, first one found, a trade. Video. Wanting to be the frag leader of this game, while Niffy wanted to join up as well into that conversation. Most impact delivered. I need to double, make it triple, and we're going down. This is one of those rare rounds where actually that A flank, A lurk, is not gonna matter. Bomb's been dropped the CT side, they've got it under control. Amster's tucked in mid. And Seabreeze has to navigate a very, very difficult wavy path. real storm that he's got ahead of him, in which Amster will immediately say, no thank you, your ship will be sinking. He's taken. I want to see if RHYNO, though, keep up with these fast B plays every now and then. Because they've been sprinkling them in, or sprinkling these rounds in. They have been kind of nice. But last time they walked into video, who delivered 4 kills. I do wonder what else is they gonna be, but game underway. Round of 38. Starting up here. Thinking of which way the duel comes first. No matter for him, a frag has been found. A aggressive play from Amster, though. Gets him punished, and Seabreeze looks to make a play off the back of this as well. With mid-pressure, Saltovsky needs to leave the telltale on A. Which side is the duel's headed in from again? It's a question. With the 5-7 in his hands, he'll still find Icarus. Too close to the sun and whatnot, and Nife 1 versus 3. Oh, almost slipped in. But not this time. Arigoda with the high ground advantage sees the head and takes it down. For RHYNO, they pile up on this A play. A kill from Seabreeze. 1 man through Red Room. They know that's going to be a rotation, then slowed down. 19-19. Yet again, the back and forth continues. Kurtka. Opening found in mid while on B. You've got Saltovsky getting away. Secondary out for him as well. Now 5-7. Again, it looks to deal the damage. Bomber gets dropped and tried to be chased down as well. Flashbangs are good. Crazy's even better. Double to bring it back. Both players, though, tagged up slightly wounded. But a very, very quick flank coming out of the CT side as well as Captain Kurtka walk on in. Bomber denied. And one last man stands against the CT side. Get number 20 is Captain Kurtka. Difficulties as the game has continued into the deeper depths of the game, but still has enough power to pop off here. But this as well, Saltovsky, I don't know how he gets away. A one and done being so wide, but does let us see a neat little crazy spray transfer. But still, we continue. Half to an end. 22 again is the magic number to end this first map. An hour and 21 minutes we've spent playing this so far. Why not add a couple more minutes to it? See what happens. Well, let's see if that's even going to be allowed. Kono with Nife starts. An opening found on B. Stopping the aggression, halting it for now while Crazy holds A main. Second man spotted, taking aggressive fight. One more is there. And Crazy maneuvering is good, but Biryu is even better yet again. Won't stop delivering. Uzi out of the AK, but Icarus here spots his wings, takes flight. And last man, they know where he was. Now they know where he is. Icarus, though. Dangerous game he's playing, taking this fight. But he'll still come out on top. He's not gonna be melting the wings. It's 20 all. Again, we tie things up. We've got 40 rounds so far. I'm still thinking we might continue for a fourth one as well. Because why not? Why not? But here, it was a decent start, but Crazy delivers exactly what his team needs. An advantage to play with for a moment. But then Icarus came out on top in the end as well. A lot of back and forth. But this time seems like we're finally gonna have a more straightforward round from Kono, perhaps. I say, and then looking at them shuffling their minions all across the board here as well. Maybe not that forward after all. Maybe it is. Plenty of Molotovs. All of Cave cleared out, by the way. And that as well gives the information away. Koltovsky, quick shot adjustment is there. And what's next? With Amster to find yet another round of 21. Doesn't seem that far away. Caught between smokes, Pereira's head shown. And 21 should be secured, and very much is at the moment. Neither Sea Breeze nor Crazy want to try this retake, and the Crazy's even gonna lose his life. Couldn't run away in time. And last man, Captain Kurtka wants it. Chasing, hunting, finds it. 21 to Kono. One additional timeout in overtime. RHYNO. Time to make this one count. This map one, hard fought. From 12-8 to down. Momentum for Kono, everything going to their way. They brought it to overtime. They had a chance, had 3 chances to close things out. And now we'll see if there is anything we can do to bring it back to yet another overtime. Continue this game for a longer. And here we go, Icarus. Now gonna start spamming the boost. We've seen this once before. Maybe miss it another time as well, but into mid they go, and into the first one. Sea Breeze to take down Captain Kurtka. Mid play that Kono tried to capitalize off of the timing potentially, but it's not allowed, and Pereira with another one toward that B side. Reveals a double op setup, at least should be, and that is exactly what it is. Crazy's not gonna start rifling, not now. Add layers to this. Double overtime is just moments away, but Birgio been good so far, been great so far. Some might even say. And it looks to take down yet another one on that A site. His AK lulled for now as he picks up the AWP, but in mid there's more information that Kono still want. They're not committed to A. Don't have to be. Especially not now. Sea Breeze will find Birgio. That's the only man on A now dealt with. And information of 2 CTs given away on A now puts them back onto B site. Into Aragon. He looks away at the wrong time. Will find himself caught, but seems like double OT instead. But let's see. Saltovsky. No utility to deal with him. Utility to deal with the CTs and the AWP as well. The weaponry is there. But walking through the CT smoke. That's the play. First one found. 8 HP, barely survives. Molly on the bomb, perhaps that seems to be the play. There it goes. Flies on in. But it's not good. It's not gonna hit the mark, I say, but yes it does. And that might be exactly the time Saltovsky needs. Sea Breeze back on it. And a couple of seconds to make the difference. Now running on in a Tech 9, a 1v3, and it's closed down! This round, this game. From the back of individual heroics, it's Saltovsky to do it. or the side of, all 3 times at the side of Kono. There's not a whole lot to go off of here, but individuals, same as map 1, should be making a difference, but why is it such an polarizing map? I think that that's just an answer that, you know, doesn't really need explanation. It's just kind of been ruined. But that's a completely different topic. For now, we'll focus on the round itself, as first one, RHYNO, 1 set of util on Aragon, a smoke and a Molotov, that's all they have, pure Glock 18s on everyone. Captain Kurtka, first one spotted, second one seen, dinked down to 6 as he runs away. Nife. Second delivered, immediately RHYNO down to 3 versus 5. This is not doing them any favors, even if they do have that utility. A site's been opened up so much in these, or in the most recent edition of this map, that a smoke and a Molotov is not going to be all you'd really need anymore. You need a whole lot more than that! And you need firepower to do so as well. And none of that, apparently. None of that business here. It's kept flawless. If the dual Beretta is collecting 3. And Kono, pistol in the bag. And this time, unlike on map 1 as well, there's no bomb plan here for RHYNO, they can't really do much off of it. So, no real threat of losing this second round. And so, move on. A slow start, however, seems to be for RHYNO. Don't blame him. Rounds like this, I really don't mind if the T side, they just want to play really slow to bait out utility, but here that's not happened. Instead, they tried to play a little bit more slow to see if that CT side is willing to give them that utility, but all they get is lead. If I this time collecting 4, 1 up, and if we continue this trend, a round up 3 should be an ace, but we'll see, we'll see. But nonetheless, good round out of the CT side. Obviously no casualties. This is just a full bonus round and nothing else for them. Holding, good angle, good crosshair placement. Second one as well, spotted falling back while Icarus in the meantime had found Seltovsky. CT side, 1, 2, and 3 down. Alright, going with a little bit of echolocating. This round is already done. Amster as well, down through the wall. With our one final mad video. Okay. He's got something. Couple of kills, some damage. And no more. But alright, that's a good round. There's not much else to say, it's just a very straightforward A play. You find an entry, you make it a double very quickly. Kono outclassed in round 3. Obviously the entire round and dynamic changes if Pereira's not the one to get that opening kill. Instead be the victim, but not having to worry about that. I assume that has to be a failed smoke. Slows down the plans for RHYNO. Though how much, I don't know, because it's not like they have the entire forces here instead. Instead, they decided to spread around a bit more. Focus slightly more in mid, see what this brings. Challenge on B. It's Icarus to win it. Amster has been victimed, or has been made the victim. Well, now CT's. He's thought to strike back one at a time, but it's not that easy. Very caught in the rotation. The B side's been taken over as well. We're looking at the end of round number 4 very quickly as well, because the CT side is sure as hell's not going to try this. Early parts of the game, you don't have economy built up. You've still got majority alive. This will be just fine for next round. But RHYNO now 2 rounds in a row. Right? Obviously the A round itself is pretty nasty with Aragon's wallbang. Herrera's opening. Saltovsky immediately gets the chance as well, but only reveals his position. No kill comes from it, no damage. Something cheeky on B. Captain Kurt got the boost. Not sure how much I'm a fan of it, but plenty happening here. Sea Breeze, I'm not sure if he did actually see Saltovsky or not, but a flash, a swing, plenty of targets. Hard to decide which one he wants to go for. And Saltovsky keeps holding, will find one. And opening immediately replied to as well. Well, again, trying to make their move through mid. Is Saltovsky into the open. To Aragon with Icarus finding that second man on B. Round number 5 in the bag. These rounds now very comfortable for RHYNO. It's kind of the same sort of sloppiness out of the CTs that we had on map 1, where on Ancient you can absolutely just play the entire game without ever really playing the A side fully. But when both sides were suffering from those A plays, the A lurks so many times, you kind of expect something to change. Now here as well with, just kind of walking into mid. I'm seeing some resemblances to that. Even that last one as well, I think there was very much pressure from RHYNO in mid. Where again, they did manage to catch Kono off guard, so I hope it doesn't get out of hand, but a timeout definitely will do nicely here for Kono as well to kind of discuss what they're doing. So back into it now. CT side, what they have remaining. From saving, from buying back up. It's still gonna be a decent buy. Pretty good. What a complete full buy. The only thing they're missing is really an AWP, and even so, that's always optional. Got teams and even AWPers who don't even always buy it, but just pick it up whenever they feel like it instead. This time it's more of a financial sort of decision he has been made. Well now, It's gonna be a playthrough ramp, blow up the smoke, it's gonna be one in the open. Captain Kogutos wasn't ready for that. And no assistance comes through either from the Nife in this case. Able to do anything, and Sea Breeze. A freebie. It's one by one of these openings have been found. It makes it very difficult now for the CT side, or CTs, excuse me, to continue on the defense, and apparently even more so now with every single one of them taken down. Chances slipping away. Amster, 1 versus 3 required. That is not happening. His journey ended only at 1 kill as RHYNO, they continue. Now things are starting to look a little bit rough here. This very much at least feels more of a RHYNO pick in terms of what the success is looking like. When it comes to map number 1. And you can definitely see as well, Kono, inexperience on this map right now is... It is showing itself in terms of positioning and how they're playing some of these positions. And situations as a whole, but touted as a slightly more T-sided map, perhaps. We'll see if it continues in that sort of trajectory as the game as well continues. Maybe Kono's second half is something about a bit more better, or maybe they just need to collect something here first on that CT side as well. Which, Hamster. Defending aggressively behind the smoke on A. Or B, excuse me. Keep getting these names wrong, but doesn't matter too much. Sea Breeze doesn't get much wrong here. He's got an opening. Looking for the second one as well. Video now decides to go jump spotting instead. There's no real need right now to call anything toward that A side, and in fact, very much confident it is going to be that B play, and they're not going to be wrong about it. Behind the box as well, there goes number 1. A trade immediately is over the CT side, and utilities started to go in as well. A flashbang or 2 will do. As the entries, Nife still stands to defend as well, but him and the video now line up 1 and 2 again, but running out of ammunition. Unable to reload in time. Even when the rotation was there. It was not good enough. Something for the CT side, perhaps? Double opening and a Molotov drop, but they're still testing it! Saltovsky, that is a mistake! Doesn't hear them running up and just walks into the open, the man advantage thrown away. A massive mistake, almost a blunder. Flash with the swing at least, gets rid of Crazy for now. Takes back the advantage. You still need to close out this round, and that's always not easy. Especially with what we've seen so far, but RHYNO finally being pushed in a round. Steps of video as well have been heard. See, Icarus, they should know. Elevator more likely than not is going to be freed from the CTs. And their influence. There goes the first information, first check. Bomb to be planted. If he finds the first, and above he goes. A second one found as well. This time they'll close it. And what else? Back on the B side. This is where the entries have been pretty damn easy to get. Hamster finds himself completely blinded for a prolonged duration. Pereira take one, Crazy takes the second. And there goes the user. Let's make this advance easy as possible. Smoke as well, hold on, Crazy. Allowed a lot of freedom with the smoke with this util. But RHYNO not really fully cemented on that B side just yet. Still gotta be cautious. Fate. Wasted close. Bomb yet to be planted is still an issue, but that does now cause a couple more issues as well. Not even more. But Icarus says no thank you. Says issues end here and now. Playing within the smoke as well. He has the information. They might as well just go past him, but that's the first one found as well. Now one more is needed. A USB pulled out. Saltovsky just check it. Not gonna let it go. Will not let this one slip away due to a error in checking positioning, checking your corners. And finally as well, a good round in terms of getting anything on the board here for Kono. They've managed to now stop a B play from happening. Which until now has pretty much looked like it's free real estate every single time. So some success now being found, but more is absolutely still needed. They gotta first get rid of that T-side economy. That's how you finally get things started on your side as well. Gurka, keeps spamming away. One found, a flash dodge. Sea Breeze will instead take it. And again, more pressure. I like the fast pace from RHYNO in these rounds. Oh, you don't like that. No one likes that. If least of all, that's crazy. He'll be the one to continue for that second as well, while in the meantime, Icarus, he's found B. Leaves Saltovsky. 1 on 2, makes it doable. A smoke as well being picked up here. Time to let him cook around here. Bomb has been planted. But surely no chance. He'll check Icarus. You say that. He'll go searching for it, but AK is ready. Instant headshot, that's how you win the fight. There you go. RHYNO right back to it. Keep waiting with the MP9, just trying to bait them in for Saltovsky. Make it easy for the M4 that they have. Well, I just mentioned as well that I like how RHYNO have been sort of fast in these rounds. Here's the change-up. Good utility as well. Molotov burns the boost off of short completely. For the moment, Kono will be playing this without any real information, given out the kill feed as well. Here is in mid-Aragon. Might be Aragon soon if he's not careful. And here, down he goes. A play toward the B side. Amster awaits, and he'll be the one to get that information. First one found, 2 more spotted. On the side, Icarus will still find yet another one. With 25 to clock here, CT side, they have an advantage. Play with that. But that's what they do with Saltovsky and Nife. They'll both pressure this, put even more on this defense. Make it difficult for Pereira, but 1 foul and 2 more to go. And the ones on the side, this is an isolated duel for the moment. As he looks to thread the needle. It's Saltovsky's bullets that fly at him instead. The vision goes both ways. Kono finding a 5th here. Right, no matter how they ended this half now, 6-6, 5-7. And that will be enough to at least play that second half out. But in terms of who's had control, who's had the actual better game so far in Vertigo, it's undoubtedly RHYNO. So I'm very much looking forward toward that second half to see if that continues. Or maybe that is more where Kono have put their practice in. If any, comes now to Vertigo, because you can still plug out that D side and kind of. But right here, right now, we spoke about how the free as well that B side has been in the past rounds. Yet again, yeah, that's kind of the same. Util goes out, Molotov HE. Bomb to go down and has been planted as well. Down a man here, CT side, and they're receiving second smoke in their spawn as well. Make that journey even more gruesome. But it's crazy. Up first, he'll have help as well, and apparently he'll have more than a head to take down as he wants this fight. One last man, his name's Saltovsky. Got a no-scope in it, but anymore. A quick scope, yes. Shadow, okay. Spotted Icarus down, but that's the round. We'll at least take some stat padding toward the end of the half. But RHYNO, nonetheless, will take a 7th from it. Very much looking in control of this map now. Again, it's that B side. There's not a lot of change up in terms of where we've seen Kono playing these positions. And you can see it's just easy pre-firing for, or pre-aiming for RHYNO and the company. Slow to start here again, just waiting. Seeing if there's any information either team want to give. Or perhaps if RHYNO would have liked to go for a push down a ramp as well, but instead, a boost up ramp. And down goes Pereira. On toward the A side, a second headshot from the Glocks. This time is not enough to finish off the man. Utility goes out, headshots coming in, T side, they look to take over the bomb side while the USBs miss a couple of shots. But it's costly on both sides, and if it's the one to continue this push as well, deep into heaven, well, in from behind, Crazy finds one. Leave it on to Nife. Running into CT, there's already Icarus who hears the steps, who knows? Ready for it? Yes, he is. Nife down to one versus one with the bomb plan to be put down. Plenty of time to make his adjustment, and he's ready for Crazy as well. Jumping up, sending yet another to their graves. Kono, both pistols now on Vertigo picked up here. And Nife, more than just a player of the round, a player of the match right now for Kono, 20 kills. Having one hell of a map so far to keep his team in this one. Sure as hell isn't too much else to go their way. A lot of rough treatment. You're gonna probably have a replay of those first half's entries on B, and they're half of the time they're gonna look the exact same round from round. Nope. Through mid. One spotted, second one as well, both taken down. And the CTs, slowly but surely, should be done here, and there you go. Icarus gone, one to go, and easy enough. Things have been tied up here. Now, I do want to see, like I said, this T side is going to be an interesting one because I don't know how much COD have really put into this. Or put into this map. So, you can still plug it out. You can absolutely play an interesting choice to say. Yeah, that's the wrong screen. Unfortunately, there we go. Bit of looking at the last maps, or last matches score there. And as I was saying, right, you can play a Huggy Vertigo, absolutely. But you're also playing against a RHYNO that looked very comfortable in that first half, so there's a limit to how much you can only pug it out, but for now, only a theory nonetheless. The B side to be taken over as well as Amster, who finds one, that's all they had. Well, in mid, the CT side have made their presence known. They've made their stand. With one from Amster, a second one as well, that's easy enough, low HP on Crazy. And the bomb planted, information given. Now let's see what Pereira's got. Sadly, nothing. There you go. 1 and 2. Entries found for Kono here. With presence in mid, this time being shot down. And Captain Kurtka looking up toward the A side. They'll at least get dinked, but this round has suddenly fallen apart. The look of every single thing imaginable. You had a play toward the B side. That was stopped for a moment. The bomb rotation rotating back towards A with Captain Kurtka. His lurk making this round possible now, especially with that kill into Pereira. They're gonna keep this round there. It's not gonna get too far. God, it's crazy. All he can do is hope to keep the AWP alive. And that, unfortunately for him, is not going to succeed. 7 picked up here now with Kono. 4 in a row to start off, and or do we say any more about 4 in a row? That's how the first map started. Second half. Kono at least won that pistol, but then it was 4 in a row for RHYNO. Out of these streaks, but is it going to continue? MP9s and 5.7s, the only thing now for the CT side that they're going for the half by here. A different approach, but yeah, I can absolutely respect it. Utility, great. Ammunition, also great. A short push, not so great. Even covering as well, Zoltovsky will find yet another one to add to the infinitely increasing pile of bodies. Zeebreeze, fighter flight will be going for the fight, and Zoltovsky down he goes. But all things considered, there should be no more than one casualty, and there will not be. What's going on? They do want to kind of put us back on track in terms of schedule, apparently, with now 10 being picked up. We're back in the game. Now let's see. RHYNO. You lose this, you're at least putting yourself in a real tough position, but let's see what they have in store. Because so far, they have it pretty damn good. Map 1, it gave one hell of a fight. But right now, when you look at the actual fragging department, Nife is head and shoulders above anyone else. The next one you have it is, well, would it be Icarus at 14. had him in the head-to-head as well. Last few games, last few... well, month or two. 17 games played. 17 maps played. He's been putting up a 1.27 rating. It's been pretty damn impactful. Seems like RHYNO might need some of that impact right about now. Bring them back into the game. If not, who else is going to be stepping up here? These are the questions. Plenty of futile now toward the A site as well. Kono have it. They seem to back off from this. Continuing with the utility. They're just going to keep that CT side interested on A. And Captain Kurtka looks to continue his lurking yet again. RHYNO. Almost perfectly reading this. Kato spotted, though still Captain Kurtka takes this one and another! A third, not, but still is good. Now caught in rotation, 20 seconds and back to A. Kono played himself here almost. Not fully believing the play from Captain Kurtka. Now their rotation's gotta be made. They're already here. The bomb stopped once, stopping twice. Nife 1 versus 3 is not it. And we're gonna turn it around into a fake. A lurk from Captain Kurtka turns to 2 kills, almost a third, and they think they've got the time to run back, but not happening. Into the trap they go. They laid it by themselves. Round 19. The CT side potentially back on track. We'll see how long that continues. Goes out and Captain Kurtka this time faster. Leads the charge, couple behind him as well, but a shot from Crazy will hit. I say a couple behind him, no one was actually ready to trade. No one behind him that quick. Bidiger still finds one. The upper move from Crazy as he's still looking for a second. A follow-up to give more potential for the round. If that CT side even more interesting than they already are on A. Real play being made is free B side at the moment. Smokes down, Youthful down, the CT side. Out for the count almost as well, it seems. Bidiger as well, he's stayed quiet on A and will find himself in 3B. And even the closing touches. RHYNO, they got one back, but now it's Kono instead to strike and limit their success to only that one round for the CT half so far. Seven rounds played so far for the second half, and 6 of those have gone to the T side's way. Currently, Nife, I think a 130 ADR is what he's delivering us. Maybe 135 as well, somewhere in that range nonetheless. And individuals, that was the promise of what's gonna seal this game. What's gonna make the difference, and right now you're absolutely seeing that from the side of Kono. Map 1 as well. So many moments. Even the last round, quite literally, Seltovsky 1 versus 3 to close it out. 18 HP. Still did it, and such vertigo is here. Good HE, good Molotov as well. Icarus feels the damage at the B side, while we're now on A. A beautiful spray. A 3-piece for Captain Kurtka. Out of the troubles, they've begun. They might end soon as well, but this round leaves us to 12. With Kono It's not their map point, but this one, exact same situation as on Ancient. 12 to 8. And right now, looking a step ahead of RHYNO for the second half. It was this T-side, right? You can play it off the individuals. You can, as I kind of said, pug it out almost in a way. Hasn't been completely pugging it out, but it has been looking for these entries. It has been turning some of these rounds into defaults and lurking it out toward that A-side like we've seen once or twice. And why change what's working? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the mentality right now, but... Yet again, patience delivers one more to Captain Kurtka. He's not done. 17 HP? 16, excuse me, but he's still going for it. Wants to hit him more, and this time... That at least is going to bring back the CT side. 4 versus 4. I like the positioning here as well. They're sticking on ramp. When those smokes on A ramp as well start to fade, they'll get a fair bit of information. They can hang on more toward that B side. And here's that util that will keep them completely locked in on B. But I do wonder if this is now going to be looking how successful. Because now CT side, they have all the information. It's that entry. Amster has been really good when it comes to pre-aiming positions so far. Not an instant headshot, but it's still a kill. CT side as well, they take 2 for 1 so far. Now it's just the last 2 remaining. Amster is 16 HP. Needs to come up big time. Up against 3, stuck on default. The first one is all he gets. As he gets run down. I regarded to get it. The RHYNO now to 9. And that's a round with many layers for RHYNO. It's that first kill they managed to get back on A. They find Captain Kurtka, they see there's no trade attempt, there's no follow-up on this, no utility, nothing of the sort. I think it was Aragon and Pereira, or could have been Seabreeze, who both stick around on ramp. They clear it out, some utility on B, and a very swift rotation and a mass, but this time there are attempts to trade on ramp, but it's also a massacre going both ways. 2 out of 3 down on both sides, down to 2. Video and Amster versus Icarus and Crazy. For what is the entire game and its survival right here, right now. RHYNO cannot afford to falter. Icarus with an MP9 only. Crazy has all the information at least towards the A side. But mid has become a question mark. So has the rest of B here for Icarus. He doesn't know if they're gonna be walking up ramp or not. Very much risky business at the moment. An A or B. That's the decision. It will let us know where we're headed. Crazy. Taking the angle. Headshot coming through. And Kono 1 kill away from this 2-0. Might have played all 3 maps worth of rounds here, but this one is 1 kill away. Icarus and the MP9. It's not happening. It's Kono instead to take Couple sets of util already going out toward the A, or toward A almost. First smoke is down, second not yet, but it comes following it a little bit later. So you have the right side smokes to cut off that CT side. Spawn from each other, Tane with the first 1 and 2, make it a third as well, yes you will. And apparently there is no chance Fluffy Gangsters even take the pistol round. In fact, Los Kogutos don't even lose a single man. Also a question answered as well on who Los Kogutos are playing with today. Hain, Malavi seem to be the case. But right now, round number 2, and it's pretty much a repeat of the first one, except less util, more running and shooting. Although, success is pretty much the same. Oh, Yuramiata does sneak in a very slippery second kill right toward the end. There we go. Round 2 is done. There was no real question about it. Neither team wanted to waste too much time, or I guess more specifically Fluffy Gangsters didn't want to waste too much time. And there we go, into the third one. So with the guns still not coming out, that was a force by Fluffy Gangsters. They tried their absolute damnedest to try to do something with that. So this time a full eco instead, or mostly an eco at least. Couple upgrade pistols, that's fine. Doesn't change anything for the lobby. In the meantime, an opening found, a second and third. And it's all done. Packed up neatly this time. And you very quickly now give it a Los Kogutos a 3-round lead. In which the first 3, they're only gonna be losing 3 players so far. Though maybe more, because I'll be honest, wasn't expecting that P250 to get a shot off. There you go. That is all he has. So, into round number 4, but the side finally have their weapons out. They'll have a chance to get something going. We'll see exactly what that something is going to be. Harry blows up the smoke, goes for a duel. One will be found in the middle of it. A decent flashbang as well from the A side. Tomiko assisting. Pretty much a free kill. Even getting away scot-free. No damage dealt so far to the CTs, and a minute has already been taken off the clock here with Fluffy Gangsters. Trying to figure out how to take this around towards its end. Which, Harry stays in the window, finds the timing, will find one more, then towards ramp information, Yoramiata will the headshot of his own. And a second CT to continue on this pressure as well as Tomiko. Second wave of the attack with overdrive, last man standing, 1 versus 4. Not even one. And Los Kogutos, they're barely losing any players in these rounds. That economy already in these first 4 rounds is gonna get a huge jump start. Especially for Mario, I think 10k he managed to get there. Toward the end of the round. And everything seems to look pretty damn good to start things off for Los Kogutos. Right, obviously I'm saying, I think Fluffy Gangsters have this just based on the principle of a bit more stability. then again, I feel like per mid has core in what still remains of it in mass. Tomiko to Mary. Performing real damn well, so you know, there's a little bit of trust on that as well. It always takes time to gel. However, so, we'll see. Yuramiata, good opening found onto Tomiko. With rotations now being made, John into window and through the murder hole finds himself what a quick trade from Malavi's up. On the CT side, they've got Mask to defend the B side. It's a big task and one he will not be up for, apparently. One final man is the AWP of Malavi, and I don't think really has anything here. He's still thinking about it. If there's one he can get. Has to back away. Eventually, has to give this round up. Save the orb, prioritize his own life. That's that. There we go. Fluffy Gangsters. It was those first few rounds that barely got any kills on the board. Now finally finding success. We'll see how much longer they can continue this for. Obviously the Academy, as mentioned as well for those Kogutos, allowed it to grow very quickly. So plenty in terms of economy for them, and even still, reserves are fairly decent. Wonder. Now patiently waiting. With Fluffy Gangsters having waited out the first wave in mid, they decided to make their way through the connector, try to get some information, any openings they'll find. Well, now they're trying to make that play a bit more obvious. It is an A split. The CT side have gathered it that much, but it's still the timing from connector that catches the first one. And no one's on ramp, but Tetris somewhere. Solby hunts him. The bomb that needs to be recovered in AWP somewhere in CT. The struggle. Time, 35 seconds of it. Bombs go down. Molotov is going to burn Solby, but Jordan 8 has still delivered the first one. And now it needs to deliver the last one as well. 5 HP. Excuse me, 1 on Malavi. No miss at all. No leeway. And has to nail this one immediately when given the chance. No kit either. Makes things even more worse than it already is. Has picked one up at least. Tap the bomb. 5 seconds to stick it, and now give it a challenge as John just walking up the stairs. Up connector, an AWP. That's a round in the bag as Fluffy Gangsters twice in a row now they strike. Overdrive. Opening. Very nicely done. Lavi removed, and that leaves the B side very much vulnerable for any sort of attack coming in. Rotations are here as well, but Sol B is the man who's going to put this in the bag. The push from Catwalk, he'll find himself a freebie at least, and with Highness here as well, Mary falls into the open. Quickly dealt with no real issue, round is done. Fluffy Gangsters, not just 1 or 2, but they'll make it even 3 here in terms of the rounds they'll find. Los Kogutos now being pushed back in the very beginning. Their economy is no longer there. They have nothing to support anything else going forward here. And even the rounds well now for Fluffy Gangsters, they start to shape up. They look very decent, right? The only thing that really was going against them in the first few was just the fact that the first one is the pistol, second is a force by a rush that they get nothing out of, and the third one an eco. But now that they're finally here, the rounds seem to come their way. Even this timing as well, Solby hit from Catwalk is fantastic. 2 players unaware, even if he only gets to 1, that's still good enough. Now puts them in a bit of an awkward position. The chance to build something was there for the CT side, but now taken away. Very much by force. Seems to continue that way as well. Kane walking in, ramp. And there's Yura Miata, the AWP that awaits for him. Flashbang ineffective. Round. Not the greatest at the moment, but for the CT side, it doesn't continue to be that great either. Tomiko's the only one who can do anything about it, and he has to hope that they'll give him a chance, but a great flashbang. Right on time, and Tomiko never even sees it coming. Does not get a fair shot in the fight. That's tying up 4-4 here very quickly, and this has now started to look more like a team that has to pick at this map. Looking comfortable, looking confident, right? Just a simple thing like the flashbang for the push there as well. Even if you just throw it just because you kind of have to. It looks clean, looks nice. Now, all out of luck on Los Kogutos, but even worse, out of any free weapons, no AKs carried over. We'll have to do with M4s and an AWP as well for Malavi, but beyond that, very much now the rough treatment that Fluffy Gangsters has given to the opposing squad. So, an opening. Mary's ready for it. Wonderfully done. So often you do see the team side edging the smoke in front of mid. Feels good to finally catch him off guard, I'm sure. Right here and right now. On ramp is the play to be made, and unfortunately for Yura Miata, a shot that is going to cost him his life. With Mats finding another one toward that B side, this round is all but done here. Well, Hyers and Jean, yeah, they put up the ratings, they put up the numbers. Right now, they're not really putting up that much. Even less when they're dead. With 1 more to go, I don't think there's any question on who takes this. Oh, first and second. Highness. About to cook something, but swapping to his knife, unsure which way to look. It's Mary who takes him. That's round number 10. Now starting up here with the CT side back at the board. They're getting something again. And you at least gotta recognize the fact that, right, while we've had very limited rounds so far in terms of actual competitiveness, or equal chance, let's put it that way, the ones that Los Kogutos have still won have been very much clean. Not losing more than 2 plays in any of the rounds they have won. Trying to make a bit of a statement. Mary, shouldering the up, will be at least able to live and tell the tale of the boost they tried to go for the T side. And even more so, continuing to take this mid control. Him and Tomiko holding a very classic 2-man bait and switch in mid. Pushing to mid for information, in which Mary, life lost, but still a play toward the A side. It needs to be defended. Which the smoke will do just fine. As long as Malavi holds the Pal's position, Tatum will be allowed to live for a couple seconds longer, and now he starts to take the duels as well with the utility coming through from jungle to support. Things seem to be looking pretty damn good on the CT defense, though. Overdrive is a nice shot for one. The bomb still needs to be recovered, which is a big issue, and now an even bigger one. This round, it's all on John. Needs this kill. And that's one. This now allows Overdrive to start pushing at a palace as well, but Malavi, he hits the shot that's all done. With Master on shore to watch for the cross of John, this one is a done deal yet again. That one, Counter-Strike 2, you know. Maybe it wasn't on the actual target itself, but good enough. Malavi still takes out a 2 and 3 here. It's a round well played here for the Los Kogutos side. Malavi? Ooh, cheeky. Very cheeky, actually. We do slow down a little bit with the Los Kogutos down a man. Master on B, not alone at the moment, and the only thing that is currently left unattended is that A side. Tatum jungle, a heavy lean toward that B side, in which Master kind of recognizes that he needs some sort of information. If he gets something, some sort of confirmation, his team at least can rest a little bit more assured that it ain't gonna be that difficult. But a free A site currently for Highness. There is time, but it would have to make noise on the Fluffy Gangsters side if they want to make that A site still theirs. And that's where the noise starts to be made. Into underpass, Yuromiata breaks his legs. And a massive important Molotov toward the connector at least, but this is when Solby shows himself an A site now to be defended by one man only, Tane. Drop the bomb, the router could be done, all he needs, but can't find it. The one chance was there and not able to capitalize on it properly. And even burnt an A-cheat and made it and shot. Yeah, Tane, overkill on him, I think, but round is done. With Fluffy Gangsters fine with the board and last shot at half now starts up. This time more ready for the short plays and any play through mid here for the CT side, but Pressure's being put into B. This is now what takes the attention away from mid. Yet again, keep an eye on the mini map and kill feed, because there is one fact dead for the C side as well. This flank is gone, but the B side is still theirs. Fluffy Gangster, however, in some problems. The bomb currently isolated on Catwalk. Not Catwalk, but Arches. Close enough. If Taylor decides to go for the swing for information, Solby might be a dead man. Add on top the fact that 2 players are down to 30 HP, that creates even more issues right now, but bomb's been planted. Plenty of time, however, has been bought. That gives a free kill to Mask, maybe even a second one as well, but Overdrive, what of Hound. There's 2 more to go, both players have said 30 HP, that's an issue, and 1 more to go. Position known. I think this has to be a 7-5 at this point. That confirmed as well. Just someone has to get one of these. No G2s here, please. No shenanigans over the sort. And 7-5, it is also Kogutos at halftime who do take this lead. Here we go. The second half now. Slows Kogutos, mastered with all the util, no one else needs it. And a very straight up play on B. No crazy business here, it seems. Oh. Marion mid, that does get caught. Also with John now spotted. Lets them know the CT side we're focusing very much on mid. There's not just one player they'll have to get past as well, unsure what that means, because Sol B and Highness both there, but one dealt with, second one not yet, but a rotation's now coming through the market door, in which the bomb gets dropped and onto Tomiko. And bye-bye to him as well, we say. John needs a little triple, he packs them up nicely, collects a 6th for his team. John. Only one at a time. Outdone by the Glocks. Always an issue. Doesn't matter who you are, but they'll still collect the M4. All is good, but just make sure you don't walk into 5 Glocks shooting at you. Just a public service announcement, I think. They are threats and a real danger. But right now, let's focus on the future. Let's focus on round number 15, because this is where one of the teams will be taking this lead. Raised earlier, how much time have really Los Kogutos have with Malavi and Tane? You never know, right? That's why heading into a map like Nuke, despite it, yes, looking good in their first game, they played it, the first series they played here, that was, however, with Krasnil and MHL, who have a considerable amount of more experience than either of the two they're playing with right now and today. So I am interested to see how a map with more team play does look. Again, they still have the core of Permita here with Mast, Mari, and Tomiko. Nuke was one of the maps they did like to play a lot as well. expectations can at least be set. But right here, right now, let's see what else we have. Yurabiata thinking about when to swing at the mid, when to blow up the smoke. Mass says, doesn't matter, he's gonna take down his teammate. Well, John, in from connector, will find one of his own. He knows Tomiko is gonna be somewhere close as well. All that T side running as circles now around the CTs. Fluffy Gangsters, only John remains. John, you know, he's here. Not that difficult of a shot, Malavi. Will adjust. And Los Kogutos on to an 11. Well. Because this is not shaped out to be what I expected out of the game here itself, but... not complaining, because we're seeing some good Counter-Strike here. We're seeing some real good T-side out of Los Kogutos. I think some tendencies that I kind of expected as well on that CT side. Masked on B, playing departments the way he does. Very much feels normal. Hasn't lost identity, but they haven't lost a player. Pain taken down toward the apartments, and now full control of that entire side of the map belongs to Fluffy Gangsters. In terms of any sort of chance in this round, one kill, a weapon picked up, absolutely will do so to advance their chances. And HE now thrown as well. Tomiko very lucky to be alive. HP remaining is 8. And John, I think he'll make that 0. If I'm not too crazy to say so. There's one. Up close, there goes another one, and suddenly this round, which is never supposed to be this way. Showed it to be Fluffy Gangsters to take this one. Not gonna let their opponents get to 12. No map point just yet for Los Kogutos with Matt in 30 seconds. Simply put, out of position.
Counter-terrorists win.
8 picked up. Stolen, almost. With around 20, still some money obviously on Los Kogutos' side. All that done, I like this, a little swing as well. Not really a swing, but a straight up challenge. Smoke gets blown up, and now the T side an advantage to work off to get 12. 2 short players on the CT side. That's what the trap is going to be laid. Boost not fully cemented instead of falling off of it. Utility is good. The information, I think, as well, has been given away. They heard that drop, the jump. Some noise, at least, on short, they know. Now deciding which way to go. Mass, he's found himself deep in CT. At the very height of it. Smoke dropped and now makes Yuramiata wonder exactly what the approach should be here. Well, Sol B. His approach to take a fight. That's 1. That's 2 for Tomiko. Oh, not yet. Eventually. Last bullet in the magazine will take him down. And sat on the CT side and with the left with only highness. 1 versus 3 to keep this game going before it reaches 12. An opening. Almost. The head spotted, not good enough, and an HE to chase him down and put him into the open. Exposed to the smoke just enough. And Mask who chases him down. That is 12 to Los Kogutos. And suddenly, things are looking a little bit more different than expected, and it's been continuing that way now for a while. Well, it's not like I can close out this game in terms of my expectations either. We had 12-7 on our first game of the day, first map, or well, third game of the day, but in the previous match, 12-7 into triple overtime. Yeah, that's we've had a lot here. Crazier rounds have happened already, but this one coming down to Fluffy Gangsters to get something different. That last round they tried to go for the change. They had a 2-man setup on short to boost for anyone to go on the bench. With Chair, doesn't get caught. No one there to do anything about it, and it's on the CT side. In trouble. However, in terms of this round, there's something here. Minus. Sportsman in a ramp, that's the bomb. Obtained, it's traded out. And so does Mask. Things kept at a 3-on-3 here. Tell me go, he's looking for the next one as well here. That is gotta be good. Jean down, a jump across the murder hole, overdrive. Walking on in. However, oh, what? Bomb down. Mary, 1-on-2, makes it 1-on-1 with the HE to go down and overdrive on the other side. Up on stairs, down it goes! potentially not a whole lot of amount of practice. Map like Nuke kind of needs that to a degree if you want to have a good CT side, specifically when it comes to rotations, when it comes to having a good reaction, having those utility pieces all lined up and ready, and having the coordination to do that at the exact right time you need it to. There's a couple of these things that you absolutely do gotta keep in mind. But right now, this is what we're focusing on. T side of Los Kogutos first. Maybe this gives us an idea of what to expect, but let's go into it. The Solby already neck deep in trouble. First one found, a second has to reload, comes through, and Mary Tomico as well, having found a couple of their own, has made this round more than doable. Now, double up those kills now, one more to go. Overdrive shifting on in, but a P250, it's Mary. The one last survivor for the pistol round as Los Kogutos. T-side starts off with a bit of a win. And probably a second one to boot as well, but we'll see. There is a force buy, there is something here for fluffy gangsters. We already saw this on Mirage. They lost the pistol, they went for the force buy immediately, lost that one as well, lost the follow-up, and lost the follow-up as well. Let's see what is up here this time. Obviously, it was T side of Mirage, now it's CT side of Nuke. Completely different sort of story. So let's see what this round has to offer. Utah for Masked, I think, is actually pretty good. Molly to credit, anyone that falls back takes an HE. No one actually does take that, but idea is still good behind it. In the meantime, Overdrive stuck in garage, it smokes down to fade. The Los Kogutos, they're not rushing into anything. They're just waiting to see if maybe there's something. Maybe there's something to take before this round itself takes shape, and to start things off now. Overdrive down, that's garage, and as conjunction as well, or in conjunction all of outside. Falls into the hands of the T side. Down below, there's Mary fighting another one. The 5-on-3, 40 seconds remain. Los Kogutos, obviously a lot they can do at this very moment. Stain. Down he goes. I think might have put at the back of the second man on a ramp as well, but doesn't seem like he has that confirmation. The Desert Eagle behind us. It, you know, could have been better. Could have been cleaner. Kind of like that. Last man, John. Hopes and dreams of survival, probably. Even so, the survival itself here is not guaranteed. Perhaps just hoping for a kill itself, who knows? Los Kogutos. Saving garage. No one's gonna go into secret stairs. No one's gonna meet the MP9. Second round, only one at the casualty. All's good. Los Kogutos. A potentially dangerous start yet again. Same as map 1. He's out of Nuke, now should be 3-0 here. Eagle P250s and the saved MP9 I don't think are gonna be enough to make the difference. Though, if there is a map, it would be Nuke. You put him in the right position, a sloppy round from the T side is all that's required pretty much. To start it off, Mary looks to control outside, it secures at least a bit of it for now. There's no follow-up, no trade attempt from John's death. And with that outside smoke wall as well, you're gonna start to see now Los Kogutos moving out. Head spotted, Overdrive, Dink, quick kill on the Mary as he tucks back in and out of the fight. A site. Looked in. And that should have been around as well. Hello. Up the vents, down he goes. Miata and Sol B, unfortunately, just don't have this one in them. Sol B, no more heal get either. But there you go, a third round for Los Kogutos. Again, it's these first 3 rounds where they now again, same as Mirage, exact same story, get to build up that economy from barely losing any players in these second and third rounds. A chance to continue that even further right here and now. We'll keep an eye on it. Let's see. Fluffy Gangsters. So far, 6 games they've played of Nuke in recent times, and only one of them has actually turned out to be victorious. Definitely, it's not the... That's not the, you know, statistical confidence you want to go into a map with. But only looking at numbers never tells the whole story. You always gotta figure out if there's just something in terms of clashing playstyles or something of the sort that doesn't work. But here and now is 1 and 2 for the CT side at the start. Thinking about what if they chase down Miata, what if they look for elsewhere instead. The AWP finds one more as delivered by Tomiko. Taking position as well. A freebie for overdrive. Back is turned. And there's one more. Malavi makes the noise. He's thinking about it. What if he tried to chase him down? And what if he jumps into Miata? Doesn't even try to strafe, but oh well. And moving on. There we go. We have Fluffy Gangsters on the board. We got a start to the game now, official from both sides, and we talked about what if the economy, right? What if that's something that Kogutos again are gonna start things up with? They build a bank from the early parts of this T side as well. Very much danger. Last of what has been found. Looking for the follow-up as well as comes to a trade instead. T-side grasping at straws to keep things in at 3-on-3. In the meantime, has taken the advantage, but there's issues! Miata, that was it! A freebie almost, but Malavi still quick enough to adjust. And Highness, yeah, no, this is not happening. Gets the one, walks away, but he doesn't realize. Second man right behind him, and now doubling up in hut. Highness goes searching, his back turned, head exposed. And the AK flying through the helmet itself, there you go. It was a good start here for the Fluffy Gangsters, right? They got themselves into positions. Slight overextension, you could argue there for John, but this as well. Yeah, I don't even know. Malavis is quick. Miss was all it took. Leaves that CT side and now wounded with their money very much down low. In position is overdrive. One found. A quick trade yet again to Malavi. With the AWP. What's next? Tane finding one of his own. It's not all. The CT side. They've got this one. Taking it right back. Lost in the previous, W in this one. Fluffy Gangsters. They want to make things a bit more difficult and thorny for Los Kogutos. Here. Fast A flight. Desperate. Desperate times. Desperate measures. No success. No. One down the vents. Hello. In the back of Soul B is married. Fine one. It's not gonna fully force any rotations. But it does at least make that CT side think more about that B side. Well, here. Malavi just avoiding detection. But by no means in the clear at the moment. Swinging, goes into two. And Marion left all alone. They know he was down low, so... not gonna be too difficult of a fight. There you go. It was clean enough. Right, it's that first 3 kills that kind of decided the entire round. Good A defense. Soul B overdrive and highness. All doing what they kind of have to. And that's what you want to do, right? You want to have one of these rounds where it is a faster sort of A play happening. You want to make sure that Los Kogutos know you're gonna have 3 players there. It's not gonna be a free site. There's nothing of the sort. All those... ooh, hold on. Hold on. What is happening? What are we looking at here? This is, far from the ideal. Another ding coming through. That's at least barely any damage, but still, what is happening? A minute is left on the clock. There's a duel toward the A side, which thankfully Soul at least does manage to win. 3 more remaining. A Desert Eagle now picked up for Mask. Trying to unleash the beast. He wants even more, but... okay, there we go. Finally dealt with. Okay. Yeah, this was a little awkward for a moment. But in the end, all is good. And we move on. It's 4-4 now. T side they're gonna have money again, however, for the weapons. Mask down to a little like a real leader should when you need util instead. Outside smoke to be deployed as well. Now, I want to see how these rounds kind of develop even further as well. There's a lot of early utility now deployed for Los Kogutos. Oftentimes, well, we've seen Mary lurking outside. This time he's not. And Fluffy Gangsters, their response is what we've seen a couple of times already. 2 players down toward the secret stairs and looking for fights, but at this time, it is that change from Los Kogutos exactly as needed. Exactly as ordered, where they are going to be attacking that A site instead. Half by, force by, whatever you want to call it previously toward A. That was just a test run to see what happens. Now it's back to business. And on the A side, things are looking good. Tomiko's looking even better in terms of his position, because that's 1 for free, maybe a second as well. And Solby was lighting up util in CT spawn. Can't do anything, it's the hope that maybe gets them something here. But it's a round done, because there's no time. A fifth one on the board now. Still keeping the fluffy gangsters at bay in terms of who actually gets control here and not. We're looking at a potential 2-0 here. Lined up this time for the ace knight as well. I wonder if this is... Now, again, okay. This is going to turn out to be a couple more rounds of conditioning here. But is this going to be a conditioning round or not? And obviously still turn this round over toward ramp if they want to. Position toward A or ramp is pretty much a question mark at the moment, but... Itis wants to take control. It is going to be an A play happening here, and it's one man already out, the second man as well. That does want to trade, but you send out Tane. It'll get you the shot you need. Sorby shuts down and Molly to have an overdrive, though. Position is wonderful to find an opening one for the CT side. Now to make it opening 2 and 3 perhaps as well, but Ramiata's also in position. Fluffy Gangsters for Los Kogutos both awaiting game. Lavi waiting for overdrive as he slowly makes his way in. Reload needed. Yuramiata exposes his own position in main, and now the round can still happen, but there's no time really for this. It needs to be quick, it needs to be done in mere moments. But unable to jump toward the site. Even that, the bomb planted in a different position wouldn't have made any difference. And Los Kogutos back to back. An A play this time again. They are going to try to put a couple of rounds of pressure on A here. Even if the position here for your overdrive is good. A couple of kills in the back. But unfortunately, not what they needed. Though all 5 on the Los Kogutos side obviously do go down, and that does help things out. I am getting worried for Fluffy Gangsters. Right? Nuke historically over time. A CT-sided map, a very CT-sided map, then slightly less, and as the meta's evolved and the game has changed quite literally, it's become more balanced, but still not one of them where you expect the CT-sided to be coming out on top all too easily. But right here, right now, Tane will be trading out Highness, only good for 1 on a ramp. And when you come into the fight, you expect more, especially with a T-side running through a smoke. And unfortunately, was not the case, and so I think it's left a task way too gargantuan for him on B. But he has help in John. Malavi's put down the bomb. Thinking about what that CT side is going to try to do with their own positioning as well, while towards that secret position, Mast thought he could have tried to play with the timing a little bit more, but now you're asking a 1 versus 4, which is not happening. Shuts it down. And down it goes the round. 6-5. 6-6 obviously still doable. 5-7 still doable. As long as it's not 4-8, where you're pretty much relying on that pistol to get things going. Anything else will do. You could even now probably still make the argument that getting 5 or 6, you're kind of still needing that pistol to a degree. Not absolutely no means as big a necessity as before, but here again, another A play. Flashbangs and Util is good, but the T side they've lost themselves already 1 and 2, and apparently all 5 about to be done in mere moments as well as they try to trade out toward the site. Any options, any opportunities, they'll get taken away. That was it. Uramiata needed to be silenced immediately when spotted. Both players too low on HP, they don't have the leeway. You end the half with a 6-6 scoreline. So, first half of Nuke is done. Now the question is this going to be the last half of the day? Very well, it could be. Let's go, Kogutos. Their map pick now on the CT side. You expect things from them. The game they did play with in the or the opening game they did play, they did have a very good CT side. The aggression they went for, pretty damn good. Individually as well, pretty damn good. So I want to see more of that, but right here and now, their B side under attack. 1 and 2 coming out. A bomb to be planted as well, and that gets put down. 2-man disadvantage in the retake. Tomiko position is not great. HP even so, or even less so. Not a whole lot here right now. Not a lot of olive branches for Los Kogutos in the retake. But, oh, never mind. Maybe something I was gonna say. All that gets denied. Malawi. USP. Farm some cash. Oh, jump it. Trying to get out of danger. A couple of kills ain't too bad. Goes towards his bag of getting that AWP. His future fund for the orb. But now, let's see. It's the side of Los Kogutos. An intriguing force by for sure. Because they lose this round. That's given Fluffy Gangsters the keys to the whole kingdom, pretty much. Take your corners. Jonah will do so. Mary sent to the grave. Pretty much in 1 and done position. 2 if you're very lucky. For more duels outside, it's continuing to go Fluffy Gangster's way. With Malawi down, it just does not stop. There we go. Round is done. Like I said, now keys to the kingdom delivered over towards Fluffy Gangster's side. Making things very much difficult, to say the least. Because Los Kogutos, they could have just ecoed that round and had some weapons in this one. Right, would have been lacking util for sure. But the force space is not it. Not when you're 6-6, not when the game is not necessary or necessarily all too late. Yet, the decision was made. Here's the consequences of your actions. But maybe the consequences can still be somewhat positive in terms of making this expensive, if not even more so hurt. Or maybe not. Because all that is being taken down. Dismantled outside. 2's the casualties only, as that is another round in the bag for Fluffy Gangsters. As it should have been. Just for a moment, it looked a little bit difficult, but apparently all is being handled, all is good. Let's continue. Right up a 16, CT side, the weapons are there. Blowing up the smokes outside as well, see for any crosses. That's very much an early HG, double HG actually, Molotov as well to follow. But it is buying time at least. Smoke wall is not still gonna fade in time, they're not gonna have any actual vision. Fluffy Gangsters all the way toward that lower side now. The only one anywhere nearby is Malawi, and he's still watching towards radio, not ramp itself, not toward the lower side. Oh, trophy room, that's the one. Lower side gets taken over. CT side, they're not gonna have anyone anywhere nearby. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they just say, we're just gonna save. Well, Mast tries it for the first one. Unsuccessful. Bomb cannot be stopped. And play the 4vs4. A retake they're thinking about still. And Malawi to trade one more. Tater gets another one. And now there's being thoughts about potentially attempting this perhaps. But position's not there. No. Seems to be something very much different. Now, I don't know how we've actually gotten this far in terms of Fluffy Gangsters taking to 10. Or actually, know how we got here. It's forced by that ends up being an L. But you absolutely do see Los Kogutos now reaping the consequences. And here we are. Round of 10 is picked up for Fluffy Gangsters. And we'll see where it continues to go. He's obviously saved weapons, Los Kogutos. Last time they played it, they did look decent enough. The core has been playing this map for a long time. They were good on it at one point as well. Malawi so far, definitely not being any sort of disappointment. It's being very good in fact, and okay, as I'm trying to hype him up here. A missed shot. Not gonna do his reputation any favors here for the moment. Fluffy Gangsters, they realized the fight was given to them inside. But it backed off completely. They were focusing early outside. They did manage to get John toward the secret stairs. That's where Malawi's now moved his AWP as well to watch. An eye to be kept on the kill feed, while in the meantime, it's Tomiko on a ramp. That's going to be suffering a lot here, I think, as well. This is one and done. You get the first, you get the contact, you drop down. And that's what he should have done, but Highness too quick. A headshot instead at the CT side. Now in trouble. Yet again, it's now lower side, and this time they at least have Malawi here. Not only, but Mask as well has joined them. Take their shots. Take a chance, John. It needs to be held here. Cannot be allowed free access toward the rest of the site. This keeps Malawi active toward the actual site itself. Bomb to be planted, a door opened, and down goes Mask. Is that an avenue now back toward the A side? That's the question. With 20 seconds left, you're thinking about it, but Malawi, the timing's been missed. An AK and Galil, excuse me. Sol B will not be missed. Tater takes him down. Down to 2 on both sides. Tater. His position is known. Making a little bit of noise, and Yuram closing in, is zeroed on his location. And one man remains, as Mary. 1 versus 2, and this very much could be for all the marbles, as they say. And such. 11 picked up, and I smell a third map here. Anubis very much waiting right now. Being prepared by fluffy gangsters. This, unfortunately, not all that great when it comes to Los Kogutos performing on Nuke. And it all starts from that force buy. You lose that pistol, that's fine. Just the eco. It's 6-6, there's not a need to go for the force buy. They just put themselves in the worst possible situation. You lose 2 gun rounds and look where that gives you, or look where that puts you. Making a play. Making a play to the grave. Second man as well as Highness, and yeah, this is Nuke done. Los Kogutos. The plot has been lost. Out of it at the moment. Mask knows one's gonna be up close. Gets tired of waiting, wants to fight at this man himself. And while one gets removed, a second man in garage, one has already lurked beneath him as well. This round and this game is done. Up to heaven and Malavi. A missed shot is all it takes. Can't even save. Not allowed to. A man behind him. Maybe going for a knife. A cheeky stab in the back. And well. With 12 on the board. You look at yourself, you look at Los Kogutos and wonder, what happened? CT side of Nuke, right? This was one of the issues I had. You pick a map like Nuke, you need to have good coordination enough on that CT side to go against. At least, team, even if fluffy gangsters, right? Even if they're playing with the standard right now with Overdrive, with not Takanashi, they're still gonna have that 4 to 5 core. They're gonna know what to do on Nuke. Overdrive has been around for ages. Gonna have experience and knows kind of or well enough on what to do. And with Los Kogutos, unfortunately, right now, history's not carrying them. No one's stepping up to the plate. Malawi, 14 kills, the only one above 10. Nothing's going for them. Or nothing's going their way at the moment. And here we are. Nuke coming to an end, map number 3. And give it a couple seconds, I think we should be ending this one. Another hit toward the B side. Fluffy gangsters, they've found a weakness. They gotta keep exploiting it. Even when it comes now to this, very much cautious about any remaining CTs toward that lower side. One more to go with Malawi down and very heroics needed. Not let's get it on for one last time. Today comes to a close after this map, and on a map like Anubis as well, with Los Kogutos T side. But let's see, what are we doing out here? Because so far, Fluffy Gangsters have been the ones to, I think, be a bit more aggressive, a bit more fast-paced. But what else? Some utility used. No plays off the back of any of it. They are gonna slow down. Another flashbang, which is going to be keeping all the Fluffy Gangsters toward that A site. Leaves a very vulnerable B-bomb site. Minus, it was pretty sharp and pretty crispy at times. And here as well, at least hits one nasty shot onto Tomiko. But Mary, one ups him, two ups him, takes two. No more thirds. And you run Miata. Lobby. Ooh. Only one. And in from the cave as well, he's got Jean whiffing a couple of bullets, making things a little bit awkward, and one last man to remove. Round is done, they've got a kit. Everything is good. Here we go. Let's see what round number 2 is going to bring us. T-side, obviously, with that bomb plant on a map like Ancient, which is a, you know, pretty T-sided map. Alongside, then you gain momentum, and it's and it could very quickly just be over in a blink of an eye. Definitely not at too big of a disadvantage. Although I do like that Fluffy Gangsters have gone for the rifles instead. Only one SMG in the mix in the form of an MP9. Being as prepared for this as they possibly can, pretty much. Well, for now. They did take themselves control of a main. Beyond that, slowing down. Off the Fluffy Gangsters. Going aggressive, taking fights, and both successful. Making it even a third as well as they keep on piling bodies. Leaving the last two in the bomb spotted as well. Malavi. He scout that fight back. No damage dealt on either side in that case, but for one last time, the CT side, they gotta make sure that this round is theirs, and even making the force buy for the T side are completely ineffective. Again, T-sided map, you lose that force buy, you've given Fluffy Gangsters the runway now to get things going instead. Every single round counts. And obviously, I wasn't a fan of Nuke and Los Kogutos that second half. You lose that pistol, it's 6-6. It's 7-6 after you lose that pistol. Why do you force buy? It makes no sense. Right, if the game was, let's say, like 9-4 at that point, sure, maybe. But come on, that was not it. And here as well, the force buy, sure. Like I said, this makes at least sense. It's the very start of the game, it's the T side of the map. Or T side of Anubis, more specifically. That's fine. But it's not a good sign if they keep going for those. If things don't go their way, but oh well. It's not a fan of force buys, honestly. Especially after you lose a pistol, right? Just don't do it. If there's anything I have for a New Year's wish, that's it. Stop force buying after you lose the pistol, unless you have a really good reason to do so. And that's my rant over. Now, we move on. With the Gunner coming out next year for the T side, they're gonna have weapons, utility, all that good jazz, pretty much. Might be missing a flashbang or two on some of the players, but beyond that, right, everything's good. And we move on to round number 4. T side plus Kogutos. What do you got, baby? What do you got? Or if it's gonna be fluffy gangsters. As prophesized by someone at the very start of the game, maybe get a win going on here in this series. Those well unaware, unfamiliar, we're currently playing the Swiss format. It's 3 wins, you're in the playoffs. For 3 losses, you're out. We're currently in the second round, so both these teams at this very moment are 1-0. We won their first game. Oh, whoever wins this has a chance to head to the playoff with a clean record. Well, the other one, gotta be put in the 1-1 bracket, just in purgatory. In limbo. But for now. Round number 4. It started very, very slow yet again. Those Kogutos haven't been really too aggressive when it comes to the immediate openings of these rounds. Some utility being used in A main, for example, but beyond that, nothing too much. And now, CT side, they tried something on A. You heard a couple of gunshots. This is the B side, excuse me, but close enough. Making a play, onto A. 1 man through main is going to be the linchpin of this round, but it's 3 to defend the site. Already very stacked, and they're going to try to get a couple more out of this as well to start things off. But there's Overdrive with the first one, Tatum with another one as well. One more still up in main as Jordan taken down. Site falls, and Highness. Backstab coming through, quick to fight at the first one. Tatum's gone, opens up the round. And while Mary, control of mid, secured, saved. Highness, unfortunately, has no more support to make this round work. They know where he's at, so I'm very much surprised that they've completely decided to leave just 1 man only on that A site. Had he tried this, got that kill, probably would have tried, or could have defused it as well. But that's not the case. Doesn't try, and thus was Kogutos on the board. In the 4th round of the map, they get things going. Though first few, pretty damn good when it comes to the CT side, so the economy is there, very much looking good. Big timer as well now for fluffy gangsters. They're going to be calling 30 seconds to decide what they want to do, how they want to approach the next up and coming round. Miatian wants to be part of the action, and to which as well Highness is going to be helping him. Blow up the smoke, see what's up, what's happening on the other side. A shot taken, a missed one however. Here we go. 1 and 2 in A main. Finally something that goes the way of the T side. Opening things up very damn well now. So far, every single round has been mentioned before as well. It's been pretty much a slow beginning for Los Kogutos. even this time, they get themselves the opening. Still slow. Even more actually, they get 2 openings, but still keeping things very much patient. Soul B's already had this duel once or twice in main. And this time it's Tomiko to fall. Still trying this. Molotov goes out. Just forced to fight. Or flight reaction in this case. Tane decides to do both. He fights, then flies away. But stuck in the corner. The timer is ticking. That does not make things easy, and I don't think it makes things doable either. Highness gets one more, but now stuck between 2. Highness doesn't know which way to look. Even with that smoke toward the bomb, is unable to get this round going, and so a second for Los Kogutos. That's from the B as well. A change of pace perhaps for Los Kogutos. The first round they've got it this fast and this aggressive. But it's not going to be a full commit, but it's just to look for the opening kill. If they can find an advantage. That's not being given. CT side though very much responded to this change of pace and aggression we see. They've left the A side completely open instead of focusing more on mid as well. Now realizing there's no follow-up on this plan toward that B side. It was just that utility. Baits out pretty much everything CT side, by the way, had. Now Flash and Yura Miyata and HE and Overdrive is all they have remaining. And now even less. HE gone, Overdrive as well with it. Jean. M4 in his hands, wants to stop the bomb plan, easily does so. And this is just bullying toward that A site. Los Kogutos, they're not allowed any freedom. They thought they had the site. They did. John A showed up and one more, he wants it. Tomiko, the only one who can stop him. A quick flick is all he needs, a decent adjustment. And it goes directly on his head. Jean down, and that is another round for Los Kogutos. There you go! Getting things finally on the right path. Here, 5-7, close combat. Wonderful, John! He's stepping up here, though. Okay, also stepping in the flames. That... yeah, can't explain that one. Unlucky. Unfortunate for John. Still, 2 for 1. Absolutely a wonderful deal. Although here is masked. Oh, only a 1 for 1, and the bomb's been lost. But seems like they're containing this one. Tomiko. He'll be the one to make sure this round comes to an end. So. Advantage, Los Kogutos now. 4 in a row. This is again at the T side, and this is what the map kind of showing. You pick up momentum, you have a decent grasp of that T side, and everything is good. And now they're gonna look to make sure that this continues continues the same way it has so far. Again, it seems to be going back to the slower pace. The tempo's been changed back to norm for Los Kogutos. Dual mid. Flash for the peak. Uramiata. Away he goes. Just still hanging around for a moment. His teammate as well. Both decided to walk away. Utility usage for Los Kogutos. Very heavy towards mid. When time is ticking low, that utility is not going to be as useful as they really like it to be. All he's doing is making sure that the CT side are stacking towards one of the sides, and that's exactly the plan that they have in mind as well. While RHYNO, he's dropped positions. Swapped him with the T side of the smoke. Gets one for it, and Dade will trade. Inside 20 seconds left. Is going to be still under attack. Reload in. The smoke has been heard. Atomico walks on in. And it begins the bloodbath. In for the retake quickly, though, is John in for the back lines. CT side with overdrive and CT as well. Somewhere toward Temple, waiting for his own opportunity. But the positions here for Los Kogutos should be too strong as well. Tane's gonna be decent enough with the trade if that ever has to come through as well, but Mary and CT tucked in the close corner. Atomico deeper, both angles covered and held. It's 5 in a row. And Fluffy Gangsters seem to be a little bit out of their depth at the moment. Though it's not done by any means, right? A T-sided map. You've got a good T-side going out for Los Kogutos. You already have 3 on the Fluffy Gangsters. All you gotta do is keep up this tempo, get a couple more towards the end. Let's say even 5 will do. You can probably get away with 4 as well. And like we've even seen 10-2 comebacks on this map, so nothing's out of the question. As long as Fluffy Gangsters don't get completely swept up in this and they keep showing they're more than competitive and willing to make these rounds hurt, when I think so far they've done exactly that. Again, double entry to start up the round for Los Kogutos, even still. They're staying fairly slow, patient for the most part. No one's gonna sit, or no one's gonna start holding W and running on in without any real reason to do so. And seems to be working out here, yet again. There you go. Everyone gone. CT side. Nothing in terms of success, nor anywhere remotely near anything that people would consider success in this round. And Los Kogutos. Previously the core for Mida. We were pretty damn good. They had a real good summer, some fall time as well, but now adding a couple new pieces to it as well, with Malawi so far being pretty damn good. Right? Very little information on both known about Malavi and Tane. I'd say both of them are doing pretty damn good. And, yeah, yet again, it's just that simple. Another round in the bag. Malavi a triple, he's on 10 kills already, matching the rounds played so far. And Los Kogutos. 7 on the board. Now, here's a question I'm gonna be proposing to the people that know. Because back on Permita and even beyond that, I know Mast was an AWPer and an IGL at the same time. But had he been an AWPer for pretty much the most of his career or not? Because since he gave up the AWP first to, I think, Spavaku, I think the team became so much better. He became better as well. I think it opened up him to be more aggressive, to play the way he wanted to. And I think that's been a big part of why the team did start to perform as well as it did. But if someone actually knows, if someone remembers if he had been more of a career AWPer as well, please let me know. I think that's just a interesting little thing if someone actually does know. But here we are. Another round, and this one, same as so many others, a double entry for Los Kogutos. I think it's the third or fourth time already we've seen this in this half. And there is no slowing them down. Fluffy Gangsters now. Continuation from Nuke, unfortunately, is not there. It was the first 3 rounds they get in this map and nothing else so far. That is turning out to be 3-8. We're on the outside of 5-7. Dreams of hopes of a better life. One where they were not suffering this much. And looking for the 3-9 finish. Obviously as well, this I think brings us back to an earlier point made. You can get away with 4 rounds on this map, a CT side. All you gotta do is have a pretty damn good T side in your bag. Kinda like Los Kogutos at this very moment. But you can get away with that. Maybe even 3 if you're really stretching it thin and don't give yourself any leeway to make any mistakes. Or any real mistakes, let's put it that way. But at that point, you're very much dependent as well on that pistol win. So, there's some issues here, for sure. But make it 4, I think a lot of those do at least give us hope still on Fluffy Gangsters to take this map. Yura Miata. Bomb dropped in mid. Make it a double as well. Tommy goes down. This is a good start to get that 4th as well on the board. And Molotov to slow down any trade and completely stop them as well. Right time for reload. Mask, we talked about him just going aggressive when he wants to. Good for 1, but now needs more from his teammates instead. With Tade now spotted in A. Some attention drawn, but Malavi needs to be very much aware of this, and while he does think about it, while he does check it, His Highness instead is 1 and 2. And that is 8-4 at halftime. Exactly what I said, Fluffy Gangsters they can get away with. And considering what we've seen so far from Los Kogutos, they lose that pistol, they force buy both Nuke second half and this map's first half as well. I'd say if they go for it again, if that same sort of thing again happens, it's very much a possibility. And we see Fluffy Gangsters back into the game in just mere moments. Let's see. Fluffy Gangsters, very slow here. Don't think there's anything too crazy. We've seen this already throughout the entire first half, in the sense that this was what Los Kogutos were giving us. Alright. One found. Quick trade. Neatly packed up by Yuramiata's Glock. And which way do they go? A or B? Both options are still open. And with one man toward the canals and Malawi now dinked, it is that B play, excuse me, they're making here. Hearing steps in CT, Yuramiata going for the FaZe Clan application here. His Phase 5 for 2025 is now already open as well, but now needs more from Overdrive as well. He's taking a duel or two, and kills as well to go both his way, with RHYNO to take the final stand. Shuts down Mask, and that is 8-5. And now, this is the big question. The million-dollar question here. Please do not half-buy. That's not even a question, or please do not force buy here for Los Kogutos. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Okay, no force buy. Thankfully so. Showing some restraint now. Los Kogutos. Mid-stack. Some utility at least is gonna keep them there, but they're gonna say to Overdrive. Young talent, according to some, headed out toward that B side. Clears it all. And continues to walk with the Mac 10. He's about to have a farm of his, or have the farm of his life. Granted, nobody's looking towards him, but there is someone. And there's only one. Yeah, the big gun's out here. RHYNO, the AK is going to be lost here, and there's going to be another one, but Soul B, he's the man to get this one done. Mac 10's the only weapons they end up losing here, I believe, as well, so all is good. And Fluffy Gangsters. This is the first test of many to come here if they want to have this comeback complete and as well as take control of the game. Passable first half, and now chance to make sure that this game continues to go in some direction for Fluffy Gangsters they're going to be at least happy about. Los Kogutos, very much like their T side, it is kind of mirroring it as well. They're playing very slow for the moment. No one's taking any duels. They don't have an AWP to challenge anything either, so I don't blame him for playing passive. Soul B, I like this. Trying to be a little bit disrespectful almost as he's taking a shot or two. Now even a couple more from RHYNO as well to finish the job on Mass, with Yuramiata finding capture the next. The CT side all taken down one at a time. And that is gonna be a clean round complete by the side of Fluffy Gangsters. Alright. More than cautious he has to be at the moment, but shows his head, whack-a-mole, he takes one, but a quick trade, and thus all is good. 8-7. And suddenly the game looks competitive again. And that's all that they needed, right? 8 for half is passable. You win that pistol, you win that force, you don't lose to any force buys, you win this first gun round. And ta-da! 8-7, a half buy out of Los Kogutos, and here we are. What should be 8-8. So, Overdrive leads the charge yet again. The man they send in first, and he'll find yet another one for him as well. The Mac 10. Doing pretty well. Glock as well. Ick, hello, hello. Racking up the kills here. And even so, right, I think that as well has to be mentioned where Overdrive has been very much still performing throughout this series as well. There's not been a hindrance by any means. Which, impressive. Keeping up with the youngsters, as they'd say. With the new gen kids. Right, Mirage was a bit of an off game, but brought it back on Nuke here as well. He's doing fairly decent. But here we go, 8-8. And well. The game is not stopping. Fluffy Gangsters, they're not stopping. Yet again, though, the guns are coming out for Los Kogutos, so maybe there is a chance to stop them, but... Round 17. Who takes the lead? Is it going to be Fluffy Gangsters to continue with this momentum with the Overdrive? Still Mac 10 balling out of his mind. He's got 5 grand. He doesn't care. He keeps getting these entries. He'll absolutely take every single one they'll give him. Next one, an AK-47 from Main. Highness will take one more. Again, that thins the defense on B. Maintain his position known. Second man as well. Malavi seen. This is just a quick game of run the bomb to B, but they can't do so just yet. Over the edge of the smoke, stuck in Main. Have to run toward it to go pick it up, but there's one and bomb spotted in Main as well. The chance for the trade has been denied as Fluffy Gangsters. 1-9, simple as that. Lovey wants to at least keep the AWP alive. I think timing-wise, he should be good. Aim-wise, sadly not. Miata, the one to get him, even drops away the AWP. Doesn't need it, doesn't want it. But again, I'm just looking at this and wondering what's happening. Because Overdrive has been, I think, part of 8 or 7 duels, actually. 7 different duels. He's won 3 of those. And he just keeps entering. Though granted, a lot of those entries were in that first half as well, so... Now this T side, he's doing pretty damn well to kind of make up for that. While Highness so far has yet to lose a single opening duel. 4-0 for him. Well, Malavi... Oh my god! Was supposed to be dead. That was a death sentence. Fair play. Okay. 9 picked up with the T side, but now having lost their opening man, so B is gone. There goes another one as well, Highness. Life lost. 16 kills, now 11 deaths as well. An AK that has been given over toward that CT side's hands. Mary, during the time of Permitta's big rise during the summer and such, he was a massive factor of that entire run, if you want to call it that. During the success they'd found, perhaps has to step up yet again. AK in his hands, yet another kill bagged. One more in Temple as well, spotted. They know he's there. The question is, where's Overdrive? Uramiata maybe gets this one here. Oh, does so as well, and another one! Mary on the defuse, stopped, dead in distraction. Uramiata collects 4. Round number 10, Fluffy Gangsters. You can't stop them. Okay. Yeah, that is not it. Yura Miata. Easy pickings after the first. And Los Kogutos, they're gonna need someone to step up here and right now. So far, everyone is at least performing to a degree. Yes, no one's standing out is the problem. No one's delivering what they need when you compare to the fluffy gangsters. And here as well, what is this? Mary just left Tomiko to die. Took an HE, said no thank you. Did his job escorting his teammate into A main, and they could have been a trade. The advantage could have been theirs to shut down the entire of the B site. Attack toward the cave instead of the 4v4 is what we have. Team play falling apart almost with the CT side of Los Kogutos. Fair play, sure, we weren't expecting the team to be the greatest with 2 players, pretty much brand new to this mix of players, but still, you'd expect more. Malavi. One shot. Second one a miss. Yura Miata, yet again. He's standing up! The test of time, and Yura Miata, his AK, will not be squelched that easily. However, has been shut down. Dane, no kit is an issue. No information, an even bigger one. Molly out. Does force John out. Doesn't hear the sound, doesn't know. A no kit, that's a different issue. Molotov is completely ticked as well. They're completely off, but taking duels and doesn't have to do anything. John wins this round quite literally by staying alive and not walking into the flames. Sometimes that's all you need to ask for.
Terrorists win.
11-8. 7 in a row. 8 if you count the last round of the first half as well. From 8-3 down. Flawless on this T side. The fluffy gangsters giving one hell of a T side performance right here and now. Desperately, they want to bag their position into 2-0 pool. Opening found by Mary at least. It was that first half with pretty much every other round was a 5 versus 3 for Los Kogutos. The advantage they were able to get. Pretty much insane, but now things different. Only a 5 versus 4, but still, what are the best chances that Los Kogutos have had at actually taking a round? Malavian mask. Mary joins. It's made a control. They want it. They'll shut it down. There's that 5-on-3 after so long. A timeout called to get things back on the way. Los Kogutos. They want to stop fluffy gangsters from getting to 12. After so long. 8 in a row. Let's get something going. With a bomb plant on the B side for free. We've got Tomiko up close. We've got one more to go. Up in main though, Highness. Joins and John on site. Taking advanced position, trying to be sneaky. Highness taking a big flank as well, coming in from Mask, who has to be careful not to be spotted by Highness and vice versa as well. Highness can't afford to be spotted by the other side either, but With John gone, Highness forced to a duel. And Los Kogutos, after a long absence from the game, they finally decided to get back into it, turn on their monitors and start shooting back, and this time it's pretty damn convincing as well. Still 2 more to tie things up, but right now, when you actually look at the big picture, all that seems is like a very, very small, mistake, a small gift, pretty much, for Los Kogutos. You've heard of the classic bait and switch. You give your opponent some hope and then you rip it away, win this next round, and then seal the deal as well. Los Kogutos, gotta keep that up. But that last round, it wasn't an anomaly. It was a different approach from Fluffy Gangsters than what we'd seen so far, almost as if they were trying to outsmart Los Kogutos and their time at what they came up with. The completely different side of, or sort of, round itself. Alright, wonderful position. Again, the one to get the entry here. Now 7 entries he's been a part of, and 4 of which turned out positive. Goes against Overdrive and Canals as well. Tane's thinking about what if he should be aggressive while Solby's got mid. This pressure's being put on the CT side here. More than one position as well. Tomiko has lost his life. A man disadvantage, but bring it back. Order to Overdrive. Tane goes aggressive. But the entirety of B looks to be lost as well. But you've got good control from Highness. Out in mid, up on the bridge, dueling for his life. And Malavi, H-E'd. Down he goes, and Mary needs to step up here, we said. Maybe he's the one. Maybe he can do it, and Highness gets him off of it, and we'll seal this. Get 12. Couple of bullets. Mary's not gonna stick to the fuse. And Highness will deny a clutch. Will deny the round. And map match series points all coming in one here for Fluffy Gangsters. To map 3 we've gone here after what felt like it was gonna probably come to an end, perhaps. The numbers, they were supporting that on Nuke. Of Los Kogutos, they fell more than short. They never even started their growth spurt on Nuke. CT side, 0 rounds. Gear looks good to start things off, but the second half, again, it's that T side. It's the momentum, it's all of that carrying you. But right now, when you need it, Mass is trying to step up here for a round of his own. 2 important kills, the numbers are even, but possession is still there. Tomiko, he's staying up close. Highness disengages. Him in Overdrive to escort the bomb back toward that B side, completely taken over by Uramiata. Full control now for the T side, and even more than that as well as Uramiata. Already deep tucked in CT, and he's gonna have a free beat, maybe even 2 if he plays this right, and that is the freest 2 kills he'll get! But no! Malavi quick on the 180! Oh, yet again he's done something miraculous, and now he has to do so more than once, but can't do it. This series, it's Fluffy Gangster to take it in 3. At the end here, maybe 2. I don't even remember the scoreline anymore. If it was 11, if it was 10 or 9 they got here, it doesn't matter. The day is coming to a close, and Highness, man of the match. 94 ADR, one hell of a game from him, delivering in mass on that last map as well. And my god, so the game, the day comes to an end. I do want to thank everyone who's joined us, everyone who's been watching today, but that also means that we are no longer going to be continuing for today. All 3 maps played in the final series of the day. Change things up a little bit. It's only been 2-0, 2-0, and 2-0 so far. But here we are. Final match of the day. It is done. We see as well now Fluffy Gangsters joining the 2-0 pool. Ecstatic 9, RHYNO all there with him. And in the 0-2 instead, we've got Wopa, Brute, Haemon, Wu-Tang.